used every tool that I could as well on the committees of jurisdiction that I represent in communities like Gallup, New Mexico, Taos, and Raton. And Mr. Chairman, I very respectfully take heart to what Dr. Murphy said with asking me to withdraw that amendment, but if I did that, I couldn't go home and face my veterans in the eye. And so with that, I just wanted to make sure I explain that to y'all as well.
Would the gentleman yield for 1 second? I would just
don't know.
say veterans don't like to be used. And I yield back. He allowed me the time. I'm not screaming. I'm just saying.
Whoa. The gentleman has yielded back his time.
Mr. Chairman?
All right. If you really need to.
Wait
a minute. We'll recognize you in regular order. The gentleman seeks 5 minutes to speak, strike the last word and speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to yield to Mr. Shimkus if he would like the time.
Hey, boy.
No, I'm done.
Okay, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member asks for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Shimkus.
No.
Mr. Shimkus votes no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy votes no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn votes no. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper votes no. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. Olson.
No.
Mr. Olson votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long.
No.
Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Flores. Mr. Flores votes no. Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Brooks votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mrs. Walters. Mrs. Walters votes no. Mr. Costello. Mr. Costello votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mrs. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Loebsack. Mr. Loebsack votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Ms. Dingle. Ms. Dingle votes aye. Chairman Walden.
Walden votes no. Are there members who are not recorded that wish to be recorded?
Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye.
Are there any other members? Oh, we're waiting for, is Mr. Engel on his way? Mr. Welch, are you recorded? Okay.
Mr. Welch is recorded.
Mr. Engel, perfect.
Mr. Engel votes aye.
Mr. Engel votes aye. Okay, now the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 29 noes.
23 to 29, the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments for consideration? The gentleman from Texas seeks recognition for what purpose?
Strike the last word. I have an amendment at the desk, number 128.
Number 128. We'll let our clerks find the amendment so we're all on the same page. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print.
The reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes his friend from Texas to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this amendment, and I've heard for the last 24 hours, flexibility. I'm asking for some flexibility. The House plan would effectively end the Affordable Care Act's Medicaid expansion. The ACA offered states the opportunity to expand Medicaid coverage to low-income adults with incomes up to 138% of federal poverty level. Currently, 31 states and the District of Columbia have expanded their Medicaid programs. Unfortunately, a number of states, including my home, Texas, has not, and therefore almost 50,000 of my constituents who would otherwise have Medicaid remain uninsured. For states that took up the option, the federal government's covered 100% of the cost for the first 3 years, and under current law would cover 90% of the cost on a permanent basis. The House plan would end Medicaid expansion in 2020. This would mean that 11 million Americans who gained access to Medicaid thanks to the ACA would lose it. This amendment would strike the provision to end the Medicaid expansion and replace it with a bill I introduced last Congress. The legislation will allow states that have yet to expand Medicaid get their full 3 years of 100% federal match. And so the states that didn't join, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, would have a chance to do that. And Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to yield to my colleague from North Carolina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green, and thank you for offering this amendment because it's very appropriate and it's very timely. Under this new legislation, colleagues, we must ensure that states are able to continue to expand their Medicaid program and to enable states to receive the full amount, not a partial amount, but a full amount of federal funding for the expansion that we passed 7 years ago. Under this harmful bill, Medicaid expansion would be curbed and new states could no longer expand after the year 2020. My constituents overwhelmingly supported North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who has been a strong advocate to expand Medicaid. I represent one of the poorest districts in the country, where nearly 1 in 4 people live in poverty. My constituents would greatly benefit from Medicaid expansion. 650,000 North Carolinians stand to gain coverage through Medicaid expansion if it happens. Representative Green's amendment would preserve Medicaid expansion and provide full funding stipulated in the ACA for new states that choose to expand. North Carolinians already contribute to this funding through their taxes, and they deserve to be able to have health coverage under Medicaid. And that goes for the state of Texas and the other states as well. This amendment would enable my governor and other governors and my constituents to continue to pursue Medicaid expansion. Thank you, Mr. Green, for your very timely amendment. I support it. I ask my colleagues to vote aye. I yield back.
Gentlemen,
back to you, sir.
I'm sorry.
To continue on my time, Mr. Chairman, these states that didn't do it may not do it, but we'll give the governors and the state legislatures, and in Texas, they're in session right now, to see if they want to cover these folks, like the other 31 jurisdictions did. And that's all we're asking, the flexibility for these states who didn't make that decision. Give them some time so maybe they can do it and realize that, like in my case, almost 50,000 of my constituents in urban Houston would get Medicaid if it was expanded. With that, I'll be glad to yield back my time and ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Gentleman yields back his time. Chair recognizes another gentleman from Texas, the chair of the subcommittee on health, Dr. Burgess, for 5 minutes.
And I thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, the balance that the subcommittee is the full committee is striking between expansion and non-expansion states actually gives both expansion and non-expansion states the tools that they need to manage their healthcare markets. For expansion states, the current proposal would grandfather all Medicaid enrollees enrolled in the expansion population as of December 31, 2019. Those people would stay in the program. After that date, expansion states could continue to keep the enhanced FMAP under current law for those grandfathered expansion enrollees as long as these individuals remain on the program. This is a significant improvement for non-expansion states from the reconciliation bill that was passed in December of 2015. If a state keeps an expansion program beyond January 1st, 2020, the state will receive the state's regular federal matching rate for any new expansion enrollee who is determined eligible and enrolled in the program on or after the date. This strategy is both fiscally responsible and fair, ensuring that the proposal does not suddenly discontinue anyone while also ending the Obamacare expansion that unfairly prioritizes able-bodied working adults over the most vulnerable. When the ACA passed in 2010, current law, the ACA passed in 2010, and it repeals payments for disproportionate share hospitals because, of course, everyone at the time felt that Medicaid expansion would meet the needs of every hospital. But we know that the Medicaid expansion was deemed to be unconstitutional. So in comparison, we line up the restoration of the disproportionate share cuts for expansion states at the same time that the grandfathering policy begins, January 1st of 2020. Ensuring we have parity between expansion and non-expansion states. Also, expansion states, just like non-expansion states, will be given the state's Patient and State Flexibility Fund in calendar year 2018. Before the Affordable Care Act, state-specific high-risk rules were program-specific, limiting the flexibility of innovative local officials to meet the unique needs of diverse communities. This new fund will help repair state markets damaged by the Affordable Care Act and generally favors non-expansion states. Again, under current law, in non-expansion states, the disproportionate share funds are scheduled to be reduced on October 1st of this year, of 2017. In non-expansion states, there will be a restoration of those disproportionate share funds so that that cut will not occur in states that did not expand Medicaid. Now, for all the talk about helping patients, I haven't really heard an articulation of why the other side thinks it's fair for the federal government to pay 90% for the cost of care for low-income, able-bodied adults above the federal poverty line while paying a fraction of that for traditional Medicaid populations. The Medicaid expansion thus is inherently unfair, prioritizing able-bodied adults over those for whom Medicaid was designed in the first place. The base bill would right that disparity by allowing states to maintain a Medicaid program for low-income adults, but to do so in a more responsible and equitable manner. I'll be happy to yield to anyone else on the majority side. If not, I can yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Medicaid expansion has been an overwhelming success, providing health insurance to more than 14 million individuals in 31 states and the District of Columbia who otherwise could not have afforded coverage and would have remained uninsured. And those individuals who have enrolled as a result of Medicaid expansion have been overwhelmingly satisfied with their coverage, with 86% of new Medicaid enrollees optimistic about their new health insurance ability to help them access the care that they need. And expansion has also been a benefit to our healthcare system in general, leading to a $1,000 per person reduction in medical debt and reducing the uncompensated care burden for hospitals by $10 billion. Now, contrary to the statements from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, rolling back Medicaid expansion would do great harm to patients, hospitals, and state budgets. Evidence has shown that states that have expanded Medicaid generate greater savings and revenue, which they can then use to finance other state initiatives. And those same states have also benefited from an increase of jobs in the healthcare sector. So it's for all these reasons that I support the amendment offered by my colleague, Mr. Green, which would repeal the rollback of Medicaid expansion included in the GOP bill today, and instead incentivize the remaining states to expand their Medicaid program. When we passed the ACA, the idea was that every state would expand Medicaid. And because of Supreme Court decisions and other actions, that hasn't been the case. But it is something that we'd like to do. There's been a lot of talk about what could be done to improve the ACA. This incentivized program that Mr. Green is proposing is one way to do that. Contrary to all the concerns that we have about the Republican bill here and the Republican replacement bill, this is something that we know will increase the number of people who are insured. We're up to like 95% insured now because of the Affordable Care Act. But there's still about, I think, still about 4 million individuals who could gain access to health care coverage if the additional 19 states utilize this incentive to expand Medicaid. Now, I just want to take this home to Dr. Burgess, because he may remember a few years ago we went to this Commonwealth Fund health seminar for a couple days in Houston. And I took a break from that at one point, or maybe the day after, and Mr. Green and I believe Sheila Jackson-Lee took me to the Texas Children's Hospital and at the Texas Medical Center. And we bemoaned the fact that when we went to the lobby of this beautiful Texas Children's Hospital, which was next to the emergency room, there were so many people that were waiting in line at the emergency room, many of them on cots and different things in the lobby of this beautiful facility, waiting in the emergency room. And we know a lot of those people would be eligible for Medicaid expansion if only the state of Texas would do what it should do and expand Medicaid. But the way to do that is to provide some sort of incentive. And that's exactly what Mr. Green is trying to do here. So it's my hope that my Republican colleagues are probably not going to support this amendment, but I would certainly urge the Democrats to do so, because we need to make the point that Medicaid expansion is one way or this incentivizing is one way to make sure that the goal, I'd like to see 100% coverage in this country, but to add another 4 million people will certainly make a difference in adding more people who are insured and eliminating a lot of people now that are uninsured. So I would urge passage of the amendment, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if anybody wants my time. Mr. Green?
Thank the ranking member for yielding. For the next 2 years, these states, these entities, 19 of them, would have the opportunity to say, we know that we could cover more people, and they would be in the program, just like the 31 who did accept it. Now, there is an issue because this bill actually requires states now to do 6-month re-signing people on Medicaid. Now, in Texas, we already have 6 months. Congressman Barton and I have legislation to try and change that to a year, but this bill does a 6-month renewal. But it would give these states who didn't do it to realize those folks could be covered. The poorest of the poor, the children, the disabled, and even veterans, because we have veterans in the Houston area too who could get that coverage from the Medicaid expansion. And I thank my colleague.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will recognize himself for 5 minutes. Strike the last word. I was going to make the same point, Mr. Green, that you just did, that the states that did not expand still have the ability, the right to do that, just as Michigan expanded their Medicaid number by passing through legislation through the State House, State Senate, signed by the governor, and Michigan is now one of those 31 states. So the states that did not take advantage of that still have the ability to do it before January 1st, 2020, is my understanding. Is that not correct?
Mr. Chairman, if you yield.
Yield, sure.
I think we need to actually allow those.
But could not Texas, as a state that didn't expand, still pass a bill? I mean.
Well, my goal with this is that I want our legislature and the governor to know the door is closing, And for the
Well-
next 3 years, we could do the expansion, and then we would fit in with everyone else.
I think the governor knew that the door was closing, down to 90% anyway. It's not something new. They still have the ability to do that, though, let's face it, they're not probably likely to do that under the current.
Well, I don't think any state, if you continue to yield, I don't think any state likes to leave money on the table.
Well-
I don't want Texas to leave money on the table.
Well, but that in fact is what's happening, and knowing that in fact they could pursue the same course that Michigan did. But what we've done in this bill, I think, has been a careful balance. We've provided a transition period to allow not only insurance companies to take into account those that may be no longer eligible under the 138% formula number. We're able to hold harmless those folks that are on there until they're off for whatever reason, whether they get a job, whether they move to a different state, they're held harmless. And we reward the states like Texas and Florida and the other states that did not choose to expand by not allowing the dish cuts that otherwise were going to come into play, which provides some balance, some equity in that. And therefore, because we think that it is the right balance, my sense is that the majority on this side of the aisle would oppose that provision. But appreciate your interest. Let me yield to my friend from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So of course, what the Green Amendment is addressing is this phase out of the Medicaid expansion in 2020. Right now, the Medicaid expansion covers 11 million people in 32 states and the District of Columbia. So when you phase it out, what this repeal bill is going to do is it's going to break that commitment to our states. You might want to reset the clock.
No, it's still my time.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
You asked me to yield to you.
No, I asked to strike the last.
Oh, no, it's still my
sorry.
time. Okay. All right. I'll take back my time that I yielded to you. Are there other members on my side that would like to speak? With that, I'll yield back the balance of my time and to strike the last word of the gentlelady from Colorado. 5 minutes.
Sorry about that. It's been a long day. I won't, however, repeat what I just said. Let me just say that my state of Colorado is a good example. In my state of Colorado, people who are in the Medicaid program will be in very bad shape if the repeal bill becomes law, because we expanded Medicaid in 2014. We were one of the original states to do it. And since then, nearly 588,000 Coloradoans have enrolled. So therefore, after 2020, hundreds of thousands of people will not have Medicaid unless Colorado somehow comes up with the money. What this bill also does is it shifts $253 billion onto states under the provisions that got the expansion alone. And so to continue covering the expansion population, states are going to have to pay 3 to 5 times more than they do under the Affordable Care Act. In Colorado, our federal payment rate will drop by 40% for the expansion population. Federal payments will be slashed to a similar extent in California, New York, New Jersey, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Washington, and other states. And these are draconian cuts that our states simply can't handle. That's why our governors are pleading with Congress to keep the commitments on the expansion. For example, on January 24th, the National Governors Association wrote, quote, "In considering changes to Medicaid financing, it is critical that Congress continue to maintain a meaningful federal role in this partnership and does not shift costs onto states." Now, if we got the Medicaid expansion, this also places an extreme burden on our hospitals, especially those in rural areas that are already hanging on by a thread. And this is one of many reasons why groups like the American Hospital Association and virtually all of the major hospital groups have come out in opposition to this bill. So, Republicans in the Senate are already figuring this out. My Senator, Cory Gardner, Republican of Colorado, joined Senators Portman and Capito and Murkowski in a letter to Republican leadership opposing this approach. They said, and I quote, "The draft proposal from the House does not meet the test of stability for individuals currently enrolled in the program." Senator Gardner knows that Colorado is not going to be able to make up this difference. I want to talk about one more issue that Dr. Burgess talked about, and that's this dish issue, because this is all, the dish is not going to fix this. What this manager's amendment says, for the non-expansion states, then they will get their dish restored. Well, that's all well and good. But, and also in section 115 of the manager's amendment, it also gives safety net funding. So it rewards those states that didn't take the Medicaid expansion, but then for the states that did take the Medicaid expansion, 39 of them, what it says is that the dish restoration will have a 2-year delay. So you're actually punishing states that have taken the Medicaid expansion, and that's not going to be acceptable either. I'll yield to the vice-ranking member of the committee, Ms. Castor, the balance of my time.
Well, I want to thank Ms. DeGette and just point out two things. The goal really is coverage for the families across America, coverage. And when you don't expand Medicaid in some states, you're really missing out. And then to build on go back to a very inefficient system where you're always going to have some safety net funding, and disproportionate share is kind of a wobbly formula. But that doesn't serve us. That's a very expensive, inefficient system. What you want, the goal for everyone across the country, is to have coverage. And that's what a lot of the discussion has been about in our committee, because of what's happening in the individual market doesn't serve our families. The goal is coverage, not access. It's very expensive to provide health care to our folks who show up into the emergency room. Those costs are shifted back onto people's employer-based health insurance. So you think you might not be paying, but actually you're picking up a larger cost. I yield back my time.
And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair would recognize, can I recognize Mr. Lance first to strike the last word for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. When the legislation went before the Supreme Court, as everyone on the committee knows, it was not declared constitutional under the Commerce Clause. And there was the thought by the administration, and certainly by the Solicitor General, that it was constitutional based upon the Commerce Clause. Obviously, this is the Commerce Committee. In the alternative, the Solicitor General argued that it was constitutional under the Tax Clause, and that is why the law stood. But at the same time, the Supreme Court said, as the committee knows, that the forced expansion of Medicaid was unconstitutional. I thought at the time, when the Supreme Court ruled, that that was an internal tension and dichotomy that somehow eventually would result in this very fine discussion we're having today. I bet a friend of mine that it was going to be declared unconstitutional under the Commerce Clause and that we would have to rewrite the law. I was wrong. The Solicitor General argued in a subsidiary argument that it was a tax. President Obama repeatedly said it was not a tax. That is the only way it was declared constitutional, and as you know, in a 5-4 vote. It seems to me that it is unrealistic to think that those states that did not expand Medicaid would be willing ultimately to permit the rest of us, including New Jersey, which expanded right away, and I think it was the right decision, and I'm proud of New Jersey, and I wish every state had done it, but it's unrealistic in my political judgment to think that those states that did not expand would ultimately permit a 90% match. And I think that's unfortunate, and I wish that every state had expanded, including the great states of Texas and Florida and North Carolina and the others. But the Supreme Court, in an anomalous decision, ruled it as constitutional based upon a taxation clause, but then ruled several paragraphs later that the forced expansion was unconstitutional. That is a dichotomy and a tension that results in what we're trying to do today, and we're obviously trying to be fair to both classification of states. In a perfect world, I would prefer to see continued 90% payment to those states that expanded, including New Jersey, with a Republican governor and a Democratic legislature. These are now matters being discussed in the Senate by Senator Gardner and others. But I believed as an attorney then, and I believe now, that this tension exists based upon what I consider is an inconsistent decision by the Supreme Court, not ruling it constitutional under the Commerce Clause, and yet saying that states are not forced to expand based upon federalism arguments in the 10th Amendment. Thank you. And
Would the gentleman yield?
yes, of course I would yield.
I just want to make the point that as all of us look at this issue, and there was a report today, I want to say it was in roll call this morning, that there are a number of Republicans obviously on my side of the aisle that think that, in fact, the provision in the underlying bill is too generous, and they're looking to scale it back rather dramatically. And that's why a number of us like the balance that's there, not only a period of transition, grandfathering those folks that are on until they're naturally off, and providing some assistance to states that, in fact, did not move forward on expanding Medicaid.
Reclaiming my time, I am not one of those Republicans, and I do not think this is too generous.
No, I know that. But I'm saying that there are a number of folks that would like to whittle this further down, and we may have that vote at some point, maybe on this committee, maybe on the House floor, maybe in, wherever. So I yield back to...
I do, and I yield to Mrs. Eshoo.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey, and I thank him for his remarks that we just all paid very close attention to, intelligent remarks. I just want to say one thing about the underlying bill, to actually penalize a state that has expanded.
All right, everyone. Looks like Fox National has taken us away from that healthcare debate. They're keeping us at Capitol Hill, but we are waiting for the House Democrats and the House Republicans to hold their weekly media availability. So we'll be hearing from both Nancy Pelosi and Paul Ryan momentarily. Again, we are waiting for the Paul Ryan press conference as well as the Nancy Pelosi press conference. Both the Speaker of the House and the House Minority Leader hold their weekly press availabilities on Thursday. It'll be interesting to hear from both the leader of the Republicans and the leader of the Democrats regarding health care and the Obamacare replacement plan, the American Health Care Act, a controversial bill that has even members within the Republican Party frustrated. Stay tuned for that right here on Fox News Now.
Good morning, good morning. Busy time, busy time. It's been 7 weeks since the president's inauguration. Since then, we still have not seen any jobs bill come forward from the president. No job proposal, no infrastructure plan, no movement on renegotiation of NAFTA. What we have seen is the Republicans' long-feared and job-killing health bill that means less coverage and more cost to American people. Pay less, pay more for less. Pay more for less. The Republican bill is one of the largest transfers. There are a few things you should know about this bill. The Republican bill is one of the largest transfers of wealth from working families to the richest people in our country. Robin Hood in reverse. The richest 400 families in America will get a $7 million tax break each year, to tune of $2.8 billion break every year. It's $600 billion moving from the middle working class families to the richest families in our country. That means those people plus others. Seniors will see the lifetime of a Medicare trust fund shortened by 3 years. They take $150 billion out of the trust fund, shortening the trust fund by 3 years. We had lengthened it in the Affordable Care Act. But that's in keeping with the Republicans' line on Medicare that it should wither on the vine. So they're shortening its solvency. And that's in keeping with also what they want to do in other legislation, the Ryan budget, to remove the guarantee from Medicare and have it just be a voucher and not a guarantee. Medicare, by definition, is a guarantee. So you are undermining that guarantee. And millions would lose access to essential Medicaid coverage, not only critical for poor children in our country, but for Americans with disabilities, for seniors with long-term care needs, and to fight against opioid and other addictions. Women lose access to comprehensive health coverage when the Republicans defund Planned Parenthood, stealing even more women's access to contraception and preventative care. Young people who are likely to face an interruption in coverage will suffer what the young people call a millennial penalty, Republican surcharge on enrolling after a break in coverage. So if you are a senior, if you are a person with disabilities, anyone affected by the opioid epidemic, a poor child, a woman, or a young person, the list goes on and on. You are grossly affected by this legislation. And that's why groups like groups that deal with diabetes, cancer, cystic fibrosis, HIV, AIDS, the list goes on and on. Easter seals are opposed to this legislation. Republicans are racing this bill forward before the CBO can truly expose the consequences, the catastrophic consequences of their health bill. And this is in stark contrast to when we passed the bill. I see in the press people saying, well, they're criticizing you, you're criticizing them for what you did. No, that's not true. The facts are these. We had scores of hearings, open hearings, bipartisan hearings, in the three committees of jurisdiction, Ways and Means, Energy and Commerce, and Education and Labor, hours of public markup, dozens of Republican amendments accepted. We never had a markup or a floor vote without a CBO score to show what was happening, what the impact of the bill would be. Now, it was interesting because, as I've said to some of you yesterday, Speaker Ryan, then as ranking member of the Committee on the Budget, signed a letter to Doug Elmendorf, along with the other committees, ranking members of Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, and Education and Labor, asking for, saying that we shouldn't proceed until we had a CBO report, which we fully intended to wait for. We had already asked for it and had our markup scheduled well into the future of receiving that. So in his letter, the speaker says that he references that the House Speaker, that would be me, has indicated legislation will be marked up before the committees of jurisdiction and debated on the House floor the beginning of August. This is a letter in June. We had already requested the CBO report. But he says we want to, before the House Democrats go forward, we want to know the consequences, including the number of people who would lose access to their current insurance, the number of jobs lost due to business taxes, the number of uninsured people who would obtain coverage, and the extent of the cannibalization of employer coverage due to Medicaid expansion. And then it goes on and on. You have this letter, so you can read the rest of it. But the fact is, he was asking for, appropriately, for things that we had asked for, too, from the CBO. And now, as Speaker of the House, he's saying, what do we need the CBO report for? We can just go mark it up. And did I say, when we did ours, we had our bill was out there about 30 days before we ever even voted on it. So this is something that they put out in the dark of night on Monday, go overnight. They don't want the American people to see the facts. They're always afraid of the facts. It's just a remarkable thing. They're afraid of the facts of the president's tax returns. And we will continue to ask for those tax returns because we want to know about the Russian connection. What do the Russians have on Donald Trump politically, financially, and personally? What is that connection? What would the tax returns tell us about that? And we need a bipartisan, an independent, nonpartisan, outside investigation to get to the bottom of that. On Monday, the president again put forth his executive order seeking to reinstate the Muslim ban and refugee ban. The Trump administration's insidious, I call it, repackaging has done nothing to change the immoral, unconstitutional, and dangerous goals of the ban. This is the same ban with the same purpose, driven by the same dangerous discrimination that weakens our ability to fight terror. The president's conduct over the weekend emphasizes how little regard he has for reality, the contempt he has for evidence and facts. I am deeply concerned about their willingness, in fact, almost bragging about separating parents from children, mothers from children at the border. I'm going to go to the border again, revisit the border again over the weekend to see firsthand, because they said, oh, you can't believe what you read in the paper. We know how to take care of kids. We can put them in foster homes. That's the attitude of this administration, separating children from their parents. Something's wrong with that. But protecting the American people, which is what we all take an oath to do, and what the president says is his reason for separating mothers and children, requires us to be strong and smart, not reckless, rash, and cruel. So again, on three fronts, of course, the Affordable Care Act and all that it means to families is very important. The United Methodist Church, in their statement, said people will die because of efforts like this to roll back health care. AARP, the American Medical Association, the Hospital Association, nurses and physicians, patients, insurers, and consumer groups all oppose the GOP bill. The more we learn about the proposal, of course, the more we see it as a plan that will make Americans pay more for less. Any questions? Anyone? Yes, sir.
On Sunday's Meet the Press, President Obama's director of national intelligence, James Clapper, said that for the agencies he oversaw, CIA, FBI, and NSA, to his knowledge, there was no evidence of collusion between members of the Trump campaign and the Russians. Do you agree with Clapper?
Well, it's not. He's talking about to his knowledge. We haven't had the investigation that we need to have, and that's what we're saying is follow the facts. Follow the facts. I also heard him say that he didn't think that there was any reason to believe that the President Obama, was tapping Donald Trump. But what we're saying is follow the facts. We think there's plenty of evidence that shows for sure that the Russians were disruptive of our election. Follow the facts to the personal, political, and financial connection to Russia. Yes, excuse me, allergy.
So I know you're one of the big eight when it comes to intelligence matters here. Would you advocate, having seen some of this classified material in the Russian probe, if possible, the publication, the declassification of some of this material that has been put out to the big eight, which I guess is going down the pipe to some of the other, the rest of the committees in the coming days here? If there's something where they can protect the sources and methods, is that something that people should see to look at what he puts out there?
Well, what I've said is we have to have an investigation. I myself have always fought for more members of Congress having access to more intelligence, because members of Congress have to make decisions. They have to take votes. They have to establish budgets as to what our needs are, and so they need intelligence. They need information. So it is a... Right now, I think that many more members of the committee should be receiving that information. I don't know that there's a plan to do so.
So, to be clear, you're not sure there's a plan to declassify some...
Well, it's not a question of declassify. Even make it known to members of the Intelligence Committee, much less to members of Congress. They're reluctant to make it known to members of Congress because that's a large number, 535 people. They certainly should be making it known to the members of the Intelligence Committee who have to make decisions as representatives of those other members on the Intelligence Committee. But this is something I've been arguing for over 20 years in the Intelligence Committee. And the intelligence community is reluctant to to share as much information. But I always say to the administration, you are the custodian of that intelligence, but you are the custodian, but we are responsible for decisions. We should see that information as well. Yes, sir.
President Trump had some conservative leaders from conservative groups down in the White House last night, and according to a number of media reports, he said something along the lines of, well, if this bill doesn't work out or if this bill fails, then we'll just let Obamacare fail and blame it on Democrats such as yourself. Do you have a response?
Well, you know, it's indicative of the fact that the president really doesn't know what he's talking about when he talks about the Affordable Care Act. The goals of the Affordable Care Act were threefold: to reduce cost, to expand benefits, and to enlarge access to insurance and affordable care for all Americans. It was predicated on the idea that health care is a right for all, not just a privilege for the privileged few. And so when he talks about that, he fails to understand that not only do 20,400,000 more people have access to health care, that the rate of uninsured has been drastically reduced, practically cut in half, but apart from that, the 155 million people who have access through the workplace, probably everybody here, who have access through their workplace, have had expanded benefits, whether it's no discrimination on the basis of a pre-existing condition, no lifetime limits. Your child can be on your policy till 26 years old, no longer being a woman is a pre-existing medical condition, all that. Now, he says he wants to keep that, but you can't keep that unless you have a big pool of insurers, because the cost will be astronomical. That's why we didn't have that before the Affordable Care Act. People would never be able to afford it. It would be prohibitive. So the fact is, I know that the Republicans really don't care that much about the 20 million people who have been added to the rolls, because you can see with what they're doing to Medicaid that they want to completely undermine that. But they should care about the 155 million people who had health insurance, for whom the rate of increase in cost is drastically reduced. In the 50 years or more that they've been measuring the rate of increase in medical cost, it has been the slowest rate of increase. The slowest rate of increase, and the increase that is there is largely due to the cost of pharmaceutical drugs. So when he says that, it's like, well, what are you talking about? Now, are there some places that we as the House of Representatives, we had some ideas that we would have liked to have prevailed with dealing with the Senate on this bill. There's some things that we think we could do for the individual market and the rest. We'd like to work with him on that if he has the interest of the American people at heart. But he's talking politically there, and this isn't about politics. If there's anything that's personal in public policy, it's health care. And the American people know that their members are hearing from them on this score. And what people are telling them is, I wouldn't be alive today without the Affordable Care Act. They're hearing that Affordable Care Act saved my life. People wearing buttons to that effect. Many of them living in very red states and very red areas that voted for Donald Trump, of people who have benefited from the Affordable Care Act. So ironically, I don't know if ironically is even the word, sadly, the people who will lose care because of if the Republican plan were to prevail, which I doubt it will, are people who voted for Donald Trump, many of them. And you know where the benefits are going to go for all that $600 billion? Largely blue states. You know where some of the benefits will be lost? Largely in red areas. It's a very sad transfer of wealth. But it's an ideological thing with the Republicans, and I don't think the president really knows what he's talking about. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes. What is the predicate of that question? I was. Oh, has gotten. Okay.
Adam Schiff and Devin Nunes were concerned that they didn't get the information on General Flynn up until perhaps last January or mid-January. And that being said, are you concerned that the former president opened up or rather changed an executive order that opened up information channels between the intelligence agencies so they could share the information amongst each other, which kind of let a lot of that intelligence information flow that could make leaks easier?
No. No. I mean, I think that we all don't want everybody in pipelines, so we're not having the benefit of information or intelligence to keep the American people safe. But I don't think that has anything to do with leaks. No. Yes, sir.
Back to Obamacare. We know you don't like the replacement bill, essential elements of it, but
Yes.
you have said that you're open to fixing
Of course.
parts of Obamacare that have been.
Well, as I say, I had some things I would like to have prevailed over the Senate in the bill.
Are there
Public
any
option?
provisions in their replacement bill, any tiny sliver of language that you think is a legitimate fix to Obamacare?
No.
That might be nothing?
No. No, because it is not, its purpose is, let's go back to our three goals. It doesn't lower cost, it doesn't improve benefits, and it doesn't expand access. And that's the purpose of the bill. So if you want to say, if I'm an executive at an insurance company and I get a bigger tax deduction for my bonus, that's a good thing, how could they even put such a thing in a bill? Doesn't that tell you something about them, that they would have a bill that's supposed to be expanding access? The president, what did he say? What did he say? He said, insurance, he said, President Trump promised insurance for everybody. Now his OMB director maybe accidentally told the truth, I don't know, that insurance is not really the end goal. So what is their goal? And why don't we predicate it on the facts? I speak with the speaker from time to time about how important it is to have evidence-based decision-making here. And this is so contrary. They want a fact-free area in which to make decisions. So no, do you have any suggestion? I mean, maybe there's something in there that I missed. Was it about the tanning salons, or what was that about? About putting a per capita standard on Medicaid, whether it's stopping the expansion of Medicaid. Now they're talking about even making it worse. I don't know if you've seen that this morning, worse than what's in the bill. So if you have something in particular that you think is a good idea, test me.
Well, you said you don't think it's going to pass in any event, so then what happens next?
Well, we will proceed with, hopefully people will. See, what happened with the Affordable Care Act is so many people have taken advantage of it, but other people may have been deterred because of the negative misrepresentations that the Republicans put out about it. But whatever you think of that, it's for certain that many more people would be insured if the states had expanded Medicaid, which was an important part of the Affordable Care Act. So a few million more people would have been covered in those states where they don't have it. And so these governors, or not only the governors, because, for example, in Virginia, the governor is for expanding the expansion of Medicaid, but not his legislature. So when the legislature or the governor or whatever has not agreed to expand Medicaid, they're saying to the people in their states, we don't care whether you have health insurance or not. And by the way, this is very detrimental to employment and job opportunity and economic growth, because if you don't have access to care, who's going to go open a factory in your area? You know, a lot of this is connected to quality of life. And so, again, if you know of something that is an improvement, if you want to mention it, I'm happy to respond to it. But so far, I haven't seen anything. And what I heard this morning in the press, but as the administration says to me, the Trump administration, don't believe everything you see in the press. I said, I don't, especially when it comes to me. But in any event, what they said about that, I said, I don't. I'm just talking about the facts. And the facts are very damaging. It's really a cruel bill that the Republicans have put forth. And it will increase the number of uninsured in our country. What we all should be doing is working together to say, what can we do to improve, for example, the individual market? Can we do on the high-risk corridors, which are all part of the bill, but the Republicans would not allow us to implement. They stood in the way of the implementation. That should not have happened. But it did, and now we make the fight. But we have to preserve what we have, be open to suggestions. We're a humble lot. We're open to suggestions. Somebody has a better idea on how to save more money, give more better benefits, or increase the access. Let's share that. Yes, ma'am. I think this is the last one.
To drill down on Mulvaney's point, he said insurance isn't really the goal, that it's more an issue of lowering costs, and that while there might be more people on ACA, the costs are greater for them, making healthcare accessible. Can you speak to that argument?
What do you mean the costs are greater for them now that they have insurance?
What he says is, while there might be more people insured,
Yeah.
people who are insured under ACA have such high deductibles, for example, that they can't access.
But did they have insurance before?
Well, no, but his point.
But if you didn't have it before, you're going to have to pay for what you're going to get. So, and in many cases, they have a subsidy, and we'd like to increase the subsidies. If you'd like to join us in increasing the subsidies, we'd be happy to do that. But the fact is that if there were no reason to do the Affordable Care Act, if there were no reason, if everyone, as you may suggest, that he may suggest, he who was for shutting down government and voted against opening up government, he who thinks that Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid should all be subjected to reduction, that's who you're talking about. But let's just get back to the Affordable Care Act. If there were no other reason to do the Affordable Care Act, if everyone loved his or her provider or his or her insurer, the one compelling reason that was demanded that it happen was cost. The costs were unsustainable, and they were increasing. They were increasing to an individual, to families, to small businesses, to corporate America, which was footing a large part of the bill because many people get their coverage through their employer. And it was certainly unsustainable to local, state, and the federal government's budget. So the costs were going like that astronomically. And you weren't getting, if you had pre-existing conditions, bye-bye baby. And that would be about 123 million people in our country. And so if some of the costs are going up, but you are now protected from discrimination in terms of a pre-existing condition, if you are no longer subjected to lifetime caps, then while you may be investing more, your upside, your downside, your exposure is greatly reduced. So you can't just compare what's happening now to any increases that may be happening now because of one thing or another. What you have to compare it to is, where would we be without the Affordable Care Act? We would be in a world where the cost would be through the roof, that there would be no even dream of having a pre-existing condition discrimination removed. There would be lifetime caps, and again, unsustainable to our federal budget, corporate, small business, individual families across the board. So this was transformative. The only thing is we were so busy fighting the fight that they got out there and misrepresented what this was all about because they don't believe in governance. They don't believe in Medicare. It should wither on the vine. They want to block grant Medicaid, put it in a box, tie it in a ribbon, throw it out the window. So if you don't believe in that responsibility to the American people, then you can understand the course that they are on. So this is an important fight for us to have. It gives us an opportunity to sing the praises of the Affordable Care Act, but better than that, to hear the stories of the American people. Families that the stories are so compelling. They are more eloquent than any policy statement anybody can make. And that is what the Republicans do not want to hear. The truth, the facts. That's why they don't want to have town meetings. That's why they don't want to hear what the CBO score will tell them in terms of how many people will lose, coverage. And that's really what this is about. Not just health care, but the good health of the American people. An initiative about prevention. They want to cut the prevention fund. Prevention is one of the best investments we can make. It keeps people healthier, keeps costs down because people are healthier. So this is really not a discussion of what kind of bill do you want. This is a question of, is there a public role, a public responsibility in terms of public-private initiatives? What we put forth is a market economy solution. Buy it in the public market, in the private market. It's a market, free market solution. Romney Care in Massachusetts, Heritage Foundation with the individual mandate and the rest of that. So this is something that they should support, except they don't support a public role. And that's really unfortunate because we have a responsibility to meet the needs of the American people in the most cost-effective way that gives them the most advantage to reach their aspirations. And by the way, save money in the meantime. And honor the vision of our founders. Life, a healthier life, liberty, the freedom to pursue their happiness, not job-locked because of an insurance policy, not job-locked because they can't pursue another line of work because they have to hold down a different job rather than pursuing their own aspiration. So it's about entrepreneurship, it's about individual aspirations, it's about creativity, it's about prevention, it's about wellness, it's about many things. And like any bill that has ever passed the Congress, it's not perfect. We can find ways working together to improve it, and you always learn more in implementation on what those improvements can be. Thank you all very much. The Giants? Oh, we're getting ready. We're getting ready. We're watching the Warriors now.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
All right, everyone, that was Nancy Pelosi holding her weekly press conference. Paul Ryan will be holding his in just a few minutes. We'll carry that live for you here on News Now. Paul Ryan, Speaker of the House, holding his weekly press conference in just a few minutes. And while we wait for that Paul Ryan press conference to begin, I'm going to go ahead and play the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing in the corner of your screen.
The real value of the intelligence that was gathered. I think there has been some mixed signals about the value of the intelligence that was gathered. I want to talk to you today. I've spent an awful lot of time working on contracting and contingencies. And I remember my very first trip to Iraq included a stop in Kuwait to look at contracting. And I had an encounter with a general there that I will never forget. I will always admire him for being so honest with me, because I was pointing out all of these massive problems with contracting, especially Log Cap 1, Log Cap 2, and all of those associated contracts. And he looked at me and he said, Senator, I wanted 3 kinds of ice cream in the mess yesterday, and I don't care how much it cost. Now, while I admired him for his honesty.
Yeah, and actually we're going to cut out of this because Trump is meeting with some CEOs at the White House. This is tape playback. It should be starting momentarily. Tape playback. Trump meeting with CEOs at the White House. Again, this is tape playback. So what happens is the whole meeting is taped, and then the tape is fed back to us. And we're going to show you the feed live as it's fed back to us. So right now the tape is on pause, and it should be starting momentarily. So any minute now, we should be watching this listening session with President Trump and some CEOs. I believe CEOs of banks is what I'm told. You're watching political coverage here on Fox 10 News Now. All right, everyone, we just got a 2-minute warning that this video would start playing within 2 minutes, so stand by. There it is.
Hey, how are you? Very good. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, very much. Good morning, and greatly appreciate you being here. We have some real experts with us, and we have some great bankers with us. Today's discussion is crucial to my job's agenda and to the American people. Community banks play a vital role in helping create jobs by providing approximately half of all loans to small businesses, and that's been dwindling because the community banks have been in big trouble. Nearly half of all private sector workers are employed by small businesses. We must ensure access to capital for small businesses and for small businesses to grow. Community banks, the backbone of small business in America. We are going to preserve our community banks. You probably noticed I signed an executive order on regulation on February 3rd, I believe it was. And that's a big executive order, a very powerful executive order. It's taking a lot of the regulation away. You'll be able to loan, you'll be able to be safe, but you'll be able to provide the jobs that we want and also create great businesses. So it's an honor to have you with us today, and perhaps we could go around the room, and we'll start with Dorothy and say who you are and who you represent. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Dorothy Savarese. I'm from Cape Cod 5 Mutual Company on Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
And I'm Leslie Anderson, and I'm with the Bank of Bennington in Bennington, Nebraska.
Tim Zimmerman, Standard Bank, suburbs of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Great.
Rebecca Romero-Rainey from Sentinel Bank in beautiful Taos, New Mexico.
Very good.
I'm Luann Cundiff of First State Bank of St. Charles.
Scott Highfield, Wrangler, Texas, Corpus Christi, Texas.
Good. Hi, Scott.
Lorraine Stewart from the other way, Seattle.
Jeff Zabrowski from Chesapeake Bank from Kilmarnock, Virginia.
Good, thank you.
And I'm Ken Burgess with First Capital Bank of Texas in Midland, Texas.
Great. Good, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Document dump from WikiLeaks. Any thoughts? Thank you.
And that was it. That was the tape playback that was sent to us from Fox National. Trump meeting with CEOs of small and community banks. That's all we got. So let's take you back now to the Senate Armed Services Committee. Well, no, never mind. We have more. Stand by.
Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Please sit down.
After you, sir.
Let me do it. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, my goodness, Mr. President, you'll do anything for your country.
I will. Okay. How are you?
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, very much. Good morning, and greatly appreciate you being here. We have some real experts with us, and we have some great bankers with us. Today's discussion is crucial to my job's agenda and to the American people. Community banks play a vital role in helping create jobs by providing approximately half of all loans to small businesses, and that's been dwindling because the community banks have been in big trouble. Nearly half of all private sector workers are employed by small businesses. We must ensure access to capital for small businesses and for small businesses to grow. Community banks, the backbone of small business in America. We are going to preserve our community banks. You probably noticed I signed an executive order on regulation on February 3rd, I believe it was. And that's a big executive order, a very powerful executive order. It's taking a lot of the regulation away. You'll be able to loan, you'll be able to be safe, but you'll be able to provide the jobs that we want and also create great businesses. So it's an honor to have you with us today, and perhaps we could go around the room, and we'll start with Dorothy and say who you are and who you represent. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Dorothy Savarese. I'm from Cape Cod 5 Mutual Company on Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
And I'm Leslie Anderson, and I'm with the Bank of Bennington in Bennington, Nebraska.
Tim Zimmerman, Standard Bank, suburbs of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Great.
Rebecca Romero-Rainey from Sentinel Bank in beautiful Taos, New Mexico.
Very good.
I'm Luann Cundiff with First State Bank of St. Charles.
This is Scott Highfield, Value Texas, Corpus Christi, Texas.
Good. Hi, Scott.
Lori Stewart from the other western place, Seattle.
Jeff Sabrowski from Chesapeake Bank from Kilmarnock, Virginia.
Good, thank you.
And I'm Ken Burgess with First Capital Bank of Texas in Midland, Texas.
Great. Good, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Document dump from WikiLeaks. Any thoughts? Thank you, Mr. President.
And that looks like the end of that replay of the feed, Trump's White House meeting with CEOs of small and community banks. We are going to take you to the Senate Armed Services Committee once again.
They are, Senator.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in the eyes of the Turks, the YPG Kurds are not much better, if any better, than the PKK?
Senator, that is the view of the Turks.
Is it fair to say that the YPG Kurds have a sort of a communist Marxist view of governing? That's what their manifesto says, anyway.
Senator, I think it's fair to say that there is some affinity back towards that.
So is it fair to say that we've got to be careful about overutilizing the YPG Kurds? Not only will it create problems for Turkey, other Kurds in the region don't buy into their agenda also.
I think it is important, and that is why, as we look to a place like Raqqa, we are attempting to do that with the majority Arab forces.
Is it fair to say that how we take Raqqa can determine the outcome of Geneva in terms of a political settlement?
I think it's certainly a key operation that will support that.
Is it fair to say that the balance of power on the ground in terms of Assad's regime, and he's in a good spot?
He is in a better position than he was a year ago.
That the opposition has basically melted away because Russia, Iran, and Assad have gone after them full-throated.
The support that's been provided by Russia and Iran have certainly enabled the regime.
Is it fair to say that most Syrians want two things, to get rid of ISIL, but also to get rid of Assad because he slaughtered their families?
The Syrians that I've talked to, I think would agree with that.
Is it fair to say it's in our national security interest for Damascus not to be handed over to Assad, a proxy for Iran, in any final settlement, that you cannot have Iran dominating Damascus?
Senator, I think that's certainly a decision for our political leadership to make, but it's certainly, I think there is a strong census that way.
Final thought. How we take Raqqa will determine if we can get a political settlement in Geneva. If we don't change the balance of military power on the ground, go outside of this Kurdish construct, reassure the Arabs that we're a better partner than we've been in the past, we're going to give Damascus to the Iranians. If we'll help those Syrian Arabs who want to fight and take their country back from Assad and his brutal dictatorship, I think we can change the balance of power on the ground and get a better deal in Geneva. So if the Trump administration is listening, how you take Raqqa will determine how successful we are in neutralizing Iranian influence and Russian influence. Mr. Chairman, you've been terrific on this issue. I want to thank you for your leadership.
I thank you. I thank you, generals, for your appearance here this morning. It's been very helpful to the committee and to the United States Senate. I know it's not your favorite pastime, but I think it's very important that we hear directly from you. We thank you for your leadership, and we do want you to be assured that we'll do everything we can to support you as we go through what is a very complicated and difficult challenge. Senator Reid?
I simply want to thank you, gentlemen, for your service and for your testimony today, and please relay our thanks to the men and women who serve so well with you. Thank you very much.
Hearing is adjourned.
All right, everyone, we are going to take you back now to Capitol Hill because we are waiting for Paul Ryan to hold his weekly press conference. I know many of you guys waiting for the Speaker of the House to speak. We'll carry that live for you here on News Now. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are awaiting Representative Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House, holding his weekly press conference. It's safe to assume that many of the questions from the press will probably be about health care, repealing and replacing Obamacare, the House bill, the American Health Care Act, some members of the Republican Party calling it Obamacare Light, some Republicans not too happy with it, despite it coming from Republicans within the House. We'll be hearing from Paul Ryan in just a few minutes.
Heads up. 2 heads up. All right, we're going to do something different today. Okay? Well, that's what I do when I do town hall meetings. Good morning, everybody. I've got a few things I'd like to say. First of all, I would like to walk you through exactly what the American Health Care Act is. I want to walk you through exactly what this health care law is and what we're replacing, and how important it is to repeal and replace Obamacare, not just because the law is collapsing, but because the law is going to get even worse if we do nothing. Let me show you what our problem is and what we're trying to do. We are going to repeal and replace Obamacare, and we're going to do it with a 3-pronged approach. Number 1 is what we're talking about right now. This is what the Ways and Means Committee marked up this morning, what the Commerce Committee is in the middle of right now. That's called reconciliation. That's the American Health Care Act. There are only so many things you can do in that bill because of the Senate floor rules reconciliation. You can't put everything you want in that legislation, because if you did, it would be filibustered and you couldn't even bring it up for a vote in the Senate. Number 2, administrative action. This law, Obamacare, has 1,442 sections or instances that gives the Secretary of HHS enormous amounts of discretion to administer health care. Meaning, I don't think Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, and Harry Reid, when they crammed this bill through, ever thought Donald Trump would be president and Tom Price would be the Secretary of HHS. So, number 2 in our 3-pronged approach, administrative action, where the Health and Human Services Secretary deregulates the marketplace and allows more choice and more competition to come into the marketplace. Number 3, and this is where I think there's a lot of confusion all over the map, additional legislation that we feel is important and necessary to give us a truly competitive healthcare marketplace. So think of things like interstate shopping. That's a reform that we long believed in, that we think is really important to get regulatory competition, to give people even more choices. Association health plans. Let a farmer buy her insurance through the National Farm Bureau plan, or a restaurateur buy his insurance for he and his employees through the National Restaurant Association plan on a nationwide basis. Let small businesses buy their insurance through the NFIB plan nationwide. We would love for that to be in this reconciliation bill, but the rules in the Senate don't allow that to happen. So we're going to move those bills independently. We're going to move those bills at the same time through our process and bring those to the vote. Unfortunately, they'll have to hit what we call the 60-vote threshold. So we have a three-pronged approach to repealing and replacing Obamacare. Let's get into why this needs to happen and why it needs to happen now. Options are disappearing fast. This law is in the middle of a collapse, and people are quickly losing their choices. In 2016, the amount of counties in America that had 3 or more insurers, 3 or more carriers to choose from, was about 2,000. In 2017, that number has plummeted. Insurers are leaving the marketplace, choice and competition is going away, and people are having less choices. How many insurers, how many counties in America that had just one insurer? A little over 200 just last year. So in America, about 200 counties had only one plan to choose from, one insurer. This year, in 2017, that number has skyrocketed to over 1,000 counties. Over 1 in 3 counties in America, you got one plan to choose from. These insurers probably never intended on being monopolists, but they are in these counties. There is no choice, no competition, one plan to choose from. It's a 454% increase in American counties of people who are stuck with one option. Now that Humana has said that they're going to pull out of the marketplace next year, there are going to be counties that will have 0 options. So here is what is happening under a law that is collapsing. Premiums are going up and going up at a very, very fast clip. Options and choices are going down. So what we're seeing in America is people who have to go buy their own health insurance are getting far, far fewer choices, down to the point where they have one in 1 out of 3 counties in America, and the price they pay for that coverage is going up and up and up. Take a look at what's going on around the country. This just shows you a map of the premium increases just this year alone. Minnesota, 59% increase in their health insurance premiums. Pennsylvania, 53% increase in their health insurance premiums. Tennessee, 63% increase in their health insurance premiums this year alone, over 1 year. Alabama, 58%. Oklahoma, 69% increase in their health insurance premiums. Nebraska, 51% increase in their health insurance premiums. Arizona clocked in at a 116% increase in their health insurance premiums with Obamacare. Here's what's happening. Quote, Obamacare is in a death spiral. It is not getting any better, it's getting worse. That's the CEO of one of America's leading health insurance companies, Aetna, said this just a couple weeks ago. What is a death spiral? It's a weird term. It's kind of gruesome if you ask me. A death spiral is a system where in an insurance pool, only sicker people who absolutely have to have the insurance buy it, and healthier people who want the insurance won't pay those really high prices because it's too expensive, and they don't absolutely have to have it because they're healthy. So in any kind of a pool, typically you have a healthy person paying premiums to subsidize that sick person. But the way they just set up Obamacare, it's not working that way. So only the people who must have health insurance, the older and sicker person's buying it, it's cranking up the cost of the insurance so fast that the premiums are just spiraling out of control, and the insurers are losing so much money that they're just pulling out of the marketplace. That's called the death spiral. It is literally an actuarial or mathematical collapse of the insurance markets. That's what America is facing today. If we simply did nothing, just washed our hands of it, if we in the majority party said, you know what, the Democrats gave us Obamacare, let them live with it, the collateral damage in this country would be awful. More and more people would see even higher premium increases in 2018. More and more people would just see 0 choices. We can't do that. The goal of healthcare reform has always been one we all share. The goal of healthcare reform is people get access to affordable coverage. Our goal is use choice and competition, not government coercion and mandates. So here is what we propose. Here is the American Health Care Act, the bill that is moving through the committee process through regular order today, the bill that's going to take 3 weeks just to move through the House because we are following regular order. Lower costs, more choices, not less, patients in control, universal access to care. These are the 4 driving principles that we are focused on. Lowering the costs, giving people more choices, having patients in control, and universal access to care. Let me walk you through how exactly we propose to do this. These are long-standing conservative principles that those of us who've been working in healthcare for about 20 years have been fighting for, dreaming about, working toward. Now we have an opportunity to do that. How do we do this? First of all, you got to repeal this law. You've got to repeal the taxes in Obamacare. It's $1 trillion in taxes on Obamacare that make it harder to make medical devices, that make it harder to lower costs in health insurance, that drive up the cost of health care. The spending in Obamacare is getting out of control. It's a debt explosion. But more importantly, the way the system works is it's driving up the costs and the mandates. The mandates are arrogant and paternalistic. It is the government at the federal level telling people, this is what you have to buy. It's going to be really expensive. You must do it. If you don't like it, tough. That's what the government is saying to Americans today. So we get rid of the taxes, we get rid of the spending, we get rid of the mandates. The key thing that a lot of people want to know, when I do my listening sessions, when I talk to people with various disease advocacy groups, is they just want to know that when we pass this, the next day they're not going to lose their health insurance. That's not going to happen. We pass this law, and the day after, Americans who have insurance aren't going to lose it the day after. We need to have a stable transition to conservative health care reform, and that's what we're doing so that we do not pull the rug out from anybody who is enjoying some kind of coverage they have today. So we want to have a stable transition. And a few of the points that I think are really important to just bring peace in mind to Americans who are concerned about all that's going on here is we want to protect people with pre-existing conditions. We think that that's very important. That has actually been a cornerstone of Republican health care proposals all along. In 2009, I, along with Congressman Devin Nunes, Senator Tom Coburn, Richard Burr, offered the Patient's Choice Act. It was one of our alternatives to Obamacare. Again, like many other Republican alternatives, we had an answer for people with pre-existing conditions, and we have one here. All of our Republican health care alternatives have always agreed with the idea of letting young people stay in their parents' plans until they're 26. We can retain that. What our goal is to do is to provide universal access to quality, affordable health care. Here's another issue with Obamacare. Obamacare is not just the individual market that you think of the Obamacare subsidies. It was also a taking over of the Medicaid program. Here's the problem with Medicaid. Medicaid is a program that is Washington controlled, and it is done in such a way that it stops innovation and experimentation at the state level. It makes it harder for states to customize the Medicaid population and the Medicaid program to work for their particular states. And as a result, more and more doctors just don't take Medicaid. I mean, what good is your coverage if you can't get a doctor? And that is a huge growing problem with Medicaid. Medicaid is also growing at an unsustainable rate, so its ballooning costs are threatening the very viability of the program and our fiscal future. So what we propose is to modernize the Medicaid program. Modernize the Medicaid program along the lines that we as Republicans have been talking about for years. I think it was Ronald Reagan in like the 70s when he was governor who said the states should take over control of Medicaid. Every budget we have had as Republicans, when I was budget chair writing my roadmaps or the path to prosperity, every one of our Republican conservative budgets said, let's get Medicaid control back to the states. In an honor to the principle of federalism, give the states and the governors the freedom and the flexibility to customize the care for their low-income populations how they think needs to occur. Our problems in Wisconsin are a whole lot different than the problems they have in New York or in Nevada or in Utah or California. So we propose more efficient spending, bring the spending on Medicaid to something that is sustainable so it doesn't go bankrupt, and have a safety net for the most vulnerable. Give local control to our states and our governors so that they can craft and customize Medicaid to work for their populations. How do you protect people with pre-existing conditions? I think this is probably one of the most important issues of them all. Here is basically what happens today. Under the current system, we have costs driving up. On the current system, options are going away, as I just described. Choices are fleeting, prices are going up, and under the current system, the fatal conceit of Obamacare is that we're just going to make everybody buy our health insurance at the federal government level. Young and healthy people are going to go into the market and pay for the older, sicker people. So the young, healthy person is going to be made to buy health care, and they're going to pay for the person, who gets breast cancer in her 40s or who gets heart disease in his 50s. So take a look at this chart. The red slice here are what I would call people with pre-existing conditions, people who have real health care problems. The blue is the rest of the people in the individual market. That's the market where people don't get health insurance at their jobs, where they buy it themselves. The whole idea of Obamacare is the people on the blue side pay for the people on the red side. The people who are healthy pay for the people who are sick. It's not working, and that's why it's in a death spiral. Here's how we propose to tackle this problem. We want to have a system where we encourage states with federal funding to set up risk pools and reinsurance mechanisms. So, for example, in Wisconsin, we had a great risk pool that actually worked so that people with real high health care costs and diseases and pre-existing conditions could still get affordable health care. Well, Obamacare repealed that. They had a great risk pool reinsurance system in Utah, a good one in Washington State. All those are gone under Obamacare. Here's how they work, and here's how our system would work. We would directly support the people with pre-existing conditions. Let me give you a sense of this. 1% of the people in these markets drive 23% of the costs. 1% of the people in the individual health insurance market drive 23% of the costs. So a reinsurance program is to cover more than just the 1%, to cover the people who have high health care costs. So by having state innovation funds to go to the states to set up these reinsurance programs, we would directly subsidize the people who have pre-existing conditions. Direct support for the people with pre-existing conditions so that everybody else has cheaper health insurance. What you do when you do this is the individual market, the people who don't have pre-existing conditions, they have much more stable prices. Let me give you an example. Take a small business that has 40 employees. Let's say that 4 people in that business get cancer. Well, under that business has to pay for all those cancer patients, all those cancer treatments. So the other 36 people in that 40-person pool get hit with much, much higher premiums to pay for the 4 that got cancer. That's how insurance works today. And that is one of the reasons why this thing is going bankrupt. Here's our solution. Let's make sure we just cover the people who have pre-existing conditions. Make sure that reinsurance or risk pools kick in for those 4 people in that small business that get cancer, subsidize that coverage, and what you do by doing that is you dramatically lower and stabilize the price of insurance for everybody else. So those other 36 people in that small business have predictable prices, lower prices. That brings you more choice, more competition, and lower prices for the vast, vast majority of Americans who are not in the pre-existing condition category. So directly subsidize them through state-based risk and reinsurance pool programs that we would finance with support from the federal government to attack this problem and let health insurance stabilize, go down in price. Here's another thing that we think is extremely important. One of the problems we have is we don't really have a consumer dynamic in healthcare. People don't always care what things cost or how good care is going to be because they don't get that information. We actually immunize or block the ability for people to actually see what things cost in healthcare or to act like a consumer. Let me give you an example. Jana and I have 3 kids. They're 33 months apart. We call them Irish triplets. Our 3 kids had 3 tonsillectomies over the course of 3 years in Janesville, Wisconsin, from the same ENT at the same hospital. At each one of these times, I tried to find out, what's this tonsillectomy going to cost? Never could I get that answer to that question. I only found out what it costs months after those procedures when I got various bills from the ENT, the ear, nose, and throat doctor, from the anesthesiologist, from the hospital. And the variation of price between those 3 procedures from the same doctor in the same hospital within 3 years was huge. One of them, the recovery bill, the recovery for my son, He sat in a lazy boy, ate Jell-O, watched SpongeBob for 2 hours. That was $1,400. I mean, this stuff is crazy. We don't shop like this for anything else we buy in our life. Why should we shop like this for health care? And so what health savings accounts achieves, this is the law that I helped write in 2003, something that we as conservatives have been fighting for the whole time, is we want to increase health savings accounts, which is what we do in this bill, so we have more competition and lower costs. Here's the point I'm trying to make. In 2000, I got LASIK surgery. The reason I can see you all so well is because in 2000, I got this LASIK surgery, which was elective. Insurance didn't cover it. And so I knew exactly what the procedure was going to cost up front. And since then, this excimer laser that does this procedure has been revolutionized 3 times, and the price is lower. So in this area of healthcare, quality went up and costs went down because I cared as a consumer what it was. So it's not that that dynamic cannot happen in healthcare, it's that it isn't happening throughout most of healthcare. And what health savings accounts does is it helps hardworking taxpayers get access to affordable solutions to help them pay for their out-of-pocket costs, but it's also their skin in the game, their money. If they save money by saying to a hospital or a doctor or a healthcare provider, what is this going to cost me? Where's the best value for my money? If we can bring that consumer pressure to bear in healthcare, we can dramatically enlist the support of millions of Americans to help us fix this healthcare problem. And that's one of the critical things we're trying to achieve here. Instead of using OPM, other people's money, to pay for healthcare that you don't care what things cost, we want to harness the power of the marketplace, the power of the consumer, of the patient and the doctor to demand better services, to demand better quality. We want transparency on price, on quality, and an economic incentive to act on that thing so that we can bring consumers to the bear. This is what we say, this is what we mean when we say we want a patient healthcare system. Okay, here is a really important part of our American Health Care Act, refundable tax credits. I want to explain exactly what we mean when we say this. Under the current Obamacare system, we have a Washington-controlled system with skyrocketing premiums and dwindling choices. It's a death spiral, it's collapsing, government makes you buy what you want to buy, and it's an open-ended subsidy for a lot of Americans. Our solution is a portable monthly tax credit. This is why we believe this is the right way to go. We want a market-based system which will give us lower costs, more competition, and more choices. There's a real problem in the tax code today in that the tax code discriminates against people who don't get health care from their job. If you're working and you're not on Medicaid, and you have a job that's paying you $10, $12, $15 an hour, and that job does not give you health insurance, there's nothing that the tax code does to help you buy health insurance. If you do have health care from your job, you have an open-ended tax benefit. So what we're saying is that's really kind of not fair to the man or woman who's working at a job that doesn't get health insurance offered to them. Let's equalize the tax treatment of health care and give people the same kind of tax benefit to go buy health insurance if they don't get it from their job. And giving a person a monthly portable tax credit gives them the ability up front to go buy health insurance of their choosing. And here's the key. You buy what you want to buy. If you don't want to use your tax credit to go buy health insurance, you don't have to. If you don't want to buy this plan, you want to buy that plan, go for it. It's your choice. It's freedom. It's called free market health care. The states get to set up their own health insurance systems. The states get to set up their own regulations so that you can buy whatever you want to buy where you live. That is called patient's choice. That is called a patient-centered system. And that is one of the biggest tools we believe can be used to replace Obamacare. This is part of replacing Obamacare with a system that works to give everybody universal access to affordable coverage. Now, here is where we stand. The current system is riddled with endless regulations that are driving up costs and limiting choices for consumers, and you see how the collapse is occurring. Our solution, greater consumer options. The patient is the nucleus of the healthcare system. We don't want insurance companies becoming monopolies looking for favoritism in a cronyistic way at Washington. We want health insurers, hospitals, doctors, all providers of healthcare benefits competing against each other for our business as consumers. That is how the great American free enterprise system works in all other aspects of our lives and our economy. That's what should work in this system as well. So the result, you choose the plan that meets your needs. You buy what you want to buy, not what the government tells you to buy. So our goal here is final as this: lower costs, more choices, patients in control, universal access to care. There are 2 points I would make in conclusion. We as Republicans have been waiting 7 years to do this. We as Republicans who fought the creation of this law and accurately predicted that it would not work, ran for office in 2010, in 2012, in 2014, and in 2016 on a promise that we would, if given the ability, we would repeal and replace this law. How many people running for Congress and the Senate did you hear say that? How many times did you hear President Donald Trump, when he was candidate Donald Trump, say that? This is the closest we will ever get to repealing and replacing Obamacare. The time is here, the time is now. This is the moment, and this is the closest this will ever happen. It really comes down to a binary choice. We now have the ability, through the budget rules that we have in the Senate, with our three-pronged approach, to actually make good on our word. We told people in 2016 what it would look like when we had the chance to replace Obamacare. That was our Better Way plan. That's what this is. So we said in 2016 to our citizens, to the American people, to our constituents, if you give us this chance, this opportunity, this is what we'll do. Now is our chance and our opportunity to do it. Questions? Chad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You say this is a binary choice. A two-part question here. Why would somebody not believe this is take it or leave it when you hear from members of the Freedom Caucus and conservatives say take your bill or change it? And number two, when the Democrats approved cap and trade in the summer of 2009, there was much criticism of a manager's amendment, which was put in at the end to make that bill ripe for passage on the floor. When we hear these criticisms from Republicans, why would we expect something like that not to emerge in this case to make that bill okay to pass and get their votes?
So I would answer it in this way. What people are talking about, and there's a lot of frustration, a lot of confusion, frankly, out there among conservative groups and even among members, is reconciliation has certain limits. So there are folks who would love to see us put in this reconciliation bill all these other ideas. One conservative group is saying, put shopping across state lines in this bill, or else we're not going to support it. Guess what, Chad? If we did that, we wouldn't be able to pass this bill. It would be filibustered in the Senate. It wouldn't even come up for a vote. So the last thing we want to do is prevent our ability to actually get law made. So it really is a conversation about the third prong approach. The other bills we're going to pass outside of reconciliation, which in the House, we're a majority body, we can pass, that go to the Senate. So much of the conversations are about moving this other agenda on the same track around the same time to get these things done. The last point is, as you know the process, but a lot of people don't, we're going through 4 different committees. That's how legislation works through regular order. We just did the Ways and Means Committee last night. We're in the middle of the Commerce Committee. Next week it goes to the Budget Committee, and then it goes to the Rules Committee before it goes to the House floor. The bill will be out there for 3 weeks to be looked at. Go to readthebill.gop. It's a 123-page bill. It's not 2,000 pages of something that they just whipped together and flipped to the floor like they did. We didn't write it in Harry Reid's office on Christmas Eve. This was written by our committees. And let's back up a second even further. This bill has been worked on for a year. This bill was worked on from January to June last year so that we could offer our constituents and the American people in our Better Way agenda what we would replace Obamacare with. We offered it up in June. We ran on it all through the election, and now we've translated it into legislation. And even backing up further, these 2 key components, block granting Medicaid back to the states, defederalizing an entitlement, putting a cap on it, that is something that conservatives have been talking about and dreaming about for decades. And repealing another entitlement, Obamacare, its mandates, its subsidies, its taxes, and replacing it with Republican free market healthcare tax policy. If you told me 10 years ago this is where we would be, I'd think I'd be in a dream. I'd be doing backflips. To conservatives who've been fighting for healthcare reform, this is so exciting. And so what's happening now is members realize this is the chance, this is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So naturally in the legislative process, people are saying, well, I'd love to have this in there. I'd love to have that in there. That's the legislative process. That's what we're going through. And what people are sort of learning is this reconciliation tool is pretty tight. There's a lot of stuff we would love to put in the bill, but unfortunately the Senate rules don't allow us to do that. And that's where you see a lot of confusion and a lot of frustration, understandably so, but that's also why we have a three-pronged approach. Administrative actions by Tom Price at HHS, and the additional legislation that we're going to move as well.
And so just to clarify, not to belabor the point, so you're saying that this bill was crafted in a way so it would meet the reconciliation Byrd test in the Senate.
Correct.
Ergo, there couldn't be much change to this, and you agree
Correct.
with the other options.
Yeah,
So
so
not many changes.
well, we'll see. We'll see what we have to do when we get our score, because as you know, when you go to authorizing committees, you typically don't go with your score already. When we get our score, I'm sure we'll probably have to make some tweaks and adjustments. That happens every time we do reconciliation. But yes, this bill is written so that it's called privileged. This bill is written so that it can't be filibustered, so that they have to bring it up and vote on it in the Senate. And if we put things in this bill that take that privilege off of it so that it's not reconciliation, they won't even vote on it. They will filibuster it and they won't even vote on it. So that's what I mean when I say this is the closest we've been to repealing and replacing Obamacare. And let me just say it again. This is the closest we will ever get to repealing and replacing Obamacare. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, how did you come up with the amount that you would give out in tax credits, and why should a family that makes $140,000 a year get the same amount as a family that makes $40,000?
It's a really good question. So the amount of the tax credits is based upon the way insurance works. And it's modeled after the Tom Price legislation, which he had last year, which is adjust for age and family size. Because the older a person gets, the more costly their health care is. That's how insurance is written. So the tax credit adjusts more tax credit for the person's age. And obviously, if you have a bigger family, you have more health care costs, so a bigger tax credit. Now, why is the cap set where it is? And that's something, by the way, 12 members of the Freedom Caucus, for example, were co-sponsors of the Price legislation just last December, which is the tax credit situation. A lot of our members, through our feedback, 7 member listening sessions in February, 4 conferences, getting feedback from our members on this draft of this legislation, getting their ideas. And one of the concerns was we should cap this credit. So like a millionaire that doesn't get health care from their work, but as a millionaire doesn't get a tax credit. So that was something that everybody agreed with, and the Ways and Means Committee made that adjustment. But the reason it's set where it is we don't want to have a job penalty. Go back a few years ago, and when CBO said Obamacare produces job lock, Obamacare says that the equivalent of 2 to 3 million people will not go into the workforce, will not take jobs because of the way the Obamacare subsidies work. What I mean when I say that is, if you set that credit limit too low and a person loses their credit by getting a raise or advancing in life, you don't want to disincentivize that. So they're set at such a level that that wouldn't occur. Or they're set at such a level so that it really is for a middle-income family or even an upper-middle-income family, so that we never tell a person, don't take that raise, don't get that job, don't take that promotion. We don't want federal tax law or tax credits to ever encourage a person not to advance, not to take a job, not to get a raise. That's why.
Where's the $2,000 figure come from?
Let me go in the back.
You'll need companies on board to provide the optionality that you're talking about. And almost every industry organization has come out against this. The reason why there isn't as much participation as customers might like is because these companies can't offer these products and still make money.
Yeah. It's a great example. Here's what people are not seeing, which is number 2. Tom Price, for legal reasons, can't tell you what he's thinking about doing. There's laws that prevent that. We can do so much deregulation through the executive branch by the Secretary of Health and Human Services. He actually just put one regulation out the other day, which will go a long ways toward lowering the cost of health insurance. So they haven't even seen yet what our Secretary at HHS can do in number 2, in phase 2 here, where they actually can dramatically lower the price of health insurance. So those companies haven't seen that yet. So there are no concessions. So let me just finish. Don't interrupt if you don't mind. Here's the other point. We have basically a few options in front of us. Number 1, do nothing, let the system collapse. What the insurers are telling us is, if you thought a 25% average premium increase was rough in 2017, it's going to be a whole lot more than that in 2018, and more insurers are going to pull out. So the insurers are telling us, if we don't know what's going on come late spring, we're going to have massive premium increases and pullouts, and you'll collapse the individual market. What they also tell us, though, is if you only repeal the law, just gut and repeal the law, as some folks are suggesting, then you'll have triple-digit premium increases, and you'll collapse the individual market. You got to remember, if we just repeal Obamacare, it's not like life in the world goes back to life before Obamacare. Obamacare did so much damage to the U.S. health insurance system that it's not as if you can just go back to the day before. So that's why we are offering a better way. That's why we're offering the American Health Care Act. That's why we're offering a system that brings choice and competition back into the marketplace, gives people to the use of risk pools, health savings accounts, and tax credits the ability to go find affordable coverage, and that brings insurers back into the marketplace. The insurers are telling us that will bring insurers back into the marketplace. If they can actually offer the plans that people want to buy, not the plans that people are making them buy, they'll have more plans being offered. There'll be more choice and more competition. That is what brings down costs. And in conjunction with all the administrative things that Tom Price can do, those efforts together can help dramatically save our system and give us low-cost health insurance, better quality health insurance, and access to affordable health insurance. Don't forget how all this works together. Subsidize the sick and the pre-existing condition through risk pools and reinsurance. Health savings accounts to bring the consumer in the marketplace, to put pressure on providers to compete for our business based on cost and quality. And then give families who have jobs but don't have the kind of jobs that gives them health insurance benefits the same kind of tax benefit everybody else gets. So they, too, at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of the month, can go buy a plan that best meets their needs. That is how you fix and save this system from the crash that it is occurring, and we're very, very confident that will work that way. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you for putting up with my town hall presentation. I just think it's really important to try and iron out all the differences, to show that there's folks who say, gosh, you should have this and that in this bill. Reconciliation doesn't let you do it. We're doing it here. People who say, well, these regulations are so expensive and so costly. Tom Price at HHS can fix those things. We can fix this problem. We promised the American people we would fix this problem. And the way to fix this problem is to repeal Obamacare and replace it with a patient-centered, market-based system. This is something that we as conservatives have been dreaming about for decades. This is the chance and the best and only chance we're going to get. And that's why I'm really excited. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Would you be willing to sit down off camera with some healthcare journalists to discuss this?
We will. And that wraps up Paul Ryan's weekly press conference. Did a full PowerPoint presentation on why the American Health Care Act is necessary. The longest Paul Ryan press conference we've seen in quite a while. We're going to take you now to the Senate floor. There's some activity there.
Ms. Heitkamp, Ms. Heitkamp? No. Mr. Booker, Mr. Booker? No. Ms. Harris, Ms. Harris? No. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee? Aye. Mr. Markey, Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen? No. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Burr, Mr. Burr? Aye. Mr. Casey, Mr. Casey? No. Mr. Portman, Mr. Portman? Oh. Mr. Portman? No. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schatz. No. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy. No. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Merkley. No. Mr. Risch, Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Gardner, Mr. Gardner. Aye. Mr. Rubio, Mr. Rubio. Aye. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Heller, Mr. Heller. Aye. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune. Aye.
Many viewers at home may be wondering what you're watching on the Senate floor. You're wondering what the Senate is voting on. They are voting on a resolution to overturn an Obama administration rule implementing state school accountability plans. State school accountability plans. The Senate had resumed debate on a resolution to overturn this Obama administration rule, and now the Senate is voting on it. It's 47 to 47.
Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin. No.
What did we do? Are there any senators in the chamber wishing to vote or wishing to change their vote? Seeing none, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49, and the joint resolution passed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, Seema Verma of Indiana to be Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid.
Madam President.
The Senator from Florida.
Madam President, I come to the floor today with a heavy heart because 10 years ago today, Robert Levinson, a former FBI agent, was detained in Iran on the tourist island of Kish Island in the Persian Gulf. Bob, a long time and very respected FBI agent who had been retired, had served his country for 28 years. He is the longest-held civilian in our nation's history. He's a husband, a father of 7, and now a grandfather of 6. And he deserves to be reunited with his family. Since Bob's detention, American officials have sought Iran's cooperation in locating and returning Bob to his family. And of course, Iranian officials have promised over and over their assistance, but after 10 long years, those promises have amounted to nothing. Bob still is not home. The bottom line, Madam President, is that Iran is responsible for returning Bob to his family. If Iranian officials don't have Bob, then they sure know where to find him. So today, we renew our call on Iran to make good on those promises and return Bob. Return him where he ought to be, with his family. Iran's continued delay in returning him, in addition to the very serious disagreements the United States has with the government of Iran about its missile program, its sponsorship of terrorism, and its human rights abuses, it's just another obstacle Iran must overcome if it wants to improve relations with the United States. We also urge the President and our allies to keep pressing Iran to make clear that the United States has not forgotten Bob and won't forget him until he's home. Obviously, we owe this to Bob, a servant of America, and we certainly owe it to his family. And so to Bob's family, we recognize your tireless efforts over the years, for 10 long years, to bring your dad home, and we offer our sympathies. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The majority whip.
Madam President, I have 9 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. These have been approved by both the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, this week the Senate continues to press forward on a number of congressional review actions, in this case of disapproval, that will roll back or repeal many Obama-era regulations that have hurt people across the country and strangled our economic growth. By doing away with excessively burdensome rules and regulations, we're delivering on our promise to the American people to actually do what we can to help the economy, to grow the economy, to create jobs, and not hurt it with unnecessary and expensive and burdensome red tape. Earlier this year, we began the legislative process to deliver on our biggest promise, repealing and replacing Obamacare with more affordable and more accessible health care options, options that will work for all American families. The American Health Care Act, introduced in the House on Monday, is the first step in fulfilling that promise. Obamacare is collapsing. It's already failed countless families across the country, and it's forced people off of good insurance plans that they liked and strong-armed them to sign up for plans that were more expensive, offered less care, and didn't even let them use the doctor of their choice. So we would be revisiting health care even if Hillary Clinton had been elected President of the United States, because Obamacare is in a meltdown mode. Obamacare has also saddled our economy with more than $1 trillion in new taxes. Most of those taxes are so hidden that most Americans are probably not aware of the fact that there is even a tax charged on their premium for their health insurance policy, for example. Well, all these taxes end up being absorbed and have to be paid by American families. And it's at its very core, the individual mandate of Obamacare was a major power play and overreach by the federal government. Basically, what it said is if you don't buy the government-prescribed health insurance plan, we're going to fine you. We're going to penalize you. The government should not be able to force anyone to spend their own hard-earned money for something that they don't want, but buy under threat of financial penalty. The American people have spoken up loudly and clearly and rightfully demanded that Congress do better, and we will. Since the 2010 timeframe in which our colleagues on the other side of the aisle passed Obamacare with 60 votes in the Senate and a majority in the House and with the White House, they've lost the majority in the Senate, they've lost the majority in the House, and they've lost the White House. I think Obamacare has been one of the major reasons why, because people, the more they learn about it, the less they like it. And they don't appreciate Washington forcing them to do things that they don't want to do with their own money. About 2 months ago, one of my constituents in Texas wrote me about her skyrocketing health care costs. Before last year, her premium was about $325 a month. A short time later, that was revised to $436 a month. This same Texan later moved from one city to another, and because of her change of address, her premium jumped to $625 a month. Starting at $325, now $625. In 2017, thanks to Obamacare, it went up again to an astronomical $820 a month. Started at $325 before Obamacare, and now is $820 a month. I don't know many people who could absorb that kind of increase in their health care insurance premium. So in about a year, her monthly health care payment jumped by more than 150%. 150%. That's hardly what I would call affordable, and thus the misnamed Affordable Care Act. It should be the Unaffordable Care Act. To make matters worse, she then found that her provider would be putting a halt to individual plans in Texas, something that's been a recurring theme in my state and across the country. So that while President Obama said, if you like your plan, you can keep your plan, as a result of Obamacare, she was not able to keep her plan. And so she had to find a new plan.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of the Senate floor because we do have an event coming up with Vice President Mike Pence. Let's go ahead and listen in. Pence will be speaking in just a moment.
Facilities in Texas, South Carolina, and California. The granddaughter of the founder has taken over leadership of the company after her father retired and is at the helm of this 3,200-person growing company that Walmart depends on every day. But creating jobs isn't enough. The right job needs the right person. And because technology continues to bring about large-scale change at an increasingly rapid pace, it's difficult, if not impossible, to keep up simply through trial and error learning on your own. For this reason, skills training and education go hand in hand with Walmart's efforts to create American jobs. Hear this. Employment demographers tell us that the generation just now entering the workforce will have, on average, 27 different jobs. 27. They're going to be busy. These careers will play out in an economy where more than 10% of the workforce is retail. It's estimated that 1 out of every 4 jobs in the U.S. today is supported by retail. But here's the kicker. More than 98% of all retail businesses employ fewer than 50 people. So retail business is small business. As a result, Retail is the place where many people get their first job. It's the place many people begin laying the foundation, as it were, for their working careers and then rapidly progress. The experience of Walmart associates bears this out. 75% of Walmart managers began as hourly associates. In fact, our CEO, Walmart's CEO, began his working life as an hourly employee loading Walmart trucks at the back of a store some 25 years ago. On average, a Walmart store manager makes just over $170,000 a year, and well, they should. It's a big job, often managing and mentoring nearly 300 associates. So we believe retail has a special role and opportunity as people. That's why we've made an unprecedented investment in talent. 2 years ago, Walmart invested $2.7 billion in our associates, launching what is expected to become the largest ever training effort by a private sector company to build skills. We did more than just raise the starting wage. That would have been a short-term fix. By making a big investment in training of our associates, we're helping them to set them up and our business really for success over the long term. By the end of 2017, we will graduate more than 225,000 frontline supervisors, preparing them to better serve customers, better lead teams, and take the next step in their careers. Like you, we are increasingly focused on building the digital acumen of our workforce, enabled by technology to work smarter and ultimately deliver what customers need. And like you, we can't tackle our challenges on our own. We can't seize the many future opportunities ahead of us on our own. We will continue to depend on our business partners, on a dynamic economy led by small business, and on great platforms and organizations like the Latino Coalition. So thank you again for the opportunity to be with you today. We wish all of you every success as you continue to be champions of free enterprise in the United States. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Latino Coalition, Mr. Hector Barreto.
Hi, everybody. How about this morning? Was this morning a great program? Thank you all for being there. I have to acknowledge some of the stars of the morning program. Of course, we have our administrator here, the administrator of the SBA, Linda McMahon, who just had a great presentation. Linda, thank you very much for being with us. Let's give her a round of applause. I want to thank our friend Jenny Korn from the White House that also gave us a very inspirational talk this morning about all the great work that's coming out of the White House. We're so proud of her. And I also want to do a little special shout out to Andalise Castillo. Many of you know Andalise. She's been a friend of ours for many years, but she's taken on a new role and responsibility as special assistant to the president and also as a deputy director in the office of the vice president. And I will tell you, she's doing a phenomenal job. Let's give them all a round of applause again. So, you know that this is our 2017 Policy Summit, and our theme is Making Small Business Great Again. Now, it wasn't hard to come up with that theme. Obviously, it's pretty consistent to what you're going to be hearing in just a minute. And it's really my honor and privilege to introduce you to our guest speaker. I will tell you something, got to spend a little time with him, and of course, we've known him for years as a congressman, as a governor, and now as the Vice President of the United States. This is a very good man, but he's also a humble man, and he never wants to make it about himself. He told me before I came out here, I shouldn't tell you this, but he said, don't even talk about me. Talk about the great work that our president and the administration is doing, and that is for sure. but the president has a great partner, somebody that really understands the issues that are very important to us. You don't have to explain to him about how small business isn't small, especially when we're 28 million strong. We're 50% of the gross output of the economy. We're 50% of all the employees in the economy. And of course, you know that's the place that new jobs come from. They don't come from big business. They certainly don't come from government. They come from you, the engine of America. 2/3 of the net new jobs come from there. So when this administration talks about getting this economy jump-started again, when they talk about creating the jobs, they're talking about all of us. They're talking about you. And that's why I'm so excited about introducing and having him back with us. He shows us through his presence again. This isn't the first time the Vice President has been with us at Latino Coalition. Of course, when he visited us before, he was a great congressman, and now he's off to a great start as the Vice President of the United States. We appreciate this man, this leader, for his humility, for his grace, for his faith, and for his respect. The respect that he shows us every single day and the way that he goes about his responsibilities, the respect that he shows for the president and the administration, the respect that he shows for the policies that they're putting forward. Now, you know that we're back here in Washington, D.C. Some people affectionately call it the swamp. And in the swamp, sometimes people don't understand the good work that these servants are doing, these public servants are doing. So I hope that you understand, and I know that you will after you hear him. He understands that economic opportunity is really central to everything that we want to do together. We can't do it unless we're all winning. And that's what this administration is for. That's what this vice president is committing his life to do. You know, I'm reminded of something, and I bet you the vice president knew him. I'm reminded of President Ronald Reagan. And one time, somebody asked Ronald Reagan, what's the difference between a big business and a small business? And of course, you know, Ronald Reagan was never short of words. He said, that's easy. A small business could be a big business if government would just get out of its way. That's right. Ronald Reagan understood, and this vice president understands, that when you lower our taxes, when you reduce regulations, when you do something about the healthcare problems that all of us face every day, that's exactly what you're doing. That's how you make America great again. That's how you make small business great again. One of our champions, the man that's leading this charge, is the vice president, and of course the president of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, would you rise and join me in giving a warm TLC welcome to the Vice President of the United States, Michael Pence.
Thank you so much. And buenos tardes a todos. It's wonderful to be with you all. You know, the last time I addressed the Latino Coalition, I promised myself I wouldn't come back until I learned some Spanish. That was 6 years ago, and as you can tell, I'm a slow learner. So, all kidding aside, would you join me in just thanking your great chairman, Hector Barreto, for that wonderful speech and the overly gracious introduction. Hector, thank you for your continued leadership of the Latino Coalition, as well as your years in public service. His record as head of the Small Business Administration was one of distinction, and I know our current administrator of the Small Business Administration would strongly agree. I know Linda McMahon is with us today. Would you give her another big round of applause? Linda, would you stand and take a bow? We couldn't be more excited, the President and I, about our new leader at the SBA. You can give her a standing ovation if you want. I don't want to hold back on that. You can get on your feet. I saw. Linda McMahon, everybody. You know, our nation is really fortunate. I just love that Reagan line. Didn't you like that? I love it when I come across a new Reagan line. The difference between a small business and a big business is big government, right? Got government out of the way, and it's just wonderful to have someone of Linda's caliber and experience, someone who built an incredible career and an incredible business as a small family business into an international business, being able to lead the SBA. So thank you so much, Linda, for stepping up to serve the country. It is a great privilege to be back to the Latino Coalition once again. The last time I was here, I was a congressman from the great state of Indiana. And today, I am deeply humbled to stand before you today as Vice President of the United States of America. Now, the reason I'm in this position is because of the confidence of my friend, the 45th President of the United States of America, and because of the support of people like you all across this country. And I want to tell you that I bring greetings from the President. Just before I left the Oval Office, I told him I was headed your way, and he was pleased to hear about it. And I told him I was headed to a conference entitled the Make Small Business Great Again Policy Summit, and he was very pleased. I think the President wants you to know that our administration, simply put, and Linda will back me up on this, the Trump administration will be the best friend America's small businesses will ever have. What the President and I know, what our whole team knows, is that small businesses are the engines of the American economy. As President Trump said in his joint address to Congress last week, did everybody see that speech? He said we're going to restart the engine to create jobs and prosperity and growth in America like never before, and it's already begun. You know, I grew up in a small business family in a small town in southern Indiana. I went to work at one of my dad's gas stations when I was only 14 years of age. Had a dark blue shirt with a stripe on it, had my name on it. I was really proud of it. Now, for those of you under the age of 30, if you're wondering what a gas station attendant is, just imagine if when you pulled into a gas station, some young person ran out with their name on their shirt, pumped your gas, cleaned your windshield, checked your tires and didn't charge you any more money for it. It was a great job, a great experience. But I grew up in a family business, so I know the sacrifices all of you make. And as the world knows, President Trump also grew up in a family business as well. It was a little bit bigger than my dad's by the end of the day, but it's the same principle. I was just in a meeting yesterday with the President in the cabinet room, and we were talking about infrastructure with leaders. And an old friend of his said that he and the President had grown up the same way. He said, come Saturday mornings, even when we were very young, the time that we spent with our dad was we were out on a job site. And that's what it is to be in a small business family. I told him afterwards, I said, you know, for me it was headed to the bulk plant or headed to the gas station with my dad. And I know the small businesses that are gathered here know whereof I speak. And I just want to assure you that President Trump and I both know the sacrifices that are required to make a small business work. And most importantly, we know this. When small business is strong, the American economy is strong. And we're going to fight every day to make that a reality. Now, the Latino Coalition knows this truth, this statement better than most. The businesses represented in this room have made an incredible impact, not just in the lives of your employees, but in your communities and, frankly, in the nation as a whole. The fact is that Hispanics are driving entrepreneurship and economic growth like never before, just like Hector said. The number of Latino-owned businesses grew by more than 50% over the past decade, leaps and bounds over every other American demographic. And Hispanic firms have also been hiring at a record pace. This was clear just yesterday. I don't know if you all saw that news. It was just amazing. We had the most jobs created in a single month in over 3 years. The February report, 298,000 jobs, and Hispanic businesses were a part of that success. It's incredible to think that today Hispanics own an amazing 4 million American companies, and their combined annual revenue is over $650 billion. It might be small business, but that's big business where I come from. And Latino-owned small businesses continue to be the fastest growing sector of the entire economy. Now let me pause for just a second here if I can. It is Women's History Month. Could we give a round of applause to all the Latina small business owners who are with us today, who are charting a great course of success in the American economy? Incredible leadership demonstrated, and it's great to see. Great to see your peers all honor you. I know the President honors you as well in this important month of celebration. But before I move on, let's ask, could I ask all of those who've worn the uniform of the United States of America to rise, the men and women who have served our country in uniform today? President and I just never want to fail to acknowledge the contributions of every American to our armed forces. It's amazing the contribution of the Hispanic community to America continues to this day. Over 250,000 Hispanics are serving in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, and the Reserves at this very moment. I know we asked them to stand, but would the rest of you mind standing to demonstrate just how proud we are of those who serve in the armed forces of the United States and those who have served in the defense of this nation. Thank you for your service, and thank you for honoring all of them. You know, you can't look at these numbers that we're all talking about and not be impressed. You get right down to it, the Hispanic community is one of the most dynamic communities in the entire country. Your success is America's success, and President Trump and I both know it. The President has held at least a dozen key meetings with the Latino community, especially small business owners, in the build-up to the November 8th election. He did this because he recognizes just how crucial you are to the American economy, and as a businessman himself, he knows what it takes to be successful in a tough and a competitive environment. He promised in those meetings, and I reiterate today, to give you the help you need to become even more successful in the years ahead. Well, my friends, I like to say, if you haven't noticed, at the White House these days, we're in the promise-keeping business again in Washington, D.C. It's been incredibly exciting since literally, I like to say day one, but it was actually night one. We came in from that parade, and the President sat down at his desk and went right to work, and hadn't slowed down for a minute since. Literally, from that very first day, President Trump went right to work, undoing job-destroying policies and executive orders over the last 8 years. After years of delays, for instance, the President signed executive orders to authorize the construction of the Keystone and Dakota pipelines that will create tens of thousands of jobs and support our energy infrastructure. He's already signed several bills that Congress has provided, rolling back reams of red tape in Washington, D.C., and he signed an executive order instructing every agency in our nation's capital to find 2 regulations to get rid of before they issue any new regulations on Americans and American businesses. These are an especially big deal for small business, and folks, we're just getting started. I can promise you that. By now, all of you know that President Trump and our administration has the boldest and the best agenda America's seen for a very long time. And what I can tell you now is that on the very top of that list, I can promise you, the Obamacare nightmare is about to come to an end. Now, I don't have to tell small business owners gathered here today about why this failed law has got to go. In the last few years, it's been hard enough for hardworking Americans and small businesses to get ahead. And frankly, Obamacare has only made it more difficult to grow a business and to make ends meet. Millions of Americans have felt Obamacare's disappointments firsthand. Today, the average American is paying $3,000 more a year for health insurance. And the premiums, just last year alone, the average premiums across the country spiked by more than 25%. I mean, I remember I was in the Congress at the time when we fought against this government takeover of health care that came to be known as Obamacare. And I remember they told us that it was all about lowering the cost of health insurance. But think about that. I mean, premiums have gone up, well, like I got to tell you all anything, premiums have gone up 100% in some jurisdictions since this bill was signed into law. And last year alone, that average of 25% increase has really worked hardships on Americans. In 1/3 of our nation's counties, consumers have only one insurance company to choose from, which essentially means they have no choice at all. And American businesses have been struggling.
Thank you to CNN viewers around the world. Good to see you guys. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to thank you. Well, appreciate the John Roberts fact-checking from the seats. Good morning. Good afternoon. It's not my fault. It's on the paper. After receiving his daily intelligence briefing this morning, the president led a National Economic Council listening session with CEOs of small and community banks. Since 2008, the number of small banks has declined 30%. The dramatic increase in regulation following the financial crisis has been a major driving force in the decline of these banks. Dodd-Frank alone has resulted in 22,000 pages of new. While large banks can hire armies of compliance officers whose sole purpose it is to ensure they meet the ever-growing number of regulations, it increases the cost of doing business for community banks, leading some not to engage in some forms of lending or simply due to the time and costs involved. Our community banks are key funding sources for small business owners, entrepreneurs, farmers, and ranchers across the country, many of whom can't qualify for traditional loans. They provide approximately half of all loans to small businesses. By reforming the regulatory system so that it is efficient, effective, and appropriately tailored, we will stop treating these critical institutions in our communities the same as banks that have exponentially more in assets, enabling them to engage even more with small businesses and entrepreneurs that stimulate local economies. The banks participating in this listening sessions are members of the American Bankers Association and the Independent Community Bankers of America. A full participant list is available to those who are interested. Yesterday, I noted the continued signs of good news in our economy in terms of hiring, and the morning reports showed that consumer comfort has risen to the highest level in a decade. I'm sure last night you also saw the report that illegal southwest border crossings are down by an extraordinary 40%, a significant deviation even when you consider the seasonal trends. These measures reflect that both the economy and the border are already responding to the president's agenda, even while we're still in the beginning stages of putting his policies in place. The country and the world are clearly ready and waiting for the change that the president campaigned on and is already delivering. Right now, the president is holding a legislative affairs lunch with OMB Director Mulvaney and key members of Congress on his plans for the federal budget and repeal and replace that we've talked about. This is just the latest opportunity to continue the dialogue between the president and members on Capitol Hill on turning his ambitious agenda into action. The strong relationship between president and congressional leaders will be key as the budget process moves along. As Director Mulvaney has been saying, our budget blueprint will be released in mid-March, and the president is working collaboratively with both his cabinet and Congress to create a budget that keeps the president's promises to secure the country and make the most efficient use of taxpayer money. In attendance at the meeting from Capitol Hill are Senator Crapo, the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, Chairman Cochran, the Senate chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, Senator Mike Enzi, the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, Senator Bob Corker of the Senate, the member of the Senate Budget Committee, Congresswoman Black, the chairman of the House Budget Committee, Congressman Thornberry, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio, Congressman Meadows of North Carolina, the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, and Congressman Rokita of Indiana. Later this afternoon, the president will meet with former Secretary of Commerce Pete Peterson. Then the president has a meeting with Secretary of Homeland Security Kelly and the director of the CIA, Mike Pompeo. And finally, the president will make remarks to the Senate Youth Program around 4 o'clock today, a tradition that began with President Kennedy and has continued through every administration. The President's honored to be speaking to this distinguished group of young men and women who are interested in pursuing careers in public service. I also want to mention that right about now, the Vice President is giving the keynote remarks at the Latino Coalition's Policy Summit. His remarks focus on the particularly negative impact of Obamacare on small businesses, many of who've been unable to hire more workers or were forced to scale down their operation due to high taxes and burdensome requirements that were imposed by the law. The President's dedicated to improving health care system for every American, including small business owners who've especially have had to suffer through complying with thousands of pages of regulations and rules. That's exactly why he's working with Congress to enact the American Health Care Act, which he was glad to wake up this morning and see approved by the House Ways and Means Committee. Also today, the President was pleased to see his ambassador to Israel, David Freeman, voted out of committee. We had hoped to see Seema Verma, who would be confirmed as the administrator this week as the administrator of Health Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services at the Department of Health and Human Services. Unfortunately, Senate Democrats continue to unnecessarily delay her confirmation. At this critical time, while we're talking about health care, it's ironic that they refuse to consider someone with such amazing expertise in this area. Seema Verma has worked for over 20 years in healthcare policy. She has redesigned Medicaid programs in several states, including Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, and Kentucky. She's worked with governor's offices, state Medicaid agencies, state health departments, state departments of insurance, as well as private companies and foundations. She's unquestionably and uniquely qualified for her position, and especially now that health reform is at the top of the President's agenda, it's time to get her in place. This delay by Senate Democrats at this critical time is unacceptable. On a scheduling note for the weekend, the Vice President announced yesterday that he'll be in Louisville, Kentucky on Saturday with Governor Bevin. The Vice President's office will have further details for you on that trip as we get closer. Finally, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that today is the 10-year anniversary of the disappearance of former FBI agent Robert Levinson from Kish Island, Iran. The Trump administration remains unwavering in our commitment to locate Mr. Levinson and bring him home. The Levinson family has suffered far too long, and we will not rest until his case is resolved. And with that, I'll take your questions. Hallie Jackson.
I got a couple of topics for you, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Julian Assange says the CIA has lost control of its entire cyber weapons arsenal. Does the President agree?
I think, as we've commented before, there's grave concern that the President has about the release of national security and classified information that threatens and undermines our nation's security. Obviously, he believes that the systems at the CIA are outdated and need to be updated. We are not commenting on the current situation as is U.S. government policy, but I think the situation technology-wise at the CIA, the President's acknowledged, needs to be updated. The CIA put out a statement regarding the current situation, and I would refer you to that.
Two just follow-ups on that. Is he going to talk about that with Mike Pompeo today?
He gets a daily briefing from the director, and I'm not privy to the contents of his discussion, but obviously issues of national security, including that, are probably something that gets discussed.
And then some Republicans have said Julian Assange should be in prison. Does the President agree?
I think the U.S. government had a position on Julian Assange's position in the past, and I don't see anything that's changed that. He has compromised in the past and undermined our national security, and I think I'll leave it up to the Department of Justice to further comment on their disposition of him. John.
The second topic was on healthcare.
Second topic is like
second two topics. So,
interview, not a press conference.
The President tweeted just a little bit ago that he believes that healthcare is coming along great. We've also been watching Paul Ryan deliver a pretty lengthy PowerPoint presentation, aimed at convincing Republicans to get on board this plan. Isn't that a sign that healthcare is not actually coming along great?
I think anybody who's been in Washington for a few days or longer recognizes that any major piece of legislation takes a lot of explanation. The President's been very committed to talking to members of Congress. He had another meeting last night. Something as complicated as this that deals with 1/5 of our economy and there's a major takeover of our healthcare system isn't a simple thing. It's a major, complicated piece of legislation that's got three prongs to it. And this is the first one, the reconciliation piece that starts to chip away at finally repealing Obamacare. When they passed Obamacare, they rushed it so quick, they gave the then Secretary of Health and Human Services great authority to enact certain aspects of it. That would be our phase 2, is having Secretary Price go through the pieces of Obamacare that he has been given the authority to when they passed it, to help unwind a lot of the things they did. And then phase 3 is stuff that has to be done through other pieces of legislation that does stuff like allow people to sell insurance across state lines, that allows small businesses to pool. So there's a lot of facets to getting this pushed through. And I think that one of the things that we've been able to do quite effectively is talk to members, especially in the House, but the Vice President's been very active on both sides of the chambers, both chambers, to communicate how this is a comprehensive strategy in 3 prongs to repeal and replace it with something more effective.
Will you, for example, roll back Medicaid expansion freezing until 2018? Would you support
Look, Hallie, I think this is going through the process of it's working its way through Ways and Means. Today there's a markup in the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and I think that's where we're going to continue to see action in the House. And then when it goes to the Senate, the President will continue to engage very actively with the House and the Senate to get this done.
Sean, what is...
I didn't call. We'll have plenty of time.
Thank you, Sean. New York City First Lady Chirlane McCray said in a statement that Donald Trump should keep his hands off women's bodies, women's health care, and Planned Parenthood, which has done just fine without President Trump's advice. I wanted to know what the response from the White House was on this.
Well, I mean, with respect to Planned Parenthood, specifically, the President's very clear that he's pro-life. We've worked with them to talk about making sure that there's a difference between taxpayer funding of abortion and women's health services. We have, and the President has committed to making sure that funds for women health community centers is going to be reflected by a substantial increase in his budget. He's committed to doing that, and he's trying to figure out a way to make sure that the focus of taxpayer money is spread towards community centers that provide vital health services to women, and that we're not using taxpayer funds for abortion. John Roberts.
Just want to follow on Hallie in
Which one?
In an unrelated topic, just so you're prepared. On health care, Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas today sent out a series of tweets in which he basically said this is dead on arrival in the Senate. Go back to the drawing board, adding that it's absurd for the committees to be voting on something that hasn't even been scored yet. What does the President think of what Senator Cotton said today? Does he plan on having a conversation with him?
Well, we're going to engage. He has talked to Senator Cotton. We'll continue to talk to any senator that has questions or concerns or ideas. It went through the Ways and Means Committee last night. I think they started at something like 10:15 yesterday morning. It is an 18-hour. I don't believe he's talked to Senator Cotton. He's meeting with members right now, as I just mentioned. He had dinner last night with Senator Cruz. He's continuing to work both sides of the aisle, both chambers. As I mentioned yesterday, I think you're going to see a very aggressive, a very robust push. We continue to have the team out talking to local media, local radio, op-eds placed, talking to local leaders. We believe that the more we talk about the comprehensive 3-prong approach that we have to doing a lot of the things that conservatives have talked about, to bring back cost containment, to get people to be more patient-centered in the healthcare decisions they make, allow more choices, is going to bring people on board. But the thing that's really interesting, John, about the current approach is that no matter where you are, especially on the conservative side, you cannot possibly believe that the current healthcare system is an effective program. It is a monstrosity. It is a government gone wrong. And I think I understand that,
this is the
and
way
I
to
think
fix it.
that we will continue to engage with him and other members of the House and Senate that have ideas. But it's going to continue to work its way through the process. As I mentioned, it went through the House Ways and Means Committee. It's currently going through the House Energy and Commerce Committee. When the House passes it and it goes over to the Senate, I'm sure Senator Cotton and other senators will have an opportunity to have their say. That's part of the process. We welcome his ideas and his thoughts, as we do with other senators. But the President has continued to do tremendous outreach, and our staff has continued to do that. Mick Mulvaney's been on the Hill. Vice President Pence had maintained a very aggressive schedule, as well as other members of the administration. And we're going to get this thing passed with all of their input and ideas.
Was the President aware that Lieutenant General Michael Flynn was acting as a foreign agent when he appointed him to be the National Security Advisor?
I don't believe that was known. I would refer you to General Flynn and to the Department of Justice in terms of the filings that have been made.
Had the President have known that, would he have appointed him?
I don't know, John. That's a hypothetical that I'm not prepared to ask. I don't know what he discussed prior to prior to being appointed in terms of his background, his resume, his client base. I don't know any of that. I know that from what I've read that he has filed the appropriate forms with the Department of Justice, and I think you should ask him and subsequently them if you have any questions about the specific filing. John, go ahead.
Just following up on Senator Cotton, he told me just a short while ago that he believes that this bill might actually make things worse than the current Obamacare. What do you say to Senator Cotton?
Well, I respectfully disagree, and I think that I hope we have an opportunity for the team to continue to not only talk to him about what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it, but that we'd love to hear his ideas. I mean, this isn't, as I mentioned the last couple of days, we're not jamming this down people's throat. We're welcoming ideas and thoughts. We think this is the vehicle to restore a patient-centered healthcare bill to drive down costs. And I think Senator Cotton clearly recognizes that the current version of healthcare that's out there right now is not sustainable. And so we welcome his input into this process. We think that the work that we've done prior to putting this together with the House is something that reflects a lot of the best ideas, and we would continue to welcome his input on this.
Are you open to major changes?
Hold on, Charlie. I'm not open to.
Well,
I think the president.
Open to major changes, or is it?
I think the president has said before he wants to hear members' ideas. He believes that this bill encompasses the best of ideas and the best way forward. But again, we're going to let the process work its will through the House and then subsequently through the Senate. And if members have ideas, we want to hear them, want them to be part of it. It's not. This isn't getting jammed through, and we welcome that. And that's why the president continues to meet with folks. You know, he met with individuals yesterday. He's continuing to meet with them today. He's going to be hitting the road. He wants to hear members of Congress, outside groups, physicians, healthcare providers, patients. But he wants people to have an input in this to make sure that we have the best possible bill that serves their needs, and that we don't look back like we do now with Obamacare and say, I wish we had done this right. We've got a system that frankly isn't working. And I think that no matter where you are on the political spectrum, you've got to admit that either you or a loved one or a friend or a colleague isn't getting the care they deserve or isn't paying what they thought they'd be paying. And I think we have to do this right so that we don't look back the way we do now and regret the way that it was done. Charlie.
Senate and House conservatives have said that they want a sort of a return to the 2015 Obamacare repeal effort. If that effort landed on the president's desk, would he sign it?
Well, I think the effort that's going through right now is the vehicle that's is what people are on board with. I think one of the things that we have to remember is that the process, this three-pronged progress, is done for a particular reason. The reconciliation process, which I know for most people, it sounds like a very arcane congressional term, but it only allows for certain things to happen in that repeal process. And that's why we've been very clear, and I think Paul Ryan laid out, Dr. Price has laid it out, and Mick Mulvaney is laying it out when he goes up to the Hill, that there's a reason that we keep talking about it in three prongs. Because there's only so many things that you are legally allowed to do through the reconciliation process. When the Democrats jammed this through, they did it in a way that they did it basically in two steps. They jammed it through the reconciliation process, number one. And number two, they gave broad authority to the Secretary of Health and Human Services so at the time that she could unilaterally do certain things with health care and implement certain things that we now have to undo in the same way. What we've done that's different, though, is frankly at a third prong, which allows for additional legislative vehicles that will go through the House and then in the Senate that will allow some of the core conservative principles that we've talked about for, frankly, decades, about allowing more competition, allowing people to pool, allowing people to do things that we think will allow lower prices to come out of the process. And I think that's a big difference in how...
So if a repeal lands on the president's desk, he would not
He
sign it?
is going to land on his desk because we're going to go through this process.
Repeal without replace.
Well, again, I think the way that we're doing now, I think is the right and the responsible way to do this. This bill will land on the president's desk. He will sign it. We will repeal Obamacare, and we'll put in place a system that will be patient-centered, that will allow the American people to have greater choice and lower costs. Blake.
Sean, seeing the pushback that you're getting so far with healthcare, do you think it is realistic to have both healthcare and tax reform done in 2017? And I ask you that because Mitch McConnell was asked about this day, and he talked about there being certain constraints and that the tax reform portion of it could be a 2018 item.
I think we feel very confident that we're going to get a lot done continue to get a lot done this year. Tax reform's high on the president's priority list. I think it's high on the American people's priority list, and especially as April grows closer and closer and people look down at their federal tax form and realize how much they're paying. And we see companies pledging to come back, recognizing that these companies bought into the president's vision and agenda to make America more tax and regulatory friendly, so that they would create jobs, manufacture more here. That's something that that he's committed to. He understands how important it is. Look, the president's uniquely qualified as a businessman, a successful businessman, to understand what a good business climate does to job creation and to manufacturing. And I think his commitment isn't just a campaign promise, it's something that he has lived by for decades now, understanding that that's what spurs economic growth. That makes one place more attractive to invest in or to hire more people or to grow jobs. And so for him, this is deeply personal. And I think that you're going to see Secretary Mnuchin and others work on the contours of that in the next several weeks, but we intend to maintain to the schedule that he laid out.
The August
Yes.
portion is still the timeline.
That's right. Eamon?
Congressman Elijah Cummings was here yesterday.
Yeah.
He said that the president was enthusiastic about his bill to cut drug prices. Is the president enthusiastic about that? And if he is, how much pain should drug companies be prepared to take during this effort?
Ironic that you're talking about drug companies and pain. But maybe there's a pill for that. But yeah, I think the president, as you know, one of the reasons that he reached out to Elijah Cummings initially is because they share that. And I think, frankly, yesterday came to a lot of other areas where I think that they can find common ground and work on issues. And I know that drug prices is something that he understands near and dear, is helping many people get the care that they need, but the rising cost is something that is. So I think as we look at the vehicle in terms of the specific legislation, they share a commitment to it, and I think that there will be continued follow-ups, not just between Congressman Cummings but others, as to what the best piece of legislation is and how we get that home.
The Democrats said that they're going to drop this bill in 2 weeks. Is
Okay.
the president prepared to push a
Well,
Democrat
I
bill
think,
on Capitol
yeah,
Hill?
I think that's a bigger conversation that we have to have, Eamon, with House leadership in terms of maybe it is that right vehicle. Maybe Speaker Ryan and Leader McCarthy and Chairman Brady have other ways to achieve the same goal or work with Congressman Cummings. I don't want to be prescriptive to the House as to how they work their will, but I know that the president has a commitment to that topic, and then he wants to work with Congressman Cummings and others who share that same commitment. John Gizzi.
Thanks a lot, Sean.
John Gizzi.
Gizzi.
You're both good-looking Johns, but I'll come back.
Thank you, Sean. Two questions. Yeah. And first, a Japanese news service is reporting this morning that the president will have a meeting with President Xi Jinping of China in April. Does this mean that there is a new meeting before their scheduled meeting at the G20 in July?
I'm not going to comment on the president's schedule or foreign leader visits at this time, John. I think I've pretty much gotten that one down. Until I have something further for you, I'm just going to let you get on to your next question.
All right, thank you. Going back to the meeting and to your opening statement about the banks, in the last campaign, candidate Trump campaigned hard on restoring the Glass-Steagall Act, which would put a barrier between commercial and major investment banks. It, of course, was repealed in 1999, and the repeal signed by President Clinton. Senator Sanders campaigned on this as well, noted that it was in the Republican platform in Cleveland, and said in December he'd be happy to work with the Trump administration on restoring Glass-Steagall. Is there any plans for the president to meet with Senator Sanders, and is repeal of Glass-Steagall on his agenda?
There's no current schedule to meet with him. I'm sure that, as he has done with several other members of Congress from both sides of the aisle, that at some point that will be scheduled. We don't have anything on the books for now, but look, he's shown, and I think yesterday was another example, today another example of his willingness to reach across the aisle, his willingness to look into both chambers, and and not just business, but labor unions and other industries where we can find common ground. And I think if Senator Sanders and others want to work with the White House on areas of ways that we can improve the financial industry, we're going to do that.
And so, still committed to restoring Glass-Steagall?
Yes. Aaron.
On infrastructure, can you give a sense of timing, where it is on the priority list, and if these new reports that say that the infrastructure in the nation is in really bad shape, does that give it new urgency?
I think the president mentioned in the joint address, I think we're looking at a public-private partnership as a funding mechanism. There's a lot of work being done behind the scenes, and I don't want to put a timeline on that. Obviously, as I just mentioned to Blake, we're currently dealing with the repeal and replace of health care. I think we need to move on to tax reform, but that is definitely somewhere that we're trying to figure out how to move that vehicle. There'll be further discussion of that as we get closer to the budget as far as where that fits in to the piece. John Decker.
Thanks a lot, Sean. The president had this meeting last evening here at the White House with some conservative groups.
Yeah.
Out of that meeting, can you tell us whether the president was successful in twisting arms, getting these conservative groups to back this particular health care bill? And just separately, I see on the president's campaign website that there is an event, a campaign-style rally planned in Nashville, Tennessee for next week. Can you confirm that, and why did you choose Nashville, Tennessee? There's a Democratic congressman that represents Nashville. It's Jim Cooper. Are you hoping to get some Democrats behind this bill?
So on the first part of that, you saw a lot of the statements that came out last night from some of the various groups. They were very encouraging. Their guiding principle is we want to get to yes. I think one of the things that's really interesting, and I addressed it earlier, is that there's a lot of members, a lot of interested parties, a lot of groups that haven't fully heard the three-prong approach. And I think Speaker Ryan did a phenomenal job today of really laying this out. Dr. Price has done a good job. That people need to understand the totality and the comprehensive nature of this, that there are three pieces of it. And I think what happens sometimes is that the reconciliation piece of this gets lost as defining the totality of it. And people need to understand the two other pieces that achieve many goals that healthcare advocates and conservatives have fought for a long time, that allow greater competition, that allow small businesses to pool those resources together. But there's a lot of things that occur in phase 2 and phase 3 that help bring down cost and create greater choice. It's amazing when you listen to some of these meetings how often people say, I didn't realize that, and I didn't understand the full scope and totality of what the plan was. It's very encouraging, and then I think they, without getting into details, I think in a lot of cases they've shared some ideas with the president that we might be able to find some common ground on. So we'll take it one step at a time. Go ahead.
And then on the campaign-style rally.
I would refer that question to the campaign. I think the president's going to be traveling next week. And then, but there will be the details of that are listed on the campaign site. There is going to be, I think, additional travel announced for next week on the official side. And as we get closer to either the end of this week or the beginning of next week, I'll try to have more for you. Katie.
The president promised to immediately terminate DACA when he got in office.
Right.
It's been nearly 7 weeks tomorrow, and he still hasn't done it. Can you definitively say if he's going to get rid of DACA? And if not, is he giving them legal status? And what's the plan for Dreamers?
I think, Caitlin, we've talked about the status of that and how many steps we have to go through on immigration in the past. I think we've made significant headway in achieving the president's priorities of starting the wall, driving down illegal immigration. The numbers that came out last night show that even when seasonally adjusted, we see a 40% dip in the people crossing our southern border. That's a very promising sign. That being said, the executive order, the second one, there was a lot of effort put into making sure that was rolled out effectively and achieved the goal of protecting the country that the president sought out to do initially. So we're continuing to take steps on immigration, both legal and illegal immigration, and as I've mentioned in the past, we'll have more as we go forward.
So he does still plan to get rid of DACA?
I think the president's been very clear about how he plans to address immigration as a whole, both legal and illegal. Katie.
The president's been meeting with conservative groups, but there's also opposition on the left. Does he plan to? You brought bipartisanship to Washington finally. Does the president plan to meet with groups like the AMA and AARP, which supported Obamacare but are not supporting this bill?
I don't. It'd be ill-advised for me to start saying who he's going to, but I think that what we've shown over the last couple of weeks is the president's willingness to meet with individuals, senators, groups. So I don't want to rule in who's going to meet or out, but I think that I've said before with respect to members, and I'd say it again with respect to groups, that I think if people have ideas that will help provide a more patient-centric healthcare system that drives down costs, the president and the team here will be willing to meet with them. So I don't want to be prescriptive in terms of telling them who they have to meet with. Their day is pretty busy right now with the Hill, but I will get back to you on some of the other groups that they're going to meet with, and we'll go from there. Brian.
Two quick questions. One, this morning at the National Press Club, a local business in D.C. filed a Superior Court suit against the president and regarding Trump Hotel. And I don't expect you to speak to that issue specifically, but their feeling was that as much as this administration has supported small business, couldn't he divest himself from this and support small business in the district? First question.
I'm really not sure how would he, in terms of what?
Well, there's 25 small businesses, restaurants in the area, and they're saying that the Trump Hotel is taking all that business away from them, and couldn't he walk away from it and help out the small business in the district?
As far as the president's, obviously the president has made very clear in that December press conference at Trump Tower, he doesn't have conflicts, and he's done everything in accordance with the guidance that he's given and gone well beyond what he ever needed to do. But obviously, you can't. Your name's on certain things, and that's a very big difference in terms of some of the properties that he owns. But he understands the importance of small business. That's why we were meeting with community banks this morning to talk about the lending that they need, whether it's small business, entrepreneurs, farmers, ranchers throughout the country. He understands the role of small business in our economy. And how many jobs they provide, and I think he's been a champion of it. April.
The second question was, in his speech before Congress last week, he said it's not too much to dream that at some point in time, and I'm paraphrasing, our feet could be on foreign soil, I'm guessing other planets. With the NASA budget being released yesterday, we're just talking dreams.
Yeah, I'm going to let Director Mulvaney get into the details of the budget next week, or whenever that. I'm trying to remember the calendar here. But when the director comes out, he'll talk about the specific funding levels. As you know, we're in the middle of this we call pass-back provision, where we've sent them some top-line numbers. They're sending us back their recommendations and their observations and edits and questions with respect to their budget. So we're going to take this one step at a time.
I mean, when he said...
No, he's obviously, he's very keen on America's role in space, and I don't want to get into specific budget priorities or numbers until we're ready to release them. So, John, I'm sorry, April. Gotta remember that.
It's very important.
I know, I saw the hands right away.
So, Sean, just really fast, following up on John, we're seeing the campaign information for next week in Nashville. You said something about talking to the campaign. Who's the campaign?
I'll try to help get you a name, but there is a campaign infrastructure still in place. It would be inappropriate for me to be commenting on campaign activities from the podium. So there's a website up, the same one that was during the campaign, and I would suggest that you utilize that. But I'm not here I'm only here as an official in the government, so I don't want to get into that.
Now, yesterday, going back to Congressman Cummings, you talked about some other issues that they talked about in that meeting.
Yeah.
But they found common ground. They talked about, and I want to hit two issues. The voter irregularities, voter fraud, and voter suppression. Where does the president see this coming together? We heard from Congressman Cummings, but where does he see? We understand he's saying that voter fraud is real when there are other people saying it's not, but then there are factual, documented cases of voter suppression. So how is there a marrying of that in this president's eyes?
Well, I think that's why he's asked Vice President Pence to look into it. I would disagree with the assertion that I think there's also factual, evidence of people voting illegally. We saw that in Texas a couple weeks ago, and in other places. So part of the reason that he's asking Vice President Pence to chair this task force is to look into the issue. But we welcome input in other areas, and it's an area that they'll continue to discuss. Sarah?
I'm not HBCUs.
Okay.
Now, also, Congressman Cummings said that when he talked to the president,
right.
And he brought up the issue of funding for HBCUs, President Trump said to Congressman Cummings that the presidents did not ask for money. Now, they came here, according to many of the presidents that I've canvassed, they came here with the intent of the fact that they were going to get some money from this executive order. And
I don't think the executive order is the.
But that's what their belief was. But then, what I understand that there was talk about investment in these colleges from Steve Bannon. One president wrote this down saying that we are looking for a plan from you to invest in HBCUs, and we will execute it when we get it. So, and they're looking for full funding for Title III, Pell Grant full funding, fall, spring, and summer, as well as a one-time $25 billion investment. What does this White House think about this plan that they're trying to give back to this White House, especially at a time when you're looking at cutting domestic spending?
Well, I think when they were here, we were pleased to roll out the executive order that talked about making historically black colleges and universities a priority in this administration, moving that sort of point person into the White House, so that we could coordinate a whole of government opportunities for whole. We talked about this, looking at the different educational opportunities that span government, whether it's health or investment in sciences, or even stuff like ROTC and NROTC programs that are some of these that span out of the Department of Defense. But we've got to look at how we're providing government assistance in a whole host of ways to historically black colleges and universities. I think the issue of funding will be properly addressed in the budget and at that time, but obviously this is something that has been discussed. The president.
Request realistic? Is this funding request realistic?
April, I'm not going to negotiate the budget from here, but I think that the president has been made very clear that the vital role that they play in our society, and I think he's shown that initially by the executive order that he unveiled, and we will have further information for you as we get closer to the budget. Sarah.
Thanks, John. Circling back to what you said about critics characterizing the budget reconciliation bill as the entirety of repeal or replace, how quickly does the president want to see Republicans move on phase 3, the companion legislation? Does he envision those unfolding simultaneously? And then given the early opposition to the budget reconciliation bill, does the president maybe want Republicans to recalibrate their strategy when it comes to that companion legislation?
I am not going to start to tell Speaker Ryan or Leader McCarthy or the whip, Mr. Scalise, how to release and when to release legislation. But I think obviously we need to make sure that members and all Americans understand the totality of this. So at a schedule that they see fit, and I'll let them unveil that schedule, that they talk about the totality of this plan and the comprehensive nature and all three prongs that make up the repeal and replace part of this. It's important, I think, though, for people to do understand that there's a commitment to do all those things that we've talked about, whether it's pooling or across state lines. There's a lot of principles and things that we've discussed that I think are important to let people to know about. I'm going to go to Lahit Jha.
Thanks. What is this assessment of the situation in Afghanistan? What is the assessment of the situation in Afghanistan? Because there has been series of terrorist attacks there. And does the president plans to send additional troops to Afghanistan?
So on troops, I refer you to the Department of Defense on that one. I think we are in the middle of a comprehensive review on our policy in Afghanistan that working with our Afghan partners and the Department of Defense and our key military leaders to create an approach to address Afghanistan to defeat ISIS. So we're in the middle of that process, and we have more. We'll update you, but I think the Department of Defense is probably the best place to go to get that. Trey.
Thanks, Sean. Today, hundreds of U.S. Marines were deployed to Syria. So I'm wondering, how involved was the president in that decision-making process, and is this part of his wider anti-ISIS strategy?
Obviously, the president was made aware of that. This is something that was done in consultation. He understands the regional issues that need to be addressed there. And again, I'd refer you back to the Department of Defense on that. Vivian, yeah.
Sean, thank you. I have a follow-up question to Haley's first set of questions on WikiLeaks. My question is,
So Haley gets like 8 questions in that
the Republicans are calling for Julian Assange to, be in jail or be arrested.
Mm-hmm.
What about the tech companies that he says that he will work with to give them these CIA hacking techniques? Should there be any legal repercussions for tech companies willing to sort of embrace and use this technology that you're taking a stance against, if you will?
So number one, I'll go back to the statement that we don't comment on validating or authenticating allegations of this sort as a U.S. government in terms of U.S. government policy. I will say that, you know, the president obviously feels deeply concerned about anybody, an individual, anybody that seeks to undermine the national security of our country. I don't want to, you know, stay within my purview here, but I do think that I would check with the Department of Justice in particular about if a program or a piece of information is classified, it remains classified regardless of whether or not it is released into the public venue or not. And so I would just suggest that someone consult with them regarding the legal repercussions of any individual or entity using any piece of still classified information or technique or product that hasn't been declassified. There's a reason that we have classification levels, and that's to protect our country and our people, and that's something that we have to maintain regardless of how it's let out. Zeke.
Two questions for you. One, back to General Flynn. How concerning is it to the president and to the White House that a registered foreign agent was selected to become was the national security advisor for a brief period of time?
Look, I think this is what he did for a living. I mean, he talked to, you know, and as the president said in the press conference, talking to individuals that are within the realm of the duties you're going to perform is part of your job. I understand that, but he was being compensated. He wasn't being compensated as part of the transition, as far as I'm aware. And so he was a private citizen at the time. And when you're a private citizen, you're allowed to engage in legal activities. I don't have anything further on that, but I think there's nothing nefarious about doing anything that's legal as long as the proper paperwork and is filed.
Sean, just real quick, there's just several reports out of the State Department from our colleagues there that on Secretary Tillerson's upcoming trip to Asia, he will not be taking any press with him on that trip. That's a breach of precedent, certainly, of the last several bipartisan administrations. Is it concerning to the White House that the administration's foreign policy might not be effectively communicated to the American public and around the world because there isn't a press corps with the Secretary of State?
Yeah, this is the first I'm learning of it. I'd be glad to follow up with you, Zeke. I don't know that. I think you all know that we have been a very transparent administration in terms of access to the president and his activities here. I'd be glad to follow up with the Department of State and follow up that you can share that with your colleagues. Margaret?
Sean, yesterday you said quite definitively there's no reason to believe there's any type of investigation with respect to the Department of Justice. Did the Justice Department give you that assurance? Because they're telling the New York Times they did not.
I'm not aware of it, but that's my point, is that we're not aware of anything, and that's why...
You've never been told by the Justice Department that there is no investigation?
No.
So there might be one. You just don't know.
No, I said I'm not aware, and we're not aware, and that's why we want the House and the Senate to do what the President has asked of them, to look into this, but no, we're not aware.
To discover if there is an investigation.
No, to look into the situation.
The Justice Department is saying, though, that they never gave you the assurances that you gave us.
Okay. No. What the assurance I gave you, Margaret, was that I'm not aware, and that is 100% accurate.
So when you said no reason to believe, it was I'm not aware
That's
if
right.
there's an investigation.
Right. I mean, I don't know that they're not interchangeable. I'm not aware. I don't believe. Look up in a thesaurus and find some other ways, but I don't know that there's a distinction there that's noteworthy. But we're not aware. I don't believe that exists, and that's based on that I've not been aware of. I mean, but that's the answer to that. I mean, someone's asking me if I'm made aware of something, and the answer is no. Then the answer is no.
Well, the question was whether he was the target of a counterintelligence.
Right, and the answer is we're not aware. I don't know how much clearer we can be on this.
So it's just that the White House is not aware if the president is the target of a counterintelligence probe.
Correct. I'm not sure what we're dancing around the same question.
Well, because I think yesterday when you came out and corrected and clarified, people took that as a definitive answer that in fact that was not the case.
No, it means we're not aware.
Said.
That should be the definitive answer, Vivian.
Sean? Thank you. I have two questions, but a really quick follow-up to Zeke's. So can you
So that's
elaborate?
3.
2.5. So can you elaborate a little bit on to what extent Michael Flynn was involved in shaping the current Turkey policy for President Trump? I mean, was he engaging with the Turkish leaders? And
I don't have anything on that.
Okay.
You can contact the NSC on that. I'm not aware.
Okay, so for my two real questions. First, is there any official response to the lawsuit in Hawaii over the revised travel ban?
I think we feel very comfortable that the executive order that was crafted is consistent, and we're going to go forward on this. But I think, by all means, I don't want to. We feel very confident with how that was crafted and the input that was given.
Okay, thank you. And the second thing is Nigel Farage was at the Ecuadorian embassy in London today, where Julian Assange happens to be staying. We don't know if they met or not, but was he there? I mean, he's a close ally of President Trump. Was he there in any official capacity?
I don't keep his
schedule. Was he delivering a message? Do you know if there was contact
no idea.
on that?
No, I have my own concerns here, keeping track of what everyone's doing. I generally don't worry about what's going on across the pond. Jonathan.
Thank you.
You already gave me one, but just to follow. So, but do you?
I'll take his. Wow. All right. I'm sorry. Hey.
But on front, the question is not what Farage was in there. But can you tell us he just wasn't there on behalf of the White House?
Sure. I don't. He is not. I'm not. This is silly. I really don't think asking where random foreign leaders are and whether or not they're there. That I'm sure he was there doing whatever on behalf of either the British. He's a member of. Okay, I understand that, but I'm not. I don't keep his schedule. I'm not sure. Too.
Thank you, Sean. Two questions on two different topics. First, Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin sent a letter to Congress saying that Congress should raise the debt ceiling. We know that the Office of Management Budget Director Nick Mulvaney, when he was in Congress, he voted against raising the debt ceiling multiple times. So. Is Mulvaney going to support the raising of the debt ceiling, and does the president support that, and is he going to push Congress to do that?
I think we've got a few months to do that. I think the Secretary was making Congress very much aware. We've now been in the White House 6 weeks. We're approaching the 50th day here of this administration. I think we are trying to deal with the situation at hand. Part of the reason that the president has addressed a budget the way he has is to try to get our nation's debt deficit and budget in order. I think he's continuing to show a tremendous respect for taxpayer money, the way we spend money and bring it down. But obviously, there's certain things that are a little beyond our control when we walked into this building, and we're going to work with Secretary Mnuchin and Director Mulvaney to address this issue, and obviously work with Congress.
Second question on another cabinet secretary. Scott Pruitt said today that carbon dioxide was not the primary contributor to global warming. That obviously is at odds with the global scientific consensus. Does the president agree that?
I think that's a snippet of what Administrator Pruitt said. He went on and said, "I don't think we know conclusively. This is what we know." I would suggest that you touch base with the EPA on that. But he had a very lengthy response, and so that is just one snippet of what the administrator said at that. Anita.
Two things. One, I think you mentioned at the top, but I'm not sure, that apprehensions were down across the border. There was a question yesterday about the wall. Is the wall still needed if the apprehensions are down?
I think so, sure. The president was very clear. It's not just needed. The president committed to doing it to the American people. And I think while we can have a good month, and I think we'll see if that continues, that the president made a commitment to the American people to make sure that that this isn't just an anomaly, and that while they may be down, I think we have to do what we can to protect our country, both in terms of national security and economic security. So it's, of course, still needed, and it's a commitment that the president made. And I think one of the things that the American people, regardless of where they stand across the aisle, appreciate about this president is he's a man that has kept his word. He made commitments to them, and he's fulfilling them to make the country better. Goyle.
Sean, I said there was a second.
I'm sorry, you did.
You have not, I think you've been asked this before, but have been reluctant to say whether President Obama and President Trump have spoken since the inauguration, although President Trump was very forthcoming about that during the transition, so I'm not sure why you wouldn't mention it. But I'm just asking that again, and there was a report yesterday that said their aides for both presidents have spoken. Can you talk to us about either of those things?
I'd be glad to follow up. Unfortunately, I did not ask the president whether or not he's spoken. I'll be back tomorrow.
Can you follow up?
Yes, I can.
About the AIDS?
I will.
Okay.
I keep my word too.
Okay.
Go out.
Okay, well,
Stealing one all the way in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it was me.
Lost your shot.
Look at that.
Can you tell us about policy now on Guantanamo, how it might have changed, where things are with that?
Where what, please?
On Guantanamo.
Yeah.
On whether the Guantanamo will be expanded, whether detainees will be brought to Guantanamo, whether they'll be transferred out, just where things are.
I don't. I think that I don't have anything to announce with respect to its expansion or its expansion use. But I think the president has commented on the importance of Guantanamo in the past, and the need to maintain that the people who are there are not people who seek to do anyone good. They're there for a reason, and he has no plans to close it, if that's what you're asking. As far as the future use goes, in terms of expansion, I don't have anything to comment on this time. All the way back, yeah. You got it, Goyle.
All right.
No, Goyle. You keep trying to steal his question.
Thank you, Sean. Two questions, please. One is that as far as the attacks on the Indian American communities across the nation, they are not new. It happened in the past also, but Indian American community recently have been having candle visions and prayers and all kind of those things, and also Indian ambassador met with the State Department officials and also with President Trump recently. So any presidential message for the Indian American community, how to stop these attacks against them?
I think with respect to, are you talking about the event in Kansas City specifically?
Another one also.
Yeah, I think the president, whether it's the event that happened in Kansas City, other events, the attacks on Jewish community centers that continue to plague us. We saw another report this morning of some unfortunate activity. I think we've got to continue to call it out. We've got to continue to root it out. We've got to continue to engage law enforcement, whatever the applicable level of law enforcement, depending on the event. But it's something that I think all Americans should be outraged and disgusted by and stand up for the principles that unite us. And that's what the president spoke so eloquently about during his joint address, and made it very clear that while certain policies may divide us as individuals, there are certain principles that can unite us. John Frederick.
And second, my question, please, I'm sorry. As far as the U.S.-India relations are concerned, they have been great in the past, and now we have two businessmen in India. Prime Minister Modi is also a businessman. Here we have President Trump, of course, a great, successful businessman. So recently, high official visits have been going on from India to the U.S., meeting the Trump and President Trump administrations or officials, including Foreign Secretary and Commerce Secretary and among others, and also from the Energy Department from India. So where do we go? What is the future of under President Trump administration, U.S.-India relations, economically, trade, and bilateral, among others?
Thank you. I think he has talked about during the campaign and the transition establishing a deeper relationship with Prime Minister Modi and U.S.-India businesses, and I think as we move forward in terms of our foreign policy, we'll have further updates on that. But he, as you know very well, he spoke very clearly and frequently about the relationship that we have and hope to continue to grow with India. John Frederick.
Sean, thank you. During the campaign, President Trump was not shy about his desire to get the United States out of these Middle Eastern wars. Yet, as a question earlier, we just sent 250 Marines into Syria. Is President Trump committed to going to Congress to receiving authorization for an AUMF or a declaration of war if we continue to deploy United States troops overseas?
Well, John, I think there's a big difference between an authorization of war than sending a few hundred advisors, and I think most in Congress would probably agree with that as well. I think that's a big difference between a hostile action and going in to address some certain concerns, whether it's certain countries in the Middle East or elsewhere. I would refer you to the Department of Defense on that one. I think the actions that he has done and taken with the advice that his generals have given him as admirals as well, is something that we will continue to work on. Yeah.
Two questions.
One, first off, kind of clarifying the difference between the campaign stop and also the healthcare rollout. So Nashville will be kind of the campaign stop. How will the White House kind of pick and choose how that goes, whether it's going to be a presidential visit trying to sell the healthcare rollout or one for the campaign? And then a second question, sir.
Well, I mean, I think the campaign will make decisions with respect to how they want to spend their money and where they want to go. And the the White House will do the same. But I think that's something that every president back as far as modern history has done as well. The president will be visiting several cities over the next coming weeks to engage the American people on the need to repeal and replace and other steps that he's taking to deliver on the promises that he's made as Commander-in-Chief.
The second question, I know Senator Cruz was here for dinner last night. Can you characterize the relationship between the two men? 2018 will be here before you know it. Do you anticipate the president will be there to support him in that effort?
Well, I think we got a few battles to get through legislatively, but I know that he enjoyed welcoming Senator and Mrs. Cruz and their two daughters last night to the White House. They had a very enjoyable time and a very fruitful discussion. But it's something that he is going to continue to do with members of both parties and both chambers, and not just here in Washington. I think you're going to see him continue to engage with governors and attorneys general and lieutenant governors. The president truly enjoys this level of engagement. He likes to sit down and talk about ideas, talk about the future of this country and get their input and ideas. And I think they talked a little business and a lot of personal last night, and it was a very enjoyable thing. With that, thank you guys. Have a great day. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I think tomorrow's going to be One Question Friday. Thank you all.
Has the President spoken to the FBI director about the wiretapping?
And there you go, folks. Sean Spicer just wrapping up. He says tomorrow at the White House briefing it is going to be One Question Friday. So we'll see if he holds the press to that. We'll take a look at that when that becomes available tomorrow. Sean Spicer, one more briefing until the weekend. All right, everybody. It is 2 o'clock Eastern, 12 o'clock here in Arizona. I hope you're all having a great afternoon. We're at the top of the hour here. Next up on the stream, I do want to show you it's a heartbreaking story. Last week, 2 teens in Indiana were murdered, and now one of the family members reaching out to the public in this press conference. It's a very sad story. Let's take you to that press conference that happened just a little bit ago.
Morning, everybody. Sergeant John Prime, the Indiana State Police. Purpose of this press conference is to allow the family of Liberty German to make a statement. They also are going to read a statement on behalf of the family of Abigail Williams. We'd like to start by request of the family with a word of prayer from Pastor Todd Ladd of the Delphi United Methodist Church. Pastor?
Thank you for joining us today. If you would, join me in a word of prayer. Holy God, our loving Father, we thank you for your love and your mercy. Today, I pray for Liberty's family. God, hold them in the comforting arms of your Spirit. Draw them near to you in the protection of your love as they're vulnerable today in sharing their hearts about Libby and about Abby. Lord, they're sharing their hearts about their love for her. God, in your wise ways, guide their words so they may express their deeply held desires of their hearts that reflect their love for Libby and Abby. God, I pray that their response would demonstrate the love of Jesus Christ that has sustained them in the midst of the deepest and darkest valley. God, I thank you for all these individuals who have come today to tell the story that needs to be told so that more tips may process and we can begin to find justice. Lord, we pray for justice here on this earth, but Lord, we also ultimately hold hope for justice on the other side. So that in all of this, we put our trust in you. Bless them, bless their words, and allow us to tell the story in ways that give hope. We ask this in the name of Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby.
Good morning. My main purpose this morning is to thank each one of you for being here. I also want to thank our community, and I want to send out a huge net thank you to everyone that's even had this on their mind for the last few weeks. Without your help, without your involvement, we feel like that we wouldn't be where we are right now. We continue to move forward, we strive for justice, and we will get that justice. At this time, I want to introduce Mike Patty, Liberty German's grandfather.
Thank you, Tobe. I wrote down some stuff so I wouldn't forget what we'd like to communicate. My family put this together. So obviously my name's Mike Patty. This is my wife, Becky. We'd both like to thank you for showing up here today. I'd like to read a statement. I've got to put my glasses on for this. So show my age a little bit. This is a statement from Abby's family. Abby and Libby loved each other. Throughout this tragedy, we have honored their memory by caring for and respecting each other. We respect Libby's family decision to speak publicly at this time, just as they respected our family's decision not to speak publicly, the family of Abby Williams. I would also ask that the media to respect their choice. Let them reach out to you if they so desire to do it. A little over 3 weeks ago, February 13th, our girls went missing. On February 14th, they were found victims of a double homicide. This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that'll never heal. It's the small things that seem to hurt the most. It's just natural to holler for them to come to dinner or in the mornings to get up and get ready for school. Then expect them to come through the door after school. The silence when we don't hear their voice. Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season. Just the day before all this happened, they had their equipment out playing catch, working on their batting in the backyard, going to the ball field with Anna to hone their skills for the upcoming season. But they'll never get to play a single inning again. There are too many ways to count how our lives will forever be impacted to share here today. I imagine most people listening that have raised or are raising children know how kids can be. A phrase that was jokingly attached to Libby and our family, from asking her to pick up her shoes, her school backpack, her coat, her first reply would almost always be, "I will, in a minute." We joked with her about this all the time. I believe if she were able to speak, she would ask people, please, give her the 1 minute she always asked for, to really study the picture and listen to the audio clip. Someone out there knows this person or persons. He's someone's neighbor, coworker, family member, friend, husband, or acquaintance. If and when any new information is released by law enforcement, please take another minute from your day to review all the information and help us collect the pieces of this puzzle. Both of our families are requesting everyone to please help Abby and Libby. Look for someone who's recently changed their appearance, cut their hair, shaved, or started wearing different clothes. Have they changed in some strange manner that just seems a little odd? If you think it could be, but then say, no, he's not like that, go with your initial instinct. Let law enforcement run that information and make that determination. However small it may seem, it is extremely vital to capture every tip we can get. Please, we need your help. At this time, I'd also like to thank law enforcement and officials, along with our employers, pastors, the people and businesses of this great community across the state, nation, and beyond, who have pulled together around us, providing help and support in so many ways. From fundraisers, food for our families and law enforcement, to the hugs, handshakes, kind words, all of these items help. But again, we're asking everyone to take 1 minute and study the picture and audio, then report any information you may have to the tip or email line. We also say thank you for all the generous donations for the Reward Fund. To the individuals, groups, businesses, all of which are too numerous to name, A couple that stand out are Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay. With their donation, the reward fund is now well over $200,000. The other donations we've received in Libby's name have been utilized to establish a scholarship fund in her name. And the rest of the funds we hope to be used to build a softball field and park in the memory of the girls, so they'll be remembered forever and have something for everyone to enjoy. Now, I would like to thank the news media. I've had several conversations with many of you. Your professionalism and respect for our families has been honorable. We've lost our children, and nothing will bring them back. But through your persevering coverage and help with this investigation, we are confident that together we can bring justice to those responsible for this horrible crime. We appreciate your time and help. Thank you very much.
If anybody has any questions for Mr. Patty, now would be the time to ask.
Well, I'm glad she had the wherewithal to do that, and I certainly hope that that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution to this. Obviously, we're proud. It's too bad it had to happen like that, But, yeah, it was glad she had the wherewithal to do that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, first off, I'd like to address that is both the girls were heroes. They stuck together. I don't know exactly what happened out there that day, but I imagine there was probably an opportunity for one or both to separate and try to make a break different ways. But those girls loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book. Absolutely. In our house, it's always, I love you, every time. That was without standing all of our grandkids, all of our children, everything, that's just it, Before they go to bed, when they get up, drop them off for school, whatever it is, send a text message that's always, I love you. Well, obviously, we would like to see somebody, responsible for this, but I'm relying on law enforcement, and the efforts that they're putting forward. They've been kind enough. They walked me through their process of how they're evaluating this. I'm kind of a process-oriented guy, so they walked me through that. I'm very impressed with the steps that they go through whenever they receive tips. And trust me, every tip, every call is checked. There's nothing that's just going into a bucket, even if it seems so silly. There's the cohesive, work between the state police, the county police, the FBI, and the city police, and officers from all over that are coming in is just truly impressive. I truly feel we're going to get to the bottom of this, and that's why I'm asking for help out there. Any tips we can get is monumental, and it could really bring this case to resolution. Thank you. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. The support that we receive from the community, the schools, her friends, law enforcement, just the public, our friends, co-workers. It's overwhelming, and it's the love that's poured upon us, and the support is welcomed. And we could surely use that right now. Thank you for that. daily, multiple times. Well, I'm hoping through the, if you want to call it the speech, or you know what I mean, that we developed or that we put together there and read, and I'm just reaching out to them to help put closure. This is a hurdle and a path that we're going down that, I mean, the pain will always be there forever, but this is a hurdle that needs to be knocked down, and with the help of law enforcement, I truly believe it will, but we need somebody out there. Somebody knows something. Somebody has to know this person, recognize that voice, and I encourage them to call in and give us that vital piece of information. No matter how small it may seem, it may fit into another piece of the puzzle that'll help put closure to this. Well, that's a lot of what we have right now is optimism, and in the pouring in of the tips and the support of the public, and again, all of our friends and everything that is coming into us. I mean, that's where we're gaining our strength right now. That and through our pastor, who's been a rock for us as well. Both of our families, we support each other. You know, Abby's family and ours, we're in contact, so we help each other get through this. Yes, sir.
I'll talk about the rumors here shortly. Yes.
Well, obviously, it's troubling for us as well as the whole community, the state, you know, the nation. Somebody's out there that's done this. They need to be brought to justice, and that's why we're holding this conference. We need somebody out there who has that vital piece of information to turn this in. You know, help this community, help this state, help our nation, help our families to bring this to justice.
Alexis, we're not going to speculate right now on where they're from, and I'll get into that here shortly. So, one more over here.
Yes. I don't know that I have a comment right now. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest with you. So, try to be a Christian man. So, I'll put more thought to that.
Last one here.
Obviously, she's a smart girl. She really was. But we talked a lot about having the presence of mind of your surroundings, and obviously, she's kind of a photo buff anyway. That's why the girls were out there taking pictures. That's why they went out there in the first place, to catch the scenery, you know, do some video with each other, and that's just part of what kids do. And trust me, there's hundreds and if not thousands of pictures at home on all of our computers and stuff where all of them have done it over the years. So that's just part of their natural activity. But obviously, she had presence of mind, sensed something a little strange there. I'm glad she did. Very glad. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The cash reward, thanks to incredible generous donations from the community, from organizations, to bring the person or people responsible for this crime to justice, is now over $224,000. Now, we know historically cash rewards aren't always claimed. We like to believe that somebody with the information would come forward out of the goodness of their heart to do the right thing. But there might be somebody out there that is motivated by this cash reward, and we would ask that person who knows something to come forward. There have been more than 11,000 tips come in to our command center. Of those 11,000, right now, 2,000 of those tips have been cleared with 110% positiveness that they are not related. There are currently 1,500 tips in the queue that need to be assigned to investigators to be looked into. There's a vetting process that these tips go through to ensure that we're not getting duplicates, to ensure that there is some merit behind the tip. But we want to encourage people to continue to submit those tips via email, by calling the tip line, send us social media. However you want to get that tip to us, we will look into it. Not one tip gets overlooked. There are rumors that are going around via social media that would lead people to believe that we know this person is not local, or vice versa, that we know this person is local. I want to reiterate and emphasize that we do not have that information. We don't want people to rationalize away their tip because they believe this person cannot be local. We don't want them to rationalize away their tip because they think this person is not local. So please, if you know anything, if you think you know something, trust your gut and give us a call. If you know somebody who owns a blue coat, if you know somebody who frequents those trails, if you know anything, we're asking for those tips because we will investigate. There are rumors that started to go about this being connected to other crimes throughout the nation. As protocol with any investigation of this nature, we compare to unsolved crimes throughout the nation. Part of that is the double homicide that occurred in Iowa. At this time, I can assure you, we have spoken with the investigators in Iowa, and at this point it does appear to be coincidental that the two cases are similar, but based on the evidence, we are not able to connect the two cases at this time. I'd be happy to take a few questions. However, as much as you know, there is no new information to report. Yeah, Mike? Yeah, spreading unconfirmed information or rumors could be detrimental to our case because it could lead people to believe, people who might have information about this case, to believe that we're closer to solving it or that we have information that we don't. Spreading those unfactual rumors could be detrimental. It could slow the process. We're asking people, if you see something on social media, if you hear something, make sure it comes from a reliable source. That reliable source will likely be the Indiana State Police. If it does not come from us, please hold off on spreading those rumors. Yeah, we've talked to thousands of people in Indiana throughout the nation, and in talking to those people, have led us to other crimes. Crimes that aren't related to this case, but people that have arrest warrants, people that have drugs, people that have things they're not supposed to have, and those become their own criminal investigation. However, there has not been an arrest related directly to this case in Delphi. Yeah, so part of any investigation involves a human element, also involves a scientific element. The scientific element of that investigation does include searching for DNA. At this point in the case, I can assure you that we are using every tool necessary, every tool available to us to find the person responsible, which would include looking for those clues. We're looking into everything, and so we are open-minded. We're not discrediting the possibility of anything being possible. And so, absolutely, if it's possible, we're looking into it, I can assure you. It doesn't matter what I think, it's what our investigation is going to lead us to. And our investigators are working around the clock. They're so resilient. I can assure you, every morning I walk into that building, and these investigators are positive. The common phrase of the day is today's the day. Not today might be the day. Today's the day. They're optimistic. I've never seen a coordinated effort that I'm seeing right now. More than 25 police agencies, hundreds of officers have been involved in this. Incredible teamwork, and we are very optimistic that we are going to find a resolve to this case. You're asking me to speculate, and I'm not willing to speculate in an investigation of this magnitude. The investigation is eliminating people that we know are not involved. We are confident and optimistic that our investigation is going to lead us to the person responsible, and we're going to continue doing that until it does so. We're looking at everything. I'm not telling you yes or no to that question because I'm not aware of a specific investigation leading us to that. But at this point, we're open to anything. Yeah, those things take a lot of time. And I can assure you that they're giving every resource they have to this investigation, which would include those. But at this point, we don't have any definitive answers. Anything we have in this case is going to be beneficial. And so if that's a tool that we have in our toolbox available to us to benefit this case and to move it forward, then we're absolutely going to use it. You would have to speak to the FBI about that. I have not been given information either way. Is there any other questions? Yeah, Alexis, this is emotional for all of us. I can tell you that it's not easy, and a lot of people are putting a lot of work into this, and we're hoping that the tip's there, and we're going to find it. Thank you. We'll be available for individual interviews if you need so. The Patty family has asked not to be contacted today for an interview, but they are willing to do that in the future, and that should be coordinated through us. So thank you very much.
All right, everybody. So that was just an update there by Indiana officials on that horrible, horrible double murder that happened last month. Switching topics now and stories. We're going to take you live to the Senate floor. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. When there's a story, we're streaming it.
For your Medicare, we're not going to touch it. We're not going to mess with it. When the president was asked about cutting Medicare, here's what he said. Medicare is a program that works. People love Medicare, and it's unfair to them. I'm going to fix it and make it better, but I'm not going to cut it. The President of the United States said he's not going to cut it. Well, that promise not to harm Medicare lasted 6.5 weeks into the Trump administration, so that the wealthy could get a tax reduction, the fortunate few who need it least, and the effect would be to cut by 3 years the life of the Medicare trust fund. I think that ought to be pretty infuriating and concerning for people who work hard, and cops and nurses and people who are 50, 55, 60, today. They're counting on Medicare to be around when they retire, but because Trump Care made it a focus to give tax relief to the fortunate few. That tax relief cuts 3 years off the life of the Medicare trust fund. Now, if that wasn't enough, people who are 50, 55, 60, before Medicare, they're going to get another gut punch. This one's in the form of higher costs. In parts of my home state, particularly in rural areas like Grant County, Union County, and Lake County, and I'm sure I'm going to hear about this, Mr. President, I have town hall meetings in each one of my counties. A 60-year-old who makes $30,000 a year. Now, those are the people we've long been concerned about, particularly people between 55 and 65, because they're not yet eligible for Medicare. A 60-year-old in communities like I just mentioned who makes $30,000 a year could see their costs go up $8,000 or more. The reason that that's the case is a big part of Trump Care is based on something we call an age tax. Mr. President, back in the days when I was the director of the Oregon Gray Panthers, I was really so fortunate at a young age to be the director of the group for close to 7 years. We couldn't imagine something like the hit on vulnerable older people that this age tax levies. Republicans want to give the insurance companies a green light to charge older Americans 5 times as much as they charge younger Americans. So the reality is older people are going to pay a lot more under Trump Care. And that's what we were trying to prevent all those years with the Gray Panthers, Mr. President. We didn't want to see older people pay more for their health care the way they're going to under Trump Care if they're 50 or 55 or 60. And I think the real question is whether they're going to be able to afford insurance at all. The reality is a lot of those older people that I've just described, and I met them at my town hall meetings every single week. They are walking on an economic tightrope. They balance their food costs against their fuel costs, and their fuel costs against their rent costs. And along comes Trump Care and pushes them off the economic tightrope, where they just won't be able to pay the bills, particularly older people in rural areas. So the reality is, Mr. President, it's expensive to get older in America. And we ought to be providing tools to help older people. But what Trump Care does is instead of giving tools to older people to try to hold down the costs, Trump Care basically empties the toolbox of assistance and basically makes older people pay more. And I want to next turn to the Medicaid nursing home benefit. I've seen, working with senior citizens, so many older people, as I say, the people who are on an economic tightrope. They're scrimping and saving, and even as they forego anything that wouldn't be essential, they burn through their savings. So when it's time to pay for nursing home care, they have to turn to Medicaid. The Medicaid program picks up the bill for 2 out of every 3 seniors in nursing homes. Now today, the Medicaid nursing home benefit comes with a guarantee, and I want to emphasize it. It is a guarantee that our country's older people will be taken care of. All of those folks, the grandparents that we started working for in those Gray Panther days, they had an assurance. They had an assurance that grandparents wouldn't be kicked out on the street. Trump Care ends that guarantee. You could have state programs force into slashing nursing home budgets. You could see nursing homes shut down and the lives of older people uprooted. We could, in my view, have our grandparents that are depending on this kind of benefit get nickeled and dimed for the basics in home care that they've relied on. When it comes to Medicaid, Trump Care effectively ends the program as it exists today, shredding the health care safety net in America. And it doesn't only affect older people in nursing homes. It puts an expiration date, a timestamp on the Medicaid coverage that millions of Americans got through the Affordable Care Act. For many of those vulnerable persons, it was the first time they had health insurance. So what Trump Care is going to come along and do is put a cap on that Medicaid budget and just squeeze them down until vulnerable persons' health care is at risk. If low-income Americans lose their coverage through Medicaid, it is a good bet that the only Trump Care plans they'll be able to afford are going to be worth less than a Trump University degree. I want to move next to the effects of the bill on opioid abuse. Clearly, by these huge cuts to Medicaid, Trump Care is going to make America's epidemic of prescription drug abuse-related deaths even worse. Medicaid is a major source of coverage for mental health and substance use disorder treatment, particularly after the Affordable Care Act, but this bill takes away coverage from millions who need it. We've had Republican state lawmakers speaking out about this issue, as well as several members of the majority in the Congress. Colleagues, just about every major healthcare organization is telling the Congress not to go forward with the Trump Care bill. Physicians, hospitals, AARP, that's just the beginning. But the majority is just charging forward, rushing to get this done as quickly as possible. Now, we're going to have more to say about these issues, Mr. President. I see my colleagues here. But to close just by intertwining how this appointment is going to be a key part of the discussion of Trump Care revolves around the questions that we asked Ms. Verma. For example, I was trying to see if this bill would do anything to help older people hold down the cost of medicine. Now, we've heard the new president talk about how he's got all kinds of ideas about controlling the cost of medicine, but here was a bill that could have done something about it. And in fact, I see my colleagues, Senator Stabenow, Senator Cantwell, I said to the nominee, I'd be interested in any idea you have. Any idea you have to hold down the cost of medicine. On this side, we've had plenty of ideas. We'd want to make sure that Medicare can bargain to hold down the cost of medicine. We've been interested in policies to allow for the importation of medicine. We said, let's lift the veil of secrecy on pharmaceutical pricing. And I asked Ms. Verma, how about one idea, just one, that you'd be interested in that would help older people with their medicine costs? She wouldn't give us one example. And I'm going to go through more of those kinds of questions, Mr. President, because the reality is, I see Senator Stabenow and Senator Cantwell here, what we got in the committee was essentially health care happy talk. Every time we would ask the question, she would say, I'm for the patients. I want to make sure everybody gets good care. So I thank my colleagues for joining us, and I yield to Senator Cantwell.
Mr. President, will the senator yield for a question?
Of course.
I would ask my colleague, Mr. President, the senator from Oregon, because Washington and Oregon, and I think many other states, spend so much time innovating. the proposal that we're seeing come out of the House of Representatives really isn't innovation. I like to say that if you're looking at this just from the specifics, the budget cap is really just a budget mechanism. It doesn't have anything to do with innovation. It just has to do with basically triggering a cut to the Medicaid and shifting that cost to the states. And my concern is that we already do a lot with a lot less, and we know how to innovate, and we would prefer that the rest of the country follow that same model. So I would ask the senator from Oregon, do you see any innovation in this model, in capitating and cutting the amount of Medicaid and shifting that to the states?
My colleague from Washington is ever logical. And when I looked at this, I kind of thought it was an innovation desert, because I was looking for some new, fresh ideas. We've seen some of them from Senator Cantwell's state, and I think the senator from Washington makes a very important point with that poster, because the reality is this is a cap. This is a limit on what states are going to get. And as I touched on in my comments, I think what's going to happen, this cap, there's not going to be enough money for the needs, and I think this is going to slash the help for nursing home care under Medicaid, which pays 2/3 of the bill. And I think nursing home care under this Trump care, this flawed Trump care proposal, nursing home care is going to really get nickeled and dimed. So my colleague from Washington is right. I think this, because I tried to read section by section, we read it, of course, several times, but we wanted to make sure we were looking for my colleague's point, because in the Northwest, we value innovation. This thing is an innovation desert.
I would ask the senator from Oregon through the president that the innovation that was already in the Affordable Care Act really did shift the Medicaid population, which so much of that cost, as you just mentioned, is in long-term care, nursing home care. So Medicaid equals long-term care for so many of Americans. And so in the Affordable Care Act, we started the process to say, let's shift to community-based care, because it's about one-third the cost of a nursing home. So if we can keep more people in their homes, that's better innovation. And in the Affordable Care Act, we incented states. In fact, we've had 21 states take us up on that: Arkansas, Connecticut, Georgia, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, New Hampshire, Texas, Ohio, Nevada, Nebraska, many states that are doing this innovation, and basically they are trying to move the Medicaid population to community-based care so we can save money. And that is as much money as they're trying to save in a bill that they're not saving the money, they're shifting the burdens to the states. So instead of giving an innovative solution for people to have community-based care, that is long-term care services, stay in their home longer, which who doesn't want to stay in their home longer, then support them through community-based delivery of long-term care services, and we save the nation billions of dollars. In fact, our state did this over a 15-year period of time. We saved $2.7 billion. So that is the kind of innovation that we would like to see. But instead of implementing the innovation that we already started in the Affordable Care Act, they are trying to capitate the Medicaid number, which basically is changing the relationship as a partner for the federal government. And they're just saying, we are going to cost shift this burden to you, the states, which I saw one budget and policy analysis center say that was going to be about a $380 billion shift to states. And I wonder if the senator from Oregon, do you think that Oregon has the kind of money to take its percentage of that 380, or my colleague from Michigan, do you think the state of Michigan has the dollars to take care of that Medicaid population?
Well, if I might just lend my voice on this and thank both of my colleagues. And Senator Cantwell has been really the leader in so many ways on innovation in the healthcare system, as we debated and sat next to each other in the Finance Committee on the Affordable Care Act. I wanted to just share that in Michigan, where we expanded Medicaid, because of changes that have been made and work that is being done in the budget going forward to the new year, there's about close to $500 million now more in the state of Michigan budget than was there before because of Medicaid expansion and the ability to manage healthcare risks. And people have more healthcare coverage. We actually have 97% of the children in Michigan that can see a doctor today, which is incredible. And at the same time, the state's going to save close to $500 million in the coming year's budget.
If I could just add, because I think my colleagues are making a very important point. If you look at the demographics, there are going to be 10,000 people turning 65 every day for years and years to come. So Senator Cantwell and Senator Stabenow are making the point about some flexibility. Now, the reality is, as I look at the demographic picture, we're going to need more out of a lot of
All right, folks, you can see that we unfortunately just lost that feed here. We're going to wait to see if we could maybe get it back for you. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, taking a live look at the beautiful old White House, though.
'17 Policy Summit, and our theme is making small business great again. Now, it wasn't hard to come up with that theme. Obviously, it's pretty consistent to what you're going to be hearing in just a minute. And it's really my honor and privilege to introduce you to our guest speaker. I will tell you something, got to spend a little time with him, and of course we've known him for years as a congressman, as a governor, and now as the Vice President of the United States. This is a very good man, but he's also a humble man, and he never wants to make it about himself. He told me before I came out here, I shouldn't tell you this, but he said, don't even talk about me. Talk about the great work that our president and the administration is doing, and that is for sure. But the president has a great partner, somebody that really understands the issues that are very important to us. You don't have to explain to him about how small business isn't small, especially when we're 28 million strong. We're 50% of the gross output of the economy. We're 50% of all the employees in the economy. And of course, you know that's the place that new jobs come from. They don't come from big business. They certainly don't come from government. They come from you, the engine of America. 2/3 of the net new jobs come from there. So when this administration talks about getting this economy jump-started again, when they talk about creating the jobs, they're talking about all of us. They're talking about you. And that's why I'm so excited about introducing and having him back with us. He shows us through his presence again. This isn't the first time the Vice President has been with us at Latino Coalition. Of course, when he visited us before, he was a great congressman, and now he's off to a great start as the Vice President of the United States. We appreciate this man, this leader, for his humility, for his grace, for his faith, and for his respect. The respect that he shows us every single day in the way that he goes about his responsibilities, the respect that he shows for the president and the administration, the respect that he shows for the policies that they're putting forward. Now,
you know that we're back here in Washington, D.C. Some people affectionately call it the swamp. And in the swamp, sometimes people don't understand the good work that these servants are doing, these public servants are doing. So I hope that you understand, and I know that you will after you hear him. He understands that economic opportunity is really central to everything that we want to do together. We can't do it unless we're all winning. And that's what this administration is for. That's what this vice president is committing his life to do. You know, I'm reminded of something, and I bet you the vice president knew him. I'm reminded of President Ronald Reagan. And one time somebody asked Ronald Reagan, what's the difference between a big business and a small business? And of course, you know, Ronald Reagan was never short of words. He said, that's easy. A small business could be a big business if government would just get out of its way. That's right. Ronald Reagan understood, and this vice president understands, that when you lower our taxes, when you reduce regulations, when you do something about the healthcare problems that all of us face every day, that's exactly what you're doing. That's how you make America great again. That's how you make small business great again. One of our champions, the man that's leading this charge, is the vice president and, of course, the president of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, would you rise and join me in giving a warm TLC welcome to the Vice President of the United States, Michael Pence.
Thank you so much. And buenos tardes a todos. It's wonderful to be with you all. You know, the last time I addressed the Latino Coalition, I promised myself I wouldn't come back until I learned some Spanish. That was 6 years ago, and as you can tell, I'm a slow learner. So, all kidding aside, would you join me in just thanking your great chairman, Hector Barreto, for that wonderful speech and the overly gracious introduction. Hector, thank you for your continued leadership of the Latino Coalition, as well as your years in public service. His record as head of the Small Business Administration was one of distinction, and I know our current administrator of the Small Business Administration would strongly agree. I know Linda McMahon is with us today. Would you give her another big round of applause? Linda, would you stand and take a bow? We couldn't be more excited, the President and I, about our new leader at the SBA. You can give her a standing ovation if you want. I don't want to hold back on that. You can get on your feet. I saw Linda McMahon, everybody. You know, our nation is really fortunate. I just love that Reagan line. Didn't you like that? I love it when I come across a new Reagan line. The difference between a small business and a big business is big government, right? Got government out of the way, and it's just wonderful to have someone of Linda's caliber and experience, someone who built an incredible career and an incredible business, as a small family business into an international business, being able to lead the SBA. So thank you so much, Linda, for stepping up to serve the country. It is a great privilege to be back to the Latino Coalition once again. The last time I was here, I was a congressman from the great state of Indiana. And today, I am deeply humbled to stand before you today as Vice President of the United States of America. Now, the reason I'm in this position is because of the confidence of my friend, the 45th President of the United States of America, and because of the support of people like you all across this country. And I want to tell you that I bring greetings from the President. Just before I left the Oval Office, I told him I was headed your way, and he was pleased to hear about it. And I told him I was headed to a conference entitled the Make Small Business Great Again Policy Summit, and he was very pleased. I think the President wants you to know that our administration, simply put, and Linda will back me up on this, the Trump administration will be the best friend America's small businesses will ever have. But the President and I know, what our whole team knows, is that small businesses are the engines of the American economy. As President Trump said in his joint address to Congress last week, did everybody see that speech? He said we're going to restart the engine to create jobs and prosperity and growth in America like never before, and it's already begun. You know, I grew up in a small business family in a small town in southern Indiana. I went to work at one of my dad's gas stations when I was only 14 years of age. Had a dark blue shirt with a stripe on it, had my name on it. I was really proud of it. Now, for those of you under the age of 30, if you're wondering what a gas station attendant is, just imagine if when you pulled into a gas station, some young person ran out with their name on their shirt, pumped your gas, cleaned your windshield, checked your tires and didn't charge you any more money for it. It's a great job, a great experience. But I grew up in a family business, so I know the sacrifices all of you make. And as the world knows, President Trump also grew up in a family business as well. It was a little bit bigger than my dad's by the end of the day, but it's the same principle. I was just in a meeting yesterday with the President in the cabinet room, and we were talking about infrastructure with leaders. And an old friend of his said that he and the President had grown up the same way. He said, come Saturday mornings, even when we were very young, the time that we spent with our dad was we were out on a job site. And that's what it is to be in a small business family. I told him afterwards, I said, you know, that's, for me, it was headed to the bulk plant or headed to the gas station with my dad. And I know the small businesses that are gathered here know whereof I speak. And I just want to assure you that President Trump and I both know the sacrifices that are required to make a small business work. And most importantly, we know this. When small business is strong, the American economy is strong, and we're going to fight every day to make that a reality. Now, the Latino Coalition knows this truth, this statement better than most. The businesses represented in this room have made an incredible impact, not just in the lives of your employees, but in your communities and, frankly, in the nation as a whole. The fact is that Hispanics are driving entrepreneurship and economic growth like never before, just like Hector said. The number of Latino-owned businesses grew by more than 50% over the past decade, leaps and bounds over every other American demographic. And Hispanic firms have also been hiring at a record pace. This was clear just yesterday. I don't know if you all saw that news. It was just amazing. We had the most jobs created in a single month in over 3 years. The February report, 298,000 jobs, and Hispanic businesses were a part of that success. It's incredible to think that today Hispanics own an amazing 4 million American companies, and their combined annual revenue is over $650 billion. It might be small business, but that's big business where I come from. And Latino-owned small businesses continue to be the fastest growing sector of the entire economy. Now let me pause for just a second here if I can. It is Women's History Month. Could we give a round of applause to all the Latina small business owners who are with us today, who are charting a great, great course of success in the American economy? Incredible leadership demonstrated, and it's great to see your peers all honor you. I know the President honors you as well in this important month of celebration. But before I move on, let's ask, could I ask all of those who've worn the uniform of the United States of America to rise, the men and women who have served our country in uniform today. The President and I just never want to fail to acknowledge the contributions of every American to our armed forces. It's amazing the contribution of the Hispanic community to America continues to this day. Over 250,000 Hispanics are serving in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, and the Reserves at this very moment. I know we asked them to stand, but would the rest of you mind standing to demonstrate just how proud we are of those who serve in the armed forces of the United States and those who have served in the defense of this nation? Thank you for your service, and thank you for honoring all of them. You know, you can't look at these numbers that we're all talking about and not be impressed. You get right down to it, the Hispanic community is one of the most dynamic communities in the entire country. Your success is America's success, and President Trump and I both know it. The President has held at least a dozen key meetings with the Latino community, especially small business owners, in the build-up to the November 8th election. He did this because he recognizes just how crucial you are to the American economy, and as a businessman himself, he knows what it takes to be successful in a tough and a competitive environment. He promised in those meetings, and I reiterate today, to give you the help you need to become even more successful in the years ahead. Well, my friends,
All right, folks, you're taking a look at the White House here. Coming up next, Samuel, she'll be with you for the next 2 hours, and then we're going to slide Mary Kate in here, and I'll be back on, let's call it 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock Eastern.
All right, everyone, we are looking at a live look at the White House. Earlier today, we had a handful of hearings happening at the same time. We weren't able to show you the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing this morning, but it was a very interesting event, and we are going to show it to you live. Well, not live, because it happened earlier today, but we are going to stream it for you here on News Now.
In West Africa, our primary focus is countering and degrading Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa. Since 2011, Boko Haram has consistently carried out attacks against civilians and targeted partner regional governments and military forces in the Lake Chad Basin region. With forces from Benin, Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and Nigeria, we are working with the multinational joint task force located in Niger to enable regional cooperation and expand partner capacity to ensure Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa do not further destabilize the region. The multinational joint task force has been successful in enabling multinational cooperation and coordinating multinational operations and placed significant pressure on Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa. In Central Africa, through the combined efforts of military forces, civilian agencies, and non-governmental organizations, we work to build the capacity of our partners to address regional threats such as maritime security, illicit trafficking of goods and persons, the Lord's Resistance Army, and other criminal networks and enterprises. Africa-wide, we support the efforts to enable African partners to respond to humanitarian crises, mass atrocities, disaster contingencies, and to support peace operations. Through the United States National Guard's State Partnership Program, along with their African partners, we've improved disaster management competency and readiness to assist civilian-led efforts. We continue to see great value in the National Guard's persistent engagement and fully support the State Partnership Program's efforts. Africa's security environment is dynamic and complex, requiring innovative solutions. And even with limited resources or capabilities, Africa Command aggressively works with partners and allies to execute our missions and mitigate risk. Moving forward, we continue to focus our decisive effort on building African partner capacity, and will continue to work closely with the international and interagency partners to make small, wise investments which pay huge dividends in building stable and effective governments, the foundation for long-term security in Africa. I'm confident with your support, Africa Command will protect and promote United States interests and keep the United States safe from threats emanating from the African continent. And finally, on behalf of the United States Africa Command, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning, and I also look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, General. General Votel, you agree that we're in a stalemate in Afghanistan after 15 years?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
And in some measurements, maybe you could argue that when we go from control of 72% of the country to 52%, that's worse than a stalemate. Would you agree that one of the most disturbing things about the attack on the hospital yesterday, that attack was carried out by ISIS, not by the Taliban, which shows, at least to this person, that we are seeing an increase in influence of ISIS, as well as Russian providing weapons and the Iranians playing a greater role than in the past. I guess my question is, are we developing a strategy to break this stalemate, and is it going to require additional U.S. troops?
Mr. Chairman, the answer to the question is yes, we are developing a strategy, and we are in discussions with the Secretary and the Department right now. Both General Nicholson and I are forming our best advice and recommendations to the Secretary, and we look forward to moving forward with that. I do believe it will involve additional forces to ensure that we can make the advise and assist mission more effective.
And already you have received a capability on rules of engagement which enhance your abilities to combat the enemy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We've got a very interesting and challenging situation in Syria, and that is the whole issue of the Kurds, our relationship with them, Erdogan's relationship with them, the importance of the use of Incirlik, the importance of our relationship with Turkey. And I met with President Erdogan in Ankara recently. He is passionately opposed to Kurdish involvement, and our support of the Kurds that I understand are going to be a very vital element in expediting the retaking of Raqqa. This is a complex situation, and it would take all my time, as you know, to go through all this. But I think there's a possibility of an impending conflict between Turkey and the Kurds, as opposed to us all working together to try to defeat ISIS and remove them from Raqqa. Do you see that as a scenario that we should be concerned about?
I do, Mr. Chairman, and to that end, we are trying to take actions to prevent that from occurring.
Well, we find ourselves in a kind of a strange situation that we and the Russians are allied against the Turks. Is that a correct, as far as the Kurds are concerned, is that a correct assessment?
I wouldn't necessarily say that we are aligned against the Turks. We certainly understand what their interests are, and we understand their concerns about the partners that we are working with. Turkey is a vital partner in this effort here. We could not do what we're doing without them. So our efforts are to try to work through this tension through dialogue, through information, and through identifying alternatives that give us a way to move forward against ISIS without damaging the long-term relationship with a NATO partner.
Well, as you know, we are working with the Kurds and arming and training them, and they are a very effective fighting force. The same Kurds that Erdogan has labeled as a terrorist organization, and in the view of some, a greater threat to Turkey than ISIS is. Who's going to sort all this out?
Well, I think there certainly has to be an effort, Mr. Chairman, at the military level, and there has to be an effort at the political level to address this. And so, I'm
not sure there's an understanding of how seriously Erdogan views this issue, and I'm not sure we appreciate the importance of the role that Turkey plays in our effort to retake Raqqa, particularly in the use of Incirlik and other activities that require Turkish cooperation. I hope that we can, unless something changes, I foresee a train wreck here. And I'm not sure that the administration recognizes how seriously, particularly President Erdogan, views the threat that he views that the Kurds pose. Frankly, finally, General Waldhauser, let's talk about Libya a second. Who's the most powerful influence in Libya today? And what's the answer to this chaos?
Thank you, Senator. It's difficult to say who's the most powerful partner right now inside Libya. If you took polls, you would see that the Libyan National Army has got great support in the in the east, and the GNA has support in the west. So there needs to be a combination of those two organizations in order to get to a political solution there.
Does it bother you that Haftar has been visiting with the Russians and went out to a Russian carrier, and obviously now the Russians may be assuming a role in Libya that they never had before?
It is very concerning, Senator. Haftar has visited, as you said, on the carrier with the Russians. He's also visited in the country of Russia. Also this week is reported in the open press, Siraj from the Government of National Accord has also visited Russia.
As is the case with Afghanistan that I mentioned, I hope we will be developing a strategy as regards to Libya, as the volatility of that situation can clearly lead to the rise of ISIS and other extremist organizations, as I know you are well aware, General. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and General Votel. You're now in the process of evaluating the mission and the strategy. And for many years, the mission seemed to be very clear with respect to Syria and to Iraq of degrade and defeat ISIS. Now there are activities, particularly around Manbij, where you are in the process of trying to separate forces. The issue here really is not only defining the mission, but preventing mission creep in terms of starting to find ourselves committed not just to destroying ISIS, but to somehow refereeing a very complicated situation with Russians, Assad forces, anti-Assad forces, Turkish forces, Kurdish forces, and an array of other forces that you can allude to. How are you going to prevent that mission creep, or is there that possibility?
Well, thank you, Senator. And yes, I do agree. If we're not careful, we could find ourselves in a different situation. The presence of our forces in Manbij is not new to just the current situation. They have actually been on the ground since Manbij was secured here 6 or 7 months ago. And they are principally there to ensure that ISIS is not able to reestablish itself in the area. And we have undertaken a number of operations in that particular regard. As the situation is currently played out, that is the principal focus of our elements there. They do have the benefit, by virtue of being there, to also provide overwatch and I would add a measure of assurance, not just for our local partners on the ground there, but I would also suggest for our Turkish partners. We understand what their concerns are about undue Kurdish influence in this particular area. So the best way that we can keep an eye on that, I think, is through our well-trained soft forces on the ground.
One of the areas I touched upon in my comments was the interagency. And General Walthauser, can you accomplish your mission in AFRICOM if you don't have rather robust support by State Department and other agencies, including our European allies?
The short answer, Senator, is no, we cannot. We work very closely with various agencies, USAID, the State Department, and the like. I could give numerous examples, if you like, of how we partner with them and how they contribute to development, which is so important in our mission.
Thank you. And General Votel, likewise in your office.
I absolutely agree.
As we go forward in terms of the new strategy that the President is asking for, one point he made was requesting recommendation to changes to any U.S. rules of engagement and other U.S. policy restrictions that exceed the requirements of an international law. My sense is that the requirements and the authorities that the military has asked for is one, they can do the job, but two, they also do things like minimize civilian casualties, provide for an appropriate relationship with the local populations, which helps you rather than hurts you. And is that still the sensitivity that you have? I mean, adherence to the minimum international law might not be the smartest military approach.
Well, we conduct all of our operations, of course, in accordance with the law of armed conflict, right. And we bring our values to the fight wherever we are. I don't think those are particular limitations on us at this particular point. My advice here moving forward has been to ensure that our forces have the operational agility to maintain pressure and sustain our approach of presenting ISIS with multiple dilemmas and really pursuing a military strategy of simultaneous operations to really overwhelm them quickly. And so the preponderance of our discussions and our recommendations really fell within that area.
But again, the rules that we've adopted have been based on best military policy, not just adherence to arbitrary rules. We minimize casualties because it has an effect on the population that will hurt our operations. Is that correct?
Senator, that is absolutely correct. 750,000 people in the west portion of Mosul, and so we have to. We certainly have to conduct our operations with the full knowledge that that's the situation.
Again, gentlemen, thank you for your service, and I look forward to continuing these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Walthauser, we just, as you and I discussed in my office, Senator Rounds and I just returned from several areas in your command. And, you know, when you stop and look at it, it seems like it's been shorter than that, but it's been 10 years since we started AFRICOM, and AFRICOM the continent used to be divided in 3 different commands. Now, since that time, I think we've had a lot of successes. General Rodriguez, one of your predecessors, said, Africa is an enduring interest to the United States, and its importance will continue to increase as African economies, population, and influence grow. Do you agree with that statement?
Senator, I do.
And it wasn't long ago when Chuck Wald had the job that you have right now. He talked about the significance of Phase Zero. He actually wrote an article about the Phase Zero campaign. Why is Phase Zero important, and how does it apply to AFRICOM? Could you make any comments about that?
Senator, thank you. What I would say to that question is that the ability to engage with the population and have such exercises and engagements with agencies as was previously described, things like education, healthcare, jobs for the significant youth bulge that's in Africa is very, very important. We've got to get at these drivers that make these individuals, young men especially, want to join groups like Al-Shabaab. And in order to get at that part of the problem, we need to be engaged with education, healthcare, jobs, and the like.
And to preclude something from happening, headed off at the pass, and I would agree with that. We're also in Afghanistan, General Votel, and we met with our service members and, of course, the new president and General Nicholson. And I think maybe we might be, in my opinion, because I might be influenced by the fact that I knew the new president's predecessor, and there's no comparison. It's summing up kind of what General Nicholson said. I'll read this. A need for a long-term coalition commitment to Afghanistan, need for increased coalition forces for training and assisting the Afghan military, the strength and the commitment of the Afghan people who want to take their country back from the insurgents, shifting the focus to winning versus not losing. The high casualty rate among Afghan forces, the increase in territory controlled by the Taliban, the importance of cutting the Taliban's access to financing their operations. Do you pretty much agree with his assessment with what the situation is there?
I do, Senator.
And do you think that maybe when we get some of these less than optimistic reports in these committee hearings that we have, that you get a little bit different idea when you're actually there? And one of the things that I think we're not factoring in enough would be the President Ghani. And I kind of I'd like to have your idea as to what a difference that can make. Because I can remember sitting there with his predecessor and then evaluating the situation, what his commitment is right now, and what he really believes his people are going to be able to do.
Senator, I absolutely agree with you. I do think we cannot overestimate the strategic advantage of having a leader like President Ghani in place. His willingness to partner, his visionary ideas about this, and his general approach to bringing the coalition on board, I think have been very good, and I think they provide us a very good opportunity to build upon.
All right, with him and with your experience from the last fighting season that we had, since we're coming up now to the next fighting season, do you have any projection as to differences we might see with that leadership and where we are right now?
I think that we will continue to see very steady leadership from President Ghani and his government through the next fighting season. I think the challenge that we will have will be sustaining the Afghan forces as they move forward. They have, as you have noted, as others have noted, they have absorbed a lot of casualties, and yet they've been resilient through that. But there is a need to ensure that they get into a normal operational cycle that allows them to recover, to rebuild themselves, to reset themselves, and then get back into the fight. And I think that as we move forward, that will be the challenge that General Nicholson and I will have to manage.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, and I think that there is an effect that the new president has on the fighting troops over there, on theirs, that will yield a better performance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the fighting season has begun earlier than ever in Afghanistan. True, General?
I think the fighting season does not end. I agree with you, Senator.
Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to both of you today for testifying. Appreciate all that you do. Very difficult job, and both of you do it with honor, so thank you so much for your service to our country. I represent in Michigan probably the largest Arab American, Muslim American community here in the United States, and had an opportunity just recently to meet with a number of community members at the Islamic Center and heard some great concern from the Yemeni American community as to what they are seeing in Yemen in terms of Saudi Arabian operations, what seems to be indiscriminate bombing, the killing of large numbers of civilians. I think, according to some estimates, over close to 4,000 civilians have been killed in Yemen by Saudi Arabian-led air campaign, which appears to them as indiscriminate, and according to them, it does great damage to the United States. People see those Saudi attacks as related to the United States, and has been increasing recruitment for folks who want to do harm to the United States because of the actions that are being undertaken by the Saudi Arabians. So if you could comment, General Votel, a little bit about what is happening there to us, and what do you assess the cause of the large number of civilian casualties that we're seeing in Yemen, and what can we do to reduce that?
I attribute, thank you for the question, Senator. I attribute those types of situations more to the competence of the forces that are operating there and their ability to properly target. As you are aware, we do not provide intelligence for those things. We do not make decisions for them. But yet we have a relationship with Saudi Arabia. And at my level and at levels below me, my air commander, a variety of subordinate commanders, we have engaged with our leaders, with our partner leaders in Saudi Arabia, to talk to them about the effects of this and to provide opportunities for them to learn from our experience in terms of this and improve their capabilities in this particular regard. And I think they have done that. In addition, I personally have reached out and talked to my counterpart about the importance of reaching out to international organizations like the ICRC, Doctors Without Borders, who also operate in these areas, and ask that they establish relationships and begin a discussion with between the Saudi Arabian government and Ministry of Defense and these particular organizations, so we can better understand what's happening on the ground and we can begin to work through this. And I'm very happy to tell you that is taking place now.
So you would characterize this as a training issue as opposed to some other factor that's causing for it?
I don't attribute it to deliberate decisions to target civilians. I attribute it to a growing need to develop a better and more precise targeting process for their operations.
And are we able to assist them in that?
We don't assist them directly with targeting on the ground, but we are able to, through our experience, through our people, engage them and help with their professionalism and give them the benefit of our experience and tactics, techniques, procedures, processes that we use to try to absolutely minimize those types of events. And we are doing that.
Well, it's good to hear. Thank you. General Votel, you also, to move to Syria now, you were recently quoted in the New York Times about saying that we want to bring the right capabilities forward, not all of those necessarily resonant in the special operations community. If we need additional artillery or things like that, I want to bring those forward to augment our operations. And I know today in the news there was an artillery unit that I believe is being positioned in Syria now. In your estimate, what is the right mix of conventional and special operations forces that are going to be required to succeed in Syria?
Senator, I'm not sure I can give you an exact percentage-wise mix of this, but what I can tell you is that the way that we operate today with our special operations forces and unique capabilities they bring, through our experience in the last 15 or 16 years, we have become very comfortable and capable of operating together. And so what I have pledged to our commanders and what I expect from them is for them to ask for the capabilities that we need.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this. We're getting the live event now coming in from D.C.
For all of us, but it's also an opportunity to give thanks for the fact that we were able to share time with Bob. He was a major influence in my life. When I arrived here after the '78 election, Bob took me under his wing, taught me a lot about what he knew about the House. He did his darndest with some success, got me elected to the leadership in my first term, made me a member of the Intelligence Committee. Those committee assignments are very important, and eventually put me in charge of the Iran-Contra investigation. And I loved every one of those. I was never quite certain it was going to come out the way Bob thought it was going to come out, but his role as my mentor, I'll never forget. My highest aspiration was to follow in Bob's footsteps and hopefully someday become the Speaker. Speaker Ryan and I have often reminisced over the fact that my desire was to become Speaker of the House, and his was to become the Vice President. It didn't work out quite the way we planned. But Bob was one of the finest men I've ever known. There cannot be many others who spent so much time here, yet were held in such thoroughly high regard by everyone from beginning to end. Our leader was never known to make a disagreement personal or let opposition give way to hostility, to show the signs of injured vanity. And forget holding a grudge. Bob wouldn't know how to acquire a grudge in the first place. He was a straight-up guy through and through, and authentic and devoid of pretense as any man could be. Like his counterpart, Senator Dole, Bob was a man of his generation who knew far bigger tests than a tough vote or a heated floor debate. I guess when you've landed at Normandy, led a platoon in combat, been wounded by machine gun fire in the Battle of the Bulge, you gain a perspective that doesn't come any other way. You know what a real fight looks like, what a real loss feels like, and the dramas and reversals of politics are all a little bit more manageable. When we're young and we first start reading about politics, we picture a certain kind of individual to serve in Congress. Maybe in time, reality teaches us a little differently. In this case, the man and the ideal were awfully close. The gentleman from Illinois commanded respect well beyond anything required by title. He was a man of courage, rectitude, and personal kindness, a friend we looked up to and were lucky to have in our lives. We honor Bob for all that he gave to America, and we're grateful for all that he meant to us.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this memorial because we're going to take you to Hawaii. The Attorney General talking about the Trump travel ban lawsuit in Hawaii.
At least one time in the federal district court before the executive order actually takes effect. And so the idea behind that was to try to avoid any sort of chaos or confusion or people trying to understand whether or not the executive order is actually going to be implemented or not. So, but like I said, it's going to be up to Judge Watson as far as how he decides to rule on that. But we appreciate Judge Watson for doing that. I appreciate the Department of Justice for going along with this schedule. Other than that, I also understand that Washington and New York have also they also are challenging the new travel ban. Washington is arguing that the existing nationwide injunction has not been lifted just because there were certain, it's not just their words, but the words that were made by the administration, because there were certain tweaks made to the executive order. So that's we totally appreciate the Washington AG for really, leading the way from the very beginning on this issue, and then we understand that the New York Attorney General's office has also joined them. So we were very grateful to Bob Ferguson in Washington State, as well as Eric Schneiderman in New York for their efforts. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to say. I know that you have the press release, you have the arguments. I don't want to speechify too long. So if you guys have some questions, I'm happy to help you out.
Will you be arguing on Wednesday? And
thank you.
What about if it goes to the Ninth Circuit
Right.
and beyond?
Yeah, thank you for your question. The telephonic access is allowed. So my understanding is I think that the Department of Justice will be participating by telephone. And then we also have special DC counsel that we were able to obtain through a procurement. It's Neil Katyal. He's the former acting Solicitor General under the Obama administration. And so we're talking about that right now. Ultimately, who argues the case is actually up to the judge. I mean, he's the one who tells us how much time we have to argue and whether or not we can split the argument. But I'm hopeful that we can do a split argument. But that's where it goes.
Just to make it clear, are you enjoined then with Washington and New York?
No, so we have a separate. Our lawsuit has always been separate, and our lawsuit has always been separate, and then we're going to so we're having ours proceed right now in front of the federal district court here. That's Judge Watson, and then the Washington case, of which New York and Oregon and Minnesota have all joined, will be proceeding in front of. I think Judge Robart. Actually, I haven't seen Washington's motion, so I don't. I probably shouldn't speak too much about it, other than to be grateful that they're doing what they're doing.
But Hawaii filed an amicus brief for the
We did.
one. And
We did.
Can other states, or will other states join Hawaii?
We'll see. I think it's. I can tell you right now. One thing I see happening is that there are a lot of issues that are buzzing around the country right now. So there's probably a lot of the conversation is having to do with the Affordable Care Act and potential litigation that might be around that. So we'll see what they do. I have gotten requests to join in as amicus from. I think you have to wait to see before they file. But I have gotten those requests, and basically we've already agreed with the U.S. that will allow any amicus to be filed, and we won't object to it, even if it's contrary to our positions.
Has the legal basis for your second lawsuit changed from the first?
It's similar, but I would say that's a good. I appreciate you asking that. I mean, this is how I would summarize it. I'd say what our argument is that when the President Trump and the administration changed the executive order from the first one to the second, first of all, they didn't take away the same discrimination based upon national origin and religion that is so problematic. They replaced it with a lot of neutral language, but that's not going to be enough in our arguments or in our opinions to be able to erase a lot of the past statements that were made where this was just referred to, in their words, in President Trump's words, as a Muslim ban. So that's one part of our argument. But the other thing is that what we're saying is that in trying so hard to react to the Ninth Circuit opinion that came out, in other words, the Ninth Circuit opinion had certain rulings about how we shouldn't violate people's due process, and we should really respect all those things. So this new executive order has a lot of a more expansive description of waivers and exemptions. And so our point about that is that now what the administration has done is they've set up a new immigration system that has no standards, that is something, and also is invading the province of Congress. So it's a little bit of a, I've got to say it's more of a checks and balances type argument, but from a legal standpoint, it's exactly right. Congress, under Article 1 of the Constitution, is actually the branch of government that is supposed to be making laws and establishing the immigration system, or the ability of aliens to enter or remain into the country. And so what's happening is that by setting up basically new standards for what's a terrorist, what's presumed to be a terrorist, or who's going to be allowed to enter or not enter, then the administration is stepping into what Congress has been set apart to do. So that's my attempt to try to explain what's in our brief, and I'm happy to keep trying to explain that, but that's what it's all about.
Attorney General, it's now the second bite at the apple for the Trump administration on the so-called travel ban.
Right.
In your opinion, what would cure any defects to make it legal?
Right. You know, simply put, it's don't. I think if you want to protect our national security, that's great. You know, I think all of us in the United States care about the security of our nation, the security of our borders. We here in the state of Hawaii, we care about the security of our state. But don't bring us back to a time that occurred prior to the 1960s, when laws and immigration was passed that was based upon people based upon their national origin. So what I want to say about that is that in 1965, which was 1 year before I was born, then Congress passed the Immigration and a new provision in the Immigration and Nationality Act, which basically abolished any sort of racial bias or any sort of nation of origin bias. And it's in our brief, so I can't tell you what page it's on, but it's there. And the point of it is that if you're going back to this executive order now, this is, in our arguments, we're saying this is the first time a president has made such a broad, sweeping kind of executive order that bans people purely based upon their nationality. In other words, it's saying if you're from one of these 6 countries, now 6, you are presumptively a terrorist. And to us, that's bringing us back to a time before I was even born, a time that our prior generation lived under. That's a dark chapter that I don't believe we should repeat.
Joe, one follow-up. How do you respond to the argument that these people who will be traveling from these countries don't have any rights under our Constitution?
Right. So that they have less rights, certainly, and it's kind of a sliding scale. But the other people who do have rights are the people who are in this country, who are unable to see their loved ones or unable to leave the country because they're on a visa and then not know whether they can come back because they're going to have to get another visa. So because they're now going to be subject to this, like I said, this standardless new immigration system that's been put in place by the executive order that wasn't what Congress envisioned. So that's really where it comes up. And so the example of that, Sean, is Dr. El-Sheikh. It's the fact that the imam has his mother-in-law who still doesn't have a visa and is still unable to enter the country because of the fact that she doesn't have a visa.
In first filing, I think the issue of our geography, is that still a consideration?
Yes, it's in our, I actually, thank you. I think that's, I feel like what makes Hawaii special is its ethnic diversity, absolutely, and I've talked about that before. But I think the other point about Hawaii is that because what we do is we depend so much on air travel to be able to travel from one state to another, or frankly to even get between counties. I mean, just to go from island to island, we need to get on air travel. One of the things that is actually mentioned in the declarations from the Hawaii residents that are concerned about this travel ban is that they're not even sure they can go through TSA, or they're feeling discouraged or concerned that they can't even go through TSA without bumping up against a federal official who might stop them or hold them for some purpose. And it's that second-class citizenship. It's that different kind of it's what I call kind of a cultural smearing, where now you have another set of rules for people from a certain country that is so concerning. And so geography plays a big part of that because really even to get off the island of Oahu, you have to go through a federal official in order to be able to get to another island.
But the fact that it's not a customs person per se?
Well, that would be for coming into the country. But I think the point that we're trying to make is that it's the fear that's generated, it's the discouragement from being able to travel freely that's set up because of this.
How strong is the tourism argument in your lawsuit? Can you
Right.
elaborate a little bit more on that? Do you feel
Sure.
that you have the support of general Hawaii population to pursue this?
Right. Thank you. Well, let's see. You're saying how strong is the tourism? I think that is also something that's a little more unique about our arguments than the other states. Is that we are a state that relies so heavily on tourism and the ability of people to travel. So where it comes into play is people's economic it's the state's ability to maintain its economy. So what we're doing is we're saying that the state is injured because there's already reports saying that due to these executive orders, then travel ban, then people are less inclined to travel to the United States, and so to us, the reason why that argument is strong is because it's such a big part of our economy. The other state, Minnesota, for example, they rely more upon their universities being impacted, the ability for them to be able to, grow and thrive in their educational environment. We have that same problem too, but we also have the problem with people's tourism, traveling abilities. Then you also asked me about whether or not, I feel like I have the support of the people. I can tell you this is the feedback that I get. First of all, I think my sense is most people, they get it. They get that there is a big, this is something, they get that this is an argument that we just can't stand silent on. This is an executive order that just reminds it reminds us of a past that we don't want to repeat. It brings us back to a chapter that we don't want to be involved in, and so that's the reason why we say what we say. I think other people, respectfully, or maybe not so respectfully, will point out, that this is not something that should concern Hawaii. That we shouldn't be getting involved in this, and that it's a waste. I'll tell you why. And I also want to say this is I think that there's even some negative feedback that I'll get saying that this is just political. This is just part of a like a Democrat agenda, to be able to undermine what the president is trying to accomplish. I don't see that at all. I just want, for the record, I don't see this as a Democrat thing or an agenda thing. I see it as a racist thing. I see it as if Hawaii doesn't speak up about discrimination by national origin, we are dishonoring and we are disrespecting what the past generation has gone through. If we were to just allow something like this to happen and just stay silent and say, let's let other people fight this battle, I don't think it's I don't think it's right. I don't think it's a respectful way to appreciate what our history has been and what we've been through. I don't want to be over dramatic and talk about the past, but the timing of this couldn't be worse. It really came up 75 years after President Roosevelt's executive order. Literally the anniversary of the executive order that resulted in the internment of Japanese Americans and German Americans and Italian Americans. For something like this to happen again 75 years later is just something that we don't want to go back to that.
Attorney General,
Yeah.
just a point of clarification.
Sure.
So Congress has the jurisdiction over the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment. The executive branch has national security rights. So what is the burden of proof?
Right.
You have to prove that the executive branch does not have.
Right. I'll try to reframe it a little bit. Think of it like this, and it's like if you think about the branches of government, it's really Congress that makes laws, and it's the executive branch or the president that enforces it. So I get that all the time in the state. It's the legislature that makes our laws, and really the executive branch is just supposed to enforce it and carry it out. So part of our objection to this is that what's very specific is that Congress, under the Constitution, is the one that sets up the immigration that's in place. But what's happening with this executive order is basically the president is making law. He's creating a standardless system of waivers and exemptions and a way to define what is a terrorist or what is presumptively a terrorist that's different from what Congress set up as the terrorist standards. And so it's a checks and balances argument, but checks and balances is a very strong legal argument.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There may be some people who are uncomfortable that we are challenging
Yeah.
it and using taxpayers' money. Do
Right.
you have a better handle on it today as to how much your office is budgeted
Right.
for this lawsuit?
So right now the contract is budgeted at 150. It's capped at 150,000. So right now, we have not received a bill that has hit the cap. Mr. Katyal and whatever associates are working with him are working at severely reduced rates. Frankly, because I think this is just a really important issue to them as well. So there you go. It is. I think I have to disclose that I would have the ability to amend that contract and to raise the cap if we ever get to that point.
What percentage is that of the litigation budget?
Oh goodness. I think our litigation budget is I'm gonna have to clarify that for you, but I think it's like 1.7 million, something like that.
Does the 150,000 include the first complaint?
Yes. Yes, it did. It did. Correct.
And the fact that we're arguing our motion just the day before this ban is supposed to go into
Right.
effect?
I think that's just the tight time frame that we have. I mean, the order just came out a few days ago. We got our filing in yesterday. There's really only a certain, the U.S. we have to give the United States enough time to be able to respond, and so that's the time that we worked out, and the judge went along with it.
In terms of what happens to the Washington case, anything that happens over there, do you think that's going to make an impact on what's going to happen?
Right. If something happened in the Washington case that allowed the nationwide injunction to stay in place, I'd be very happy. It is not important to me that Hawaii be the one that has the legal argument that wins. It's more important that the current injunction just remains in place.
So is this your office's top priority?
No, I think my top priority is to represent the people of the state of Hawaii, and I believe that this is part of I believe this is part of that priority. And I'll say this: it's because it's this kind of this kind of executive order. It affects our society and our culture, and just really everything that Hawaii stands for. I mean, I'm probably overstating it, but I just think that Hawaii has a long history of appreciating and respecting a society of non-discrimination. It's in our history, it's in our Constitution, it's in our policies and laws, and so for the federal government to come in with something that is so blatantly discriminatory, so from the very start was a Muslim ban, is just something that it offends our sovereignty, and so yes, I do think it's I think it's an important priority. Can I say it's more important than what's happening in the legislature right now? Probably not, because there's a lot of very important things happening there as well. But I've got great deputies that are thinking about that as well.
In terms of the tourism argument again, so your argument basically is that this change will make a huge impact on Hawaiian tourism, but by that token, if you take that argument, the federal government wouldn't be able to do make any change in immigration law. How do you respond to that?
Right. It's the argument. Let me see if I can lay it out like this. The argument is that what's happening is national origin discrimination, or it violates the Immigration Act. And so because of that violation, then there's certain harms that are happening. And that harm that happens to our state, and actually from a legal standpoint, whether it's a big harm or a little harm, any sort of harm is a harm. So in other words, you've got something that's happening that is against the Constitution and against the law, and it's negatively impacting us. That's our argument of standing.
Has your office put anything on the back burner in terms of other endeavors by the Attorney General's office that they would typically pursue?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you'll have to catch me on that, but I'm going to cabinet meetings. I'm still, in fact, I'm going in half an hour. So I think I'm still being involved. I mean, I hope that's not the case. And I realize and take very seriously that that it's important that we we think about all the aspects of the state. Actually, frankly, that's part of the reason why we needed special counsel. This just isn't in our bandwidth, to be able to handle. We're not as big as Washington or New York or California or Massachusetts or any of those offices.
What is the workload breakdown between the special counsel and your office?
Everybody has been working on very little sleep. I think that's the breakdown. And so we don't keep track of our hours. I'd have to get back to you on what the what the private lawyers are doing in their hours. That just is part of the reason why there's so little sleep. Yeah, but my team has been I'm going to say Deirdre Marie Iha, Donna Kalama, Josh Wish, Clyde Wadsworth, my new Solicitor General, Kimberly Guidry, Robert Nakasuji has been helping out a little bit. James is over there. It was just, so in other words, there's been a I promise you this is not, it's not been, these DC people are handling this and we're just, we just file it. It's not that at all. I mean, I think if anything, we've really, we've been very involved.
And do you know the top billable rate for the DC Special Counsel?
I don't.
You said the Justice Department has until Monday, or they have
correct
until Monday to answer to this. What happens once they answer? Then what's the process?
Right. Okay. So they'll answer, and then we'll get a reply just because we're the people who are moving for the TRO. But we don't get. It's not very long. I think we only get like less than 24 hours to respond back, and then Wednesday we'll make our arguments. There is no guarantee that the judge will rule at that time. That's entirely up to the court.
So the judge will lay out like time of argument
yes.
on each side of that.
Correct.
But with the telephonic access, are you going to be there?
I'm going to be there. And then I think we just got to work out whether or not he lets us split our arguments. I don't anticipate making the entire argument, frankly, but I'd like to say something. So I hope I get to be part of it.
And what's the status with the imam's mother-in-law's visa? She has an application for the petition that was approved?
Right. Her petition, she had an application that was held up for a very long time. After the injunction first went into effect, then one day later, after not hearing for months and months, then she heard that she'd been moved to the next stage. And then ever since then, she hasn't heard anything. So she still doesn't have a visa. And if anything, now she's part of this, like I say, a standardless set of waivers and exemptions that weren't set by Congress. So
was her intention just to visit or to emigrate?
You'd have to ask them.
And the imam is on a visa himself?
No, the imam is a citizen.
Okay, so he could go back.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
With the other states on the mainland having some greater resources to draw on, why did Hawaii decide to plunge ahead?
Right. Sure. I really, I did not believe that this was the type of case that Hawaii should be silent on. I can tell you right now that there are so many, there are many executive policies that are coming, or that we can look at and we can say that they're illegal or that they're unconstitutional. But I truly believe that we need to pick our battles, and so I could see other issues coming in from the federal government where I might be saying this is something that the other states can handle, and we're going to,
All right, everyone. Looks like that feed has frozen. Stand by.
People's universities, and I mean that's all very important. But I think they need to hear that there's a state where ethnic diversity is the norm, where people are welcomed with aloha and respect, and I believe that argument needs to be front and center. I'll take I can even think of a follow-up question that you might have, which is that, well, then why don't we just, write a letter or something like that? But I think there is something about Hawaii, being involved directly, that does make a statement to the court and to the, really our people, that we care about this issue. More than just weighing in amongst the thousands of other people that care about it. We want this issue to be front and center.
What about Hawaii's Muslim population community? How is it unique? Is this lawsuit an opportunity for you to know more about this community?
Through this lawsuit, I've met our Muslim members of the Muslim community here, and I can tell you they are amazing people. They are really special. They're going through a tough time, and they are part of our community, and they should not be labeled presumptively as terrorists. This is just not that is not something that our state should be. I mean, certainly we're not going to advocate for that, but it's not something that our state should just be saying that we're going to be silent about.
It's a small for people who aren't familiar
Right.
with Hawaii. It's a small community
Right.
here.
It is. It's small, but it's there. But I got to say this is that the other thing that we're challenging is it's sort of this it's this assertion of executive powers that from a legal standpoint we don't we feel like we need to challenge. Like I've already laid out, I don't want to keep talking about separation of powers, but it's this assertion, this over-assertion of powers by the president. The president is not the king. He's not a dictator. We all learned that in social studies growing up. And so the concern about this executive order is that even though it's just for 120 days, it can be easily renewed. It can be renewed for another 120 days and just become permanent or perpetual. There's also provisions in the executive order that have the Department of Homeland Security looking at doing a report on what are all the other countries that could potentially be on this travel ban, and so including those as well, or adding.
All right, everyone. Looks like we have lost that feed from the Hawaiian Attorney General. If we get it back, we'll take you back to that event. In the meantime, we're going to take you to an event happening here in the greater Phoenix area, a press conference on the 2-year-old who was severely burned in a fire yesterday. Stand by for that momentarily. All right, it looks like we have that Hawaii Attorney General press conference back, so we're going to dip into that once again.
And is that something that you feel that needs to, like their ability to travel, ability to... Right.
Okay. What I think about that is that people have it's this idea that what's being set up now is a system where there's certain races that are going to be presumptively in a second-class type of environment, and there will be a superior race that is running everything, and so I think that's the concern That's part of the concern that's happening. Is that if and I'll tell you why. It's when I heard Jeff Sessions talk last week. I was in D.C. and so his speech was this, and I've got it in my notes. Essentially, his speech was crime is on the uprise, which I didn't know if that was true, but he said crime is on the uprise. It's being committed by people who are unlawfully in this country. So if we remove people who are unlawfully in this country,
All right, as you can see, we're having some serious technical difficulties coming out of Hawaii, so we're going to take you back again to that event that's starting momentarily here in Arizona. All right, while we wait for this press conference to begin, we once again have gotten that feed from the Hawaiian Attorney General, so let's listen in once again.
I understand that. I also think that this issue is too important, that this is just not the type of issue that we can just say, well, we'll just let him have his way. You know, we're not even going to try to check it or try to balance it out. That's what I think.
Are you personally prepared to get into a Twitter battle with the president?
Not at all. Not at all. So I don't. Oh no, I don't have Twitter. Well, the AG's office has Twitter, and certainly we're not going to do that. But I have to say that the time when President Trump spoke, then I mean this was before he spoke to the joint session of Congress. But I mean he was, it's not really he was pretty. I just want to say he was pretty collegial. It was, I didn't. That's not the reason why I'm fighting. It's not a personality thing to me. It's really more it's just more the principle of what his administration is trying to put out.
But if he called you out personally,
I don't expect that. I'm not expecting that. And I don't have my own personal Twitter account, so I don't think the state will allow me to respond back on that.
Someone else told me that Doug Chin is aspiring to a higher office.
No.
And this isn't about you.
No, so I think that's no. I just don't feel that way because it's not. I've been in public service for I guess 15 years now. So it's really it's not what I think about. I think this is I also don't think I'm doing anything different from what I think a lot of my predecessors would have done if they were in the same situation. In other words, this is just the timing of where we're at right now, where we have an administration that is coming out with something that's just so blatantly discriminatory. There's a lot of reasons why. I see the burdens that come from people who have to run for office, and I've been very happy just being able to serve the community as much as I have. I'm appointed, and I feel very lucky to be appointed.
When you decided, or when it was decided that Hawaii would challenge the second or the revised ban, did you expect to be first, want to be first, realize you would be first?
I didn't realize we'd be first. I just think we were trying to respond quickly. We knew that we only had a certain amount of days before the executive order took effect. So that's why we tried to get our ducks in line so that we could file a legitimate challenge.
Surprised that you were first? Continued to be first? Because there was a lot of time Wednesday before you actually filed.
Yeah, but see, that came out from, there was an early advance. Well, I think what happened is we filed our proposed briefing schedule, and so then that created this buzz. But the reality is we actually didn't file until yesterday. So so I think that's that's just how it worked out. Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you. I won't keep.
And that is the end of the Hawaii Attorney General press conference. Looks like that press conference in Phoenix just starting now following yesterday's apartment fire.
Window, and then I caught her, and I took her in the ambulance. She was fine, and she is still in the room 6. She's fine, and she's going to be okay. She's going to stay here all day long.
Anything else?
Say thank you.
Thank you for helping us to get
Better.
better.
And thank the firefighters for rescuing you and sisters. And Mom.
Thank you, firefighters, for saving me, my mom, and my sister.
You want to give them hugs?
This is the one that got Yuna, mijo. He's the one that took Yuna out of the house.
Hi, bud. Shake his hand. Shake their hands.
Go start over there.
Hey, James, it's just like them exercising at your apartment.
Thanks, Iron Man.
Remember how you told me you had to help them carry the axe?
Don't call me Johnson. My name's Not too bad for a 5-year-old.
Come stand here in front of Grandma.
Well, basically on behalf of my daughter, she wanted me to thank everybody for all the concerns, prayers, and interest on what happened. We've gotten a lot of feedback from a lot of people worried about them. Thank all the firefighters for fast response and saving my kids and my grandkids. Without them doing their excellent training there, they would kind of be slacking, but you had to keep them in line. So they were fast and they were able to get everything done properly and efficiently. And I'm very grateful they saved the kids' lives.
How's everybody doing?
Everybody's doing good. The baby is going through a treatment right now. They just got through rebandaging her. She got burned from the lower extremities, a few on her face and scratches and stuff, but for the most part, she got the most smoke inhalation. They have her intubated, but they're doing a lot of treatment. She's starting to cough on her own now, so it looks kind of positive. My daughter, Andrea, they had intubated last night because she was having trouble breathing. For the most part, they're trying to do their best they can, and we're at the best place for it. So,
But the outlook is good.
we're hoping. We can't really say yes or no because, yes.
And they will require grabbing, that kind of thing, in a few weeks. But
Linda, could you talk to the
Yeah, you got to be closer, Mom.
I said they're going to need graphing, procedures done. We plan for them to stay in the hospital for a few more weeks anyway. But right now everything looks good. Thank you, guys.
Best we can. Considering we had a rude awakening, I was in denial that it was their apartment on fire, but my mom only lives about a half a mile away, and when she seen it on, we had to hurry up and get over here. So
We've had a few people pretty concerned because they keep hearing 80%. Those numbers are not accurate. They thought that because of how much soot that was on them. that's more like
35%.
Percent, and on Andrea, it's like 38%. And hers is just kind of scattered. And she's kind of scattered because she was breaking windows, and so it's burns and cuts everywhere for her.
She told you what happened?
He told us.
He's the one that told us.
He told us what happened, and then she told me what happened after she got him out.
What did happen?
The most he can tell us is that he heard a loud popping sound, which woke him up because he got up and he went to lay with his mom, and his sister was still in the room where they sleep. And he said he kept hearing popping sounds, so he got up to see what was going on. He thought his sister had woken up and gotten into something, so he had heard a loud pop again, and he seen smoke coming from behind the couch, and then a fire started. And when he seen the fire, he ran to wake up my daughter. And by the time she woke up and was ready to, coherent enough to know what's going on, the living room was already engulfed in flames. So she had broke the window, threw him out, and tried to go after my granddaughter with wet towels, whatever she could, try to get through the door. But the flame was just so bad in front of the door that she couldn't do anything. So she tried to go to the front door to get out when the couch exploded.
Well, she said that she kept trying to hit the flames to get through the door, get past it to get to the baby, and she couldn't. So she thought, well, she'll get out the front door and go around and break the window to get to her. But the couch exploded and threw her against the wall, so she started breaking the living room windows and still tried to find the living room door from that point, and she just kept screaming. And she told me that she couldn't figure out which direction was which at that point, and she was just so scared because she couldn't save her baby, and she was just scared that her baby died already because all she could see was flames everywhere in the room. And so when I told her that
Una was okay.
That Una was okay and she wasn't as burnt as much as everybody was saying, she was so relieved, and she told me to make sure to tell you thank you and hug you so much for her and get your name, and I know your name now. But truly, those in the community that are putting money in the GoFundMe account, truly thank you, because they're going to need it to restart, because there really is nothing for them to start from. And we've had people ask us, what can they do now? And we're just going, I don't know, nothing at the moment. And when their dad came home to my home to sleep last night, it dawned on me, all he has on is the clothes on his back. It didn't dawn on me, Dad needs clothes.
And Andrea doesn't even have the clothes on her back. You guys made sure of that.
Oh, goodness. But we are looking at it with humor. We're being a strong family.
Well, she always wanted to be in the arms of firefighters, so.
She got that. But thank you. And thank you, all of you in the media, for getting the word out to people for us.
Yeah. Thank you just doesn't say it. You gave us our babies.
Mm-hmm.
Billy, you want to say something about what happened yesterday? With the group,
we don't even know how you found her.
Can you just sort of talk us through how you got to determine the child's in there and what you did to get her out?
feel like I blacked out. I work with a group of great guys. We train a lot specifically for moments like this, and high stress moments like this, we revert back to our training, and everybody did their job on this call, and it allowed me to do my job. And Joe's the captain. He set the whole thing up. Randy was there with me on the line. Jorge pumped the truck. Joe took the plug. Everybody did their job, and I think it was more of a great team effort.
Yeah, but can you just talk us the moment you got to getting your child? What happened?
Pulled the line up to the house. I saw Mom up front. She was screaming that her baby was inside. Fought some fire, went inside, did a quick search, and happened to look down and see a piece of a mattress, and I got a little lower because of the smoke, and she was napping there right on the bed, hands out. Luckily, the smoke was coming out of the window. I think the window sill was about 3 feet up, and the mattress happened to be on the floor, which is only about a foot off the floor. So if she had been in the crib, which I searched first, I don't think she would have lived through that. So that was a godsend and fortunate that she was laying on the ground. After that, I think I just started screaming. I picked her up and started running out, and everybody did their job. Randy actually intubated her, which is hard enough to intubate a child alone, but with all that soot and everything, I mean, a bunch of extreme professionals, and I'm just happy to be part of that crew and surrounded by them.
Could you tell that she was still alive, and you said she looked like she was sleeping?
I thought it was going to be a Pete's code when I picked her up because she wasn't moving at all. She had no purposeful movement. When I ran out of the house, I felt her take one breath, and that was her agonal breathing. And I was relieved somewhat at that point to know that she was still alive and she still had a chance.
How lucky is she to have survived something like that?
Oh, that is, from what I hear, this is the holy grail of firefighting. To be able for us to make a difference that huge in someone's life, especially a young child who has so much life to live, and all the work that they did and they put in on this call. I'm really happy to be part of this organization, part of Phoenix Fire Department. That's what we train for, and I'm happy we could bring some good in.
Well, you mentioned outside that after you went home last night, I bet it was probably the same reaction of all your fellow firefighters. But what did you go home to do last night?
I was supposed to work, but I had to go home. I have 4 kids, 6, 5, 3, 2, and my wife is pregnant with our 5th due in April. And she's an amazing woman who keeps home really good, and I could not wait to go home and be with my family. And she took care of everything and consoled me. Obviously, I was running high on emotions, and I was happy to be home with my family, with my kids surrounding me, and take them to soccer practice and do all those great things. I can definitely understand wanting to keep your kids safe, and we all got kids, and I don't think any man up here would have did any different than when I did. I just happened to be at the end of the line that day.
Excuse me. Dr. Kevin Foster, the director of the Arizona Burn Center, is here, and he's actually walked out of surgery because I was pestering him so much, so that he can get back to surgery. Can you come up now? And I think.
Sure. Let me say hi to the people that do all the real work here.
I do want to say thanks also to the people in the ambulances, too.
And high regards to the burn unit, because without them, a lot of people would not have survived. Thank you, Doc.
Sure. Okay.
I think, Dr. Foster, they were asking about the condition of the baby and the outlook for recovery for both.
Okay, so
James, you didn't notice.
Okay, so where's the cape, man?
It was next to our couch.
Okay. He was running around in a purple cape earlier, and we all decided we would like to have purple capes, but he wouldn't give it up. So, So as you see, James is doing fine. We still have Mom and Una, is that correct? Una, in the burn center, and they're both pretty sick. They're both intubated in critical care in drug-induced comas. They'll both be going to surgery tomorrow to have their burns excised, and we'll start the grafting process probably next week. And that's kind of where we're at right now.
Prognosis good.
Prognosis for baby is very good. For Mom, Mom's a little shaky right now. I mean, she's got a 50% total body surface area burn, some smoke inhalation. So our goal is that she's going to walk out of here. But it's a pretty bad injury.
Can you go over the details of the baby's injuries?
Mostly on the lower extremities, on the legs, the thighs, and the calves, and the bottoms of the feet. A little bit up on the butt, and some really tiny ones on the hands. And she suffered some smoke inhalation also, and was actually intubated, put on the breathing machine just as she arrived here by these fine gentlemen standing behind me.
So was she not as badly burned as the mom?
Not as badly burned, correct. About 30% total body surface area.
So mom suffered more burn.
Yes.
And where she was burned in her
Bilateral upper extremities, a little bit on her face, and her entire back.
Thank you, Dr. Foster.
Okay. Hey, thank you guys.
Thanks, Doctor.
Thank you guys.
Go ahead, James.
This is our hero. Any other questions?
They do have a GoFundMe account. It's Roller Young Family Home Fire Fund. And thank you, Phoenix Fire.
Yeah, I figure all this training they did, like I said, on their apartment building is the exact same one. Week in and week out, they've been climbing those stairs, pulling the truck up, entertaining kids, and doing their practicing. And ever since I was a kid, they've always been the best station that I've seen so far. Not to say all the other firefighters are that good, but we've had a lot of very dedicated firefighters out of that facility there. And this is the one time in all my life that we've ever had to use them, other than, routine checkups or anything like that.
Thank you very much. And por la prensa, Linda habla español muy bien.
You want to go talk Spanish?
Oh, they do have. There are photos on the GoFundMe page.
If you want to write your email down, I could have my wife send them to you. Other than that, I don't even know how to do that. I'm hooked on phonics, so.
You can text them to me?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Where's your phone?
You have it, or you put it in my bag.
Oh.
I hope.
It is Roller Young Family Home Fire Fund. Roller skates. Roller Young Family House Fire Fund.
Can you spell the names again?
Una, Y-U-N-A, Una Rose Roller. Andrea Young. And this is James Roller.
James very brave.
Yeah, like I said, all of our family, I'd like to thank everybody from my ex-wife and everybody else, all of our family, I'd like to tell you that. Thanks for all the help you guys did.
Thank you, Steve.
Hey, let me give a shield. The sad part is he was under Sevilla. That was bad. This guy was trained with Sevilla.
You know Ernie?
Appreciate it. Oh yeah, I've known Ernie for years. Yeah.
All right, so that was the end of that press conference. Some background info for those of you who missed this news update on our newscast yesterday. The Phoenix Fire Department say 2 children and their mother were hospitalized following an apartment fire Wednesday morning. Now, Fire Captain Rita Bigler says that a 2-year-old girl was in extremely critical condition with burns on about 80% of her body. Obviously, family members said that it's not 80%, but it is still severe. Also, a 5-year-old boy in serious but stable condition. We heard from the 5-year-old boy there at the beginning of the press conference. The fire captain also said that the 24-year-old mother was in serious condition. So that was the update with that. We're now going to take you back to that Senate Armed Services Committee hearing that we were showing you earlier. I know many of you viewers were interested in that, so let's go back to that action now.
Together. And that is that to me is much more important than a particular mix of whatever the capabilities are. I think as we move more towards the latter part of these operations, into more of the stability and other aspects of the operations, we will see more conventional forces requirements, perhaps.
Great. Thank you, General.
Let's get back to Afghanistan, General Votel. Do the Afghan people support the presence of the United States there?
I believe that they do, Senator.
And how do you measure that?
I think we measure that by favorability ratings that we see of them for the government of Afghanistan and the activities that that they are pursuing, and I think we measure that through our direct contact with them, with teams we have out there on the ground, and others that interact with the Afghan people on a regular basis.
And as a matter of fact, several years ago, there was a Loya Jirga convened of most Afghan leaders, and they overwhelmingly were in support of the United States presence there to protect them against what had happened before. Has there been another Loya Jirga, or do we simply assume that the leadership of the elected leadership of the government represents them?
There has not been another Loya Jirga, I think, of the same scope that you referenced, Senator. But we do pay attention to the polling. I would note in some recent polls that I've seen, the favorability ratings for the Taliban are very low, in the 6 to 7% range, as opposed to much higher for the government of Afghanistan.
You had strong praise for President Ghani. How is the relationship there between the president and Mr. Abdullah, who was his nearest competitor?
It has improved significantly, and I attribute that directly to the engagement of our ambassadors on the ground, who have been personally invested in that and worked that relationship, and it has had a positive impact on our operations.
Well, that's good to hear. Now, the information we have, and the chairman alluded to this, the Afghan government controls 57% of the country's districts. A year and a half ago, that figure was 72%. What happened?
I think the numbers, and Senator, I would tell you that there are other numbers out there. We have some slightly different ones, but they're in the general ballpark of what you're saying.
Generally, those numbers are correct.
In general.
So there's been a significant drop, as the chairman said, in a year and a half.
There have been areas that are in what we would put into the contested space area here that have increased over the last year. So certainly,
your testimony would be that this hasn't happened because the support among the Afghan people of our efforts has diminished.
No, I don't think so. I think this is
something we did.
I think this is effect of the fighting that is taking place and of the efforts by the Taliban to be more resurgent in specific areas in Afghanistan.
Well, okay. General Nicholson said, in talking about the stalemate, that what will break the stalemate are offensive capabilities such as special forces and allowing the Air Force to overmatch the Taliban. Also, he said we have a shortfall of a few thousand troops in Afghan for the train, advise, and assist mission. Would you talk about those two aspects, and would you support a few thousand more American troops to get the job done in this mission?
Senator, with respect to the last part of your question, that's certainly a
stage a decision here on him. That's certainly his regard, but certainly I agree with what General Nicholson's approach is, and I do agree that one of our efforts to improve the capabilities and equipment of the Afghan Air Force is a big part of this, as is improving and expanding their special operations capability.
Thank you, General Waldhauser. The WASP amphibious expedition did over 100 consecutive days of strikes. It's considered to be an impressive success. What lessons have we learned from that deployment, and are we sending you what you need to get the job done in that respect?
The WASP and the Marine Aviation that was on board that ship was a significant contributor to the GNA forces and ridding CERT of ISIS. Lessons learned at the tactical level have to do with coordination on the ground and special forces who are there on the ground. But I think it's important to point out that from 1 August till middle of December, there were nearly 500 strikes. Most of them came from ISR platforms, but a lot of them, as you said, came from the ship. And I think the ability to and risk sparking greater conflict, 0 civilian casualties in a very, very dense urban environment underscores the training and the professionalism of those who are conducting that operation. So in sum, that was a huge asset for us. We actually borrowed it from CENTCOM in order to make it happen, but that's how we have to do business these days. There's AFRICOM and CENTCOM coordinate on various trans-regional asset changes, and that was an example where it worked very well.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Votel and General Waldhauser. Thank you both for your testimony and for your service. General Votel, there's already been reference to the Marines who have arrived in Syria. The Washington Post story this morning reports that the battalion landing team, 1st Battalion, 4th Marines, will man the guns and deliver fire support for U.S.-backed local forces who are preparing an assault on the city. First of all, is that accurate, and should we take that to mean an assault is imminent in Raqqa?
Well, certainly we won't talk about any of timings of any of our particular operations, but our intention here with this, and this fell within the authorities that are provided to me right now, was to ensure that we had redundant, capable fire support on the ground to support our partners and ensure that we could take advantage of opportunities and ensure the continued progress that we've been seeing.
And are you comfortable that that gives us that progress and support that we need?
In conjunction with our excellent coalition air forces, yes, I am very confident that that will help us.
Thank you. Yesterday in our meeting, and we heard similar comments from General Nicholson when he was here talking about Russian influence in Afghanistan. They're trying to legitimize the Taliban and undermine our mission and NATO's mission there. Can you talk about what alternatives we have to respond to Russian activities there?
Well, I think the best alternative that we have is to ensure that we demonstrate our commitment to the mission that we have in place here with the government of Afghanistan. Certainly with our twofold mission focused on counterterrorism, and then of course the train, advise, and assist mission. So the most important thing we can do is send a very clear message that we are going to see this mission through and support the government of Afghanistan in the way that they require it, with military capabilities and other things, to ensure that they can be successful.
And to what extent does our effort in Eastern Europe with NATO affect Russia's ability to undermine what we're doing in Afghanistan? How much do they need to be focused on what's happening in Eastern Europe?
From my perspective, I'd like them totally focused on Eastern Europe and not on Afghanistan, if we could. I'm being a little facetious here, but I'm not sure that I can comment that there's necessarily a direct relationship between that, Senator. Certainly, I think that if their attention can be drawn to other challenges, other problems that they are focused on, that helps us.
Thank you. General Waldhauser, in your statement, you point out that long-term success in slowing the progress of Boko Haram and ISIS in West Africa requires Nigeria to address development, governance, and economic deficiencies, which are drivers of terrorism in that region. As we look at the future where 1 in 4 Africans are Nigerian, what happens in Nigeria has a huge impact on what happens throughout the rest of Africa. Do you agree with that?
I most definitely do. With 182 million people in that country, it's the 7th largest country in the world. What happens there has a significant impact, not only on the continent, but it could be in Europe and the United States as well.
And to what extent do we feel like they are addressing the threat from Boko Haram and also addressing those deficiencies that have existed there?
Senator, 2 weeks ago I was in Abuja and talked with the acting vice president, and he's very, very aware of the fact that there's still much work that needs to be done in northeastern Nigeria, both with Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa. And I came away from that visit in a positive way, because there have been some human rights issues with the Nigerians, right. But they are taking that on. I mean, they're making some progress there. But I think the acting vice president, or the acting president, understands there's still a threat. Boko Haram has weakened a bit, but they're still a threat. ISIS West Africa is still there, and they are still a threat. But this Lake Chad Basin Region Task Force has been doing fairly well with at least trying to keep the problem inside the Nigerian borders.
And are they working to address the historic divisions between the Christian southern part of the country and the Muslim north? Are there any initiatives underway that help to resolve some of those historic conflicts?
Senator, I'm not aware of any per se. I would just say that in my discussions with senior leadership there 2 weeks ago, they have a fairly wide-ranging and overarching strategy of where they want to go, which ultimately will turn over northeastern Nigeria to the police forces.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Votel, since the nuclear deal with Iran was announced, Iran's behavior in the region, its support for terrorism, and its domestic repression, it appears to have gotten worse. Iran wields significant power in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen, and it seeks to destabilize our key allies. What do you see as Iran's goal in the region?
Senator, I believe Iran seeks to be the regional hegemon, to be the most influential country in the region.
And how would you characterize Iran's regional behavior since the nuclear agreement? Has it improved or has it worsened?
I would describe it as destabilizing to the region. It has not been helpful to anything that I can see going on across the region.
How would you characterize Iran's relationship with Russia in the region?
Again, not having firsthand knowledge on that, I guess I would characterize it as they find areas of cooperation. I am particularly concerned how both Iran and Russia have cooperated to prop up the Assad regime and make them stronger. That is certainly of some concern. So I do see that level of cooperation being very unhelpful to the things that we are doing across the region. I don't know what the long-term views of each of these countries might be and how that might play out, but it certainly looks like they are taking the opportunity of convenience to join efforts in some regard.
And I wanted to ask you your long-term view with regards to the United States and our position in the region. First of all, just with Iran's destabilizing activities, but also with their relationship with Russia. Can you give us, in your best opinion, how that affects the United States and our involvement?
I can, Senator, and I'll offer you my observation. It's based on my travels throughout the region over the last year and meeting with our partners across many of the countries. And my consistent takeaway here is that the partners in the region would strongly prefer to have a relationship with the United States over any other nation that might be external to the Middle East. And I think that is an opportunity for us to move forward on. We have long-term historical relationships with many of these countries, and we should capitalize on that as we move forward. And I think that offers us the best opportunity.
As we look over the last year, we've seen Iran has escalated its harassment of our vessels, our personnel in the Persian Gulf. And just last week, multiple fast attack vessels from the IRGC came close to a U.S. Navy ship in the Strait of Hormuz, and they forced it to change direction. What is CENTCOM doing to address that harassment that we're seeing by Iran?
Well, first off, we are ensuring that our maritime forces have all the right rules of engagement and capabilities and training and techniques to deal with that. And I do believe they are effectively doing that. One of the first things I did after coming into command was get on a ship and go through the Straits of Hormuz so I could see it with my own eyes. And I was extraordinarily impressed with the maturity of our sailors and the judgment of our leaders as we went through that. More broadly, I think we have to hold Iran accountable for their actions. No other nation operates the way they do in the Arabian Gulf. Nobody does that in the Arabian Gulf. And they need to be held accountable for that, and they need to be exposed for those types of unprofessional, unsafe, and abnormal activities.
It sounds like you are very concerned with Iran's growing asymmetrical capabilities, and that includes its acquisition of advanced cruise missiles, I would assume?
It does, Senator.
What about naval mines, ballistic missiles, and UAVs? And how do those threats, I guess, when we're looking at our interests in the Persian Gulf and our allies' interests in the Persian Gulf, how do those growing threats affect that?
Well, the way they affect us is they provide Iran with a layered capability where they can use their fast boats, they can use cruise missiles, they can use radars, they can use UAVs to potentially dominate specific areas. So this is a concern, and it is something that certainly we look at in our capabilities, and it is something that we have engaged our partners in the region on how we work together to mitigate the effects of that layered approach that Iran pursues in these critical choke points.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. I would like to return to an issue raised by Senator Reid. There's a big debate going on right now, as you know, about military spending, and of course we need a strong military, but the military is not the only element of our national security strategy. Spending on security outside the military budget is very small. Diplomacy and development combined is about 1% of our annual budget. But it includes programs that promote democracy, human rights, the rule of law, that boost economic growth, that improve access to education, that fight hunger, that treat infectious diseases, and that provide disaster relief around the world. General Votel and General Waldhauser, you command our armed forces in some of the most active and dangerous parts of the world. Do you think the activities of the State Department and other civilian partners are a waste of time and taxpayer money?
I do not, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator, nor do I. They're a big part of what we do.
Thank you. And I agree. But the Trump administration's blueprint budget would increase defense spending in some areas by massively slashing through other programs that are critical for our national security. You know, not every international problem is the same, and the right tool is not always a military response. Kneecapping our State Department by cutting an already small foreign aid budget makes America less safe, and that's just not smart. I'd like to turn to another issue, and that's the ongoing fight against ISIS in Iraq and in Syria. General Votel, you contributed to the Pentagon's plan to accelerate the fight against ISIS, which Secretary Mattis delivered to the White House last week. I have every confidence that the U.S. military can defeat ISIS on the battlefield and help retake strategically important cities. But what I want to ask you is about what comes next. You're going to be mediating between armed opposition forces that dislike each other intensely in cities where existing infrastructure has been completely destroyed, with a population that has been traumatized and displaced. What will it take to create conditions for normal life to resume in Mosul and Raqqa?
I think it starts certainly following up our military operations with good local governance and getting addressing humanitarian aid. addressing issues like demining, of restoring basic services to the people, of trying to bring additional aid in there so small businesses and other things can get going, and then the bigger aspects of governance can begin to take place. And so as we look at our military operations, particularly as we look at places like Raqqa or Mosul, what we have tried to do is ensure that our military planning is very closely linked to the political planning that has what comes next, so that we don't just finish a military operation and then just leave. It is important that we have local hold forces. It is important that we predetermine the local governance that's going to come in and begin to take this over. So I think that's an extraordinarily important point in the transition from military operations to the stability operations and things that come next. I think is a significant lesson learned for us, relearned for us many times, and it is something that we have specifically focused on in this campaign.
Thank you. I'm very glad to hear that, General. You know, planning for peace is hard. We didn't do it after we toppled Saddam Hussein, and we are still paying a price for that blindness today. And I don't want to see us turn around and make that same mistake again. I think we need to be very careful that we don't create an environment that breeds the next generation of extremists. And I am grateful for your work in this area. I'm grateful to both of you for all that you're doing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On behalf of Chairman McCain, let me recognize Senator Cotton.
Thank you. Gentlemen, welcome back to the committee. General Waldhauser, you were speaking with Senator Shaheen about Nigeria and the role that it plays, not just in the African continent, but around the world. Could you speak a little bit about what President Buhari's absence from the country means and what the status is right now of Nigerian politics for the committee?
Senator, I would just have to say that open source reporting indicates that he's still in London receiving medical help. That was a topic that was not discussed with officials when I was there. But what I did observe was Acting President Obanjo has done extremely well. He's very competent. He has a very, I would say, very wide view of the problems and issues, and he seems to want to get after them. And he was definitely genuinely interested in making things happen, and I thought we had some very frank discussions with him on the way ahead with regards to our support for, you know, the defeat of ISIL West Africa and Boko Haram.
Okay. What's the level of political consensus and stability between the North and the South in that country right now?
I really couldn't give you a fair assessment of that. That wasn't part of the discussion. We didn't have that topic.
I understand. Looking to the east, would you please discuss the strategic implications of China's new base in Djibouti and what it means for our presence there and throughout the Horn of Africa?
So the Chinese base is right outside Camp Lemonnier, about 4 miles or so from our base. The intention for that location was to provide a port for their ships they have in the area. They have about 2,200 peacekeepers on the continent. This is the first time for them that they've kind of journeyed in that direction. So right now, it's due to be completed later this summer. I would just say the concern that I have from an operational perspective is the operational security when we operate so close to a Chinese base. And the Camp Lemonade Djibouti area is not only AFRICOM, but CENTCOM uses it, SOCOM uses it, TRANSCOM, EUCOM, and the like. So it's a very strategic location. And visiting Djiboutian officials twice, I've talked with their president and expressed our concerns about some of the things that are important to us about what the Chinese can or should not or cannot do at that location.
Thank you. General Votel, you've already spoken with several senators this morning about the stalemate in Afghanistan. For many years now, we on this committee and many leaders in the executive branch have been lamenting the existence of sanctuaries for the Taliban and other terrorist groups in Pakistan. As you think about the strategy to break this stalemate, what's the role of eliminating those sanctuaries inside of Pakistan, and how do you plan to get after this long-standing problem?
Thank you, Senator. Pakistan, of course, remains a key partner in this fight here. I've been encouraged by my meetings with the new Chief of Army Staff, General Bajwa, and his commitment to help address this. They have done some things that have been helpful to us. Most recently, they've supported General Nicholson in some operations along the border, making sure that they were well coordinated and doing activities on their side of the border. That's a very positive sign and a move in the right direction. And they have done things against the principal concerns that we have, the Haqqani network and Taliban. But what we do need is we need that to be more persistent and continue to focus in that particular area. And so we will continue to engage with Pakistan throughout this. I think it is key to ensure that Pakistan and Afghanistan have a very good relationship. There certainly are tensions along that common border between those countries, and so I think a key role that we can play is in helping move that relationship forward.
Let me ask you about seam on the map between you and Harry Harris, but it's an important seam because it involves Pakistan and Afghanistan and India in PACOM. To what extent do you think Pakistan's Afghan policy is driven in part by its India policy, and in particular, whether or not a independent Afghanistan conducting its own foreign policy might be adverse to Pakistani interests?
Senator, I think Pakistan's view of the region, I think as they look at their interests, I think it plays very largely in how they look at both sides of their country.
Okay. One final question. Since the 1970s, Russia's influence throughout the Middle East has been minimal, thanks in large part to the diplomacy of Henry Kissinger and Presidents Nixon and Ford. How would you assess the level of Russia's influence in the region today?
Russia is attempting to increase their influence throughout the Middle East, as we've seen in Syria. We've seen them do things, and certainly with our longstanding partner Egypt and others across the region. So it is my view that they are trying to increase their influence in this critical part of the globe.
Do you think they've been successful in any of those attempts thus far?
Well, they certainly have been successful in supporting the Assad regime, and so that's certainly an example of that. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to reassert our own relationships as well.
Thank you, gentlemen.
On behalf of Chairman McCain, let me recognize Senator King.
Thank you, Senator Reed. General Votel, let's talk about 4 areas where we're engaged in conflict: Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and Afghanistan. By the way, I want to compliment you on your written statement. It is a primer on the region that I think should be required reading for everyone in this body. It's very well done, very thoughtful, and comprehensive. Who are our allies in Iraq? Who are we fighting next to? The ISF, right?
That's correct, Senator.
And the Kurds?
The Peshmerga,
Peshmerga.
In the northern part of Iraq.
And what religion are the members of the ISF and the Kurds?
They are Muslims, and
in Syria, we've got the Syrian Democratic Forces and also the Kurds.
We have Syrian Kurds, and we are working with local Syrian Arabs, Turkmen, and in some cases local Christian forces.
But the vast majority of those forces are Muslim, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in Yemen, UAE, Saudi Arabia, those forces are Muslim?
Absolutely.
And in Afghanistan, the ANSF, the Afghan National Security Forces, also Muslim?
They are Muslim.
And one of the statements you made in your opening comments were our strategy rests upon, quote, a heavy reliance on indigenous forces. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
And it's fair to say that the vast majority of those indigenous forces are Muslim.
That is the case today.
So it would be a mistake as a matter of national policy, rhetoric, or discussion if we attempted to alienate or marginalize Muslim citizens of anywhere in the world, because these are our allies in all of the fights that we're engaged in your area. Isn't that correct?
I believe it is correct, Senator.
And you talked about restoring trust with our partners in the region. Our partners in the region are all based upon Muslim societies. Isn't that correct?
They largely are. It is largely a Muslim area.
The second area, and this has been discussed to some extent, but again, it's in your report on page 3 and 5 of your statement. the goals that you define cannot be accomplished solely through military means, you say. The military can help create the necessary conditions. There must be concomitant progress in other complementary areas: reconstruction, humanitarian aid, stabilization, political reconciliation. On page 5, you say, however, a solely military response is not sufficient. This must be accomplished through a combination of capabilities if we're going to achieve and sustain our deterrence posture, our strongest deterrence posture. Again, just to put a fine point on what was been discussed previously, to solely rely on military strength in solving these very complex and difficult problems would be a serious mistake. Would you agree?
I would agree, Senator. I think we have to have a combination of all of our elements of power, hard power and soft power.
Thank you. Next question. This is a slightly different subject. How, in your work with a lot of these allies, you work with these countries, with Iraq and other countries in the region. How would it be received in the Arab world if the United States relocates its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem without a settlement of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict?
I think that from my personal discussions with some in the region, I think that it would create some challenges for some of those countries.
Some challenges? Can you expand?
It would certainly
serious
be,
challenges?
Yeah, it could potentially be very serious.
And does that include our staunch ally Jordan?
I believe it. Yes, sir, it does, Senator.
Thank you. Final question to both of you. Foreign military sales and foreign military financing programs, are they appropriately calibrated to meet your needs in the region? My sense is that is an area where we could use some work.
From my perspective, Senator, the importance of the foreign military sales and foreign military funding programs is to help build capability for our partners that's interoperable with us. They generally want to buy U.S. equipment because it comes along with training, it comes along with sustainment, and it makes them more interoperable with them. I think we have to take a long-term view in terms of this, and I think it is in our interests for our partners in the region to use capabilities that are interoperable with ours.
General Waldhauser, in just a few seconds I have left, a quick update on the status of ISIS in Libya.
Status in ISIS in Libya is they right now are regrouping. They're in small numbers, small groups. We try to develop the intelligence. But after they left CERT, we developed intelligence. We bombed them on January 18th.
All right, so that was just part of the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing earlier today. I do want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House. Mary Kay Gaffney joining you guys in just a few minutes for more News Now right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. And we have a lot to go over. First up, if you missed it, Anne Hathaway gave a speech yesterday on International Women's Day. She spoke about paid parental leave, something that's very important to her. So let's hear what Anne Hathaway had to say.
Thank you so much for those words. Wow. President of the General Assembly, United Nations, UN Deputy Secretary General, Executive Director, UN Women, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When I was a very young person, I began my career as an actress. Whenever my mother wasn't free to drive me into Manhattan for auditions, I would take the train from suburban New Jersey and meet my father, who would have left his desk at the law office where he worked, and we would meet under the upper platform arrival and departure sign in Penn Station. We would then get on the subway together, and when we surfaced, he would ask me, "Which way is north?" I wasn't very good at finding north in the beginning, but I auditioned a fair amount, and so my dad kept asking me, "Which way is north?" Over time, I got better at finding it. I was struck by that memory yesterday while boarding the plane to come here, not just by how far my life has come since then, but by how meaningful that seemingly small lesson has been. When I was still a child, my father developed my sense of direction, and now, as an adult, I trust my ability to navigate space. My father helped give me the confidence to guide myself through the world. In late March last year, 2016, I became a parent for the first time. I remember the indescribable and, as I understand it, pretty universal experience of holding my week-old son and feeling my priorities change on a cellular level. I remember I experienced a shift in consciousness that gave me the ability to maintain my love of career and also cherish something else, someone else, so much, much more. Like so many parents, I wondered how I was going to balance my work with my new role as parent. And in that moment, I remember that the statistic for the U.S.'s policy on maternity leave flashed in my mind. American women are currently entitled to 12 weeks unpaid leave. American men are entitled to nothing. That information landed differently for me when 1 week after my son's birth, I could barely walk. That information landed differently when I was getting to know a human who was completely dependent on my husband and I for everything, when I was dependent on my husband for most things, and when we were relearning everything we thought we knew about our family and our relationship. It landed differently. Somehow, we and every American parent were expected to be back to normal in under 3 months. Without income? I remember thinking to myself, if the practical reality of pregnancy is another mouth to feed in your home, and America is a country where most people are living paycheck to paycheck, how does 12 weeks unpaid leave economically work? The truth is, for too many people, it doesn't. 1 in 4 American women go back to work 2 weeks after giving birth because they can't afford to take off any more time than that. That's 25% of American women. Equally disturbing, women who can afford to take a full 12 weeks often don't, because it'll mean incurring a motherhood penalty, meaning they will be perceived as less dedicated to their job and will be passed over for promotions and other career advancement. In my own household, my mother had to choose between a career and raising 3 children, a choice that left her unpaid and underappreciated as a homemaker, because there just wasn't support for both paths. The memory of being in the city with my dad is a particularly meaningful one, since he was the sole breadwinner in our house, and my brothers and my time with him was always limited by how much he had to work. And we were an incredibly privileged family. Our hardships were the stuff of other families' dreams. The deeper into the issue of paid parental leave I go, the clearer I see the connection between persisting barriers to women's full equality and empowerment and the need to redefine and in some cases destigmatize men's roles as caregivers. In other words, thank you. In other words, in order to liberate women, we need to liberate men. The assumption and common practice that women and girls look after the home and the family is a stubborn and very real stereotype that not only discriminates against women, but limits men's participation and connection within the family and society. These limitations have broad-ranging and significant effects for them and for the children. We know this. So why do we continue to undervalue fathers and overburden mothers? Paid parental leave is not about taking days off work. It's about creating the freedom to define roles, to choose how to invest time, and to establish new, positive cycles of behavior. Companies that have offered paid parental leave for employees have reported improved employee retention, reduced absenteeism and training costs, and boosted productivity and morale. Far from not being able to afford to have paid parental leave, it seems we can't afford not to. In fact, a study in Sweden showed that for every month fathers took paternity leave, the mother's income increased by 6.7%. That's 6.7% more economic freedom for the whole family. Data from the International Men and Gender Equality Survey shows that most fathers report that they would work less if it meant that they could spend more time with their children. And picking up on the thread that the Prime Minister mentioned, I'd like to ask, how many of us here today saw our dads enough growing up? How many of you dads here see your kids enough now? We need to help each other if we are going to grow. Along with UN Women, I am issuing a call to action for countries, companies, and institutions globally to step up and become champions for paid parental leave. In 2013, provisions for paid parental leave were in only 66 countries out of 190 UN member states. I look forward to beginning with the UN itself, which has not yet achieved parity, and whose paid parental leave policies are currently up for review. Oh, you're going to see a lot of me. Let us lead by example in creating a world in which women and men are not economically punished for wanting to be parents. I don't mean to imply that you need to have children to care about and benefit from this issue. Whether or not you have or want kids, you will benefit by living in a more evolved world with policies not based on gender. We all benefit from living in a more compassionate time where our needs do not make us weak. They make us fully human. Maternity leave or any workplace policy based on gender can, at this moment in history, only ever be a gilded cage. Though it was created to make life easier for women, we now know it creates a perception of women as being inconvenient to the workplace. We now know it chains men to an emotionally limited path, and it cannot, by definition, serve the reality of a world in which there is more than one type of family. Because in the modern world, some families have two daddies. How exactly does maternity leave serve them? Today, on International Women's Day, I would like to thank all of those who went before in creating our current policies. Let us honor them and build upon what they started by shifting our language and therefore our consciousness away from gender and towards opportunity. Let us honor our own parents' sacrifice by creating a path for a more fair, farther-reaching truth to define all of our lives, especially the lives of our children. Because paid parental leave does more than give more time for parents to spend with their kids. It changes the story of what children observe and will from themselves imagine possible. I see cause for hope. In my own country, the United States, currently the only high-income country in the world without paid maternity, let alone parental leave, great work has begun in the states of New York, California, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Washington, which are currently all implementing paid parental leave programs. First Lady Chirlane McCray and Mayor Bill de Blasio have granted paid parental leave to over 20,000 government employees in New York City. We can do this. Bringing about change cannot just be the responsibility of those who need it most. We must have the support of those in the highest levels of power if we are ever to achieve parity. That is why it's such an honor to recognize and congratulate pioneers of paid parental leave like the global company Danone. Today, I am proud to announce Danone Global CEO Emmanuel Faber as our inaugural He for She thematic champion for paid parental leave. As part of this announcement, Danone will implement a global 18 weeks, gender-neutral, paid parental leave policy for the company's 100,000 employees by the year 2020. Monsieur Faber, when Ambassador Emma Watson delivered her now iconic He for She speech and stated that if we live in a world where men occupy a majority of positions of power, we need men to believe in the necessity of change, I believe she was speaking about visionaries like you. Merci. Imagine what the world could look like 1 generation from now if a policy like Danone's becomes the new standard. If 100,000 people become 100 million, 1 billion, more. Every generation must find their north. When women around the world demanded the right to vote, we took a fundamental step towards equality. North. When same-sex marriage was passed in the U.S., we put an end to a discriminatory law. North. When millions of men and boys and prime ministers and deputy directors of the UN, sorry, the president of the General Assembly, that's what happens when I go off script. When men, like the men in this room and around the world, the ones we cannot see, the ones who support us in ways we cannot.
All right, everybody, we're going to cut out of that to take you to some breaking news. There has been an attack at a train station in Dusseldorf, Germany, where several people are injured after a man with an axe came to that train station, wreaking havoc on the public there. Let me update this lower third so you guys know exactly what is going on here. We do have live footage at the scene, so let's take you there and let's see what's going on, working to get some more information for you guys. But we do know that the Travel State Department sent out a tweet saying axe attack in main train station in Dusseldorf, Germany. Please monitor your local news for more information. You can see we're live here at the scene right now. All right, everybody, that was a little bit of a taped playback, actually. That situation in Germany, Dusseldorf to be exact, at a train station. I want to pull up for you guys the tweet that came in from the travel department here. Let me pull this up for you guys. And if we get that live scene back, I will take you there. But here's a tweet that came in from the Travel State Department saying axe attack in main train station in Dusseldorf, Germany. Please monitor your local news for more information. And I actually do have the, I've been following the Twitter account there in Germany. So give me a second. Let me pull this up for you guys. This just came down about an hour ago, and we're just learning more as we're getting footage into the newsroom right now. Let me pull this up. Just 1 second here. German police are saying several people have been injured in an axe attack at a train station. We do know right now 2 arrests have been made. I'm going to pull up another Twitter account for you guys. This is coming from the German police. Let's see if we can get some translations here. Let me pull up some more. Okay, we do have footage back at the scene, so while I pull up these tweets, let's show you what's going on there live. For those of you just joining us live on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page or YouTube streaming live Fox News Now, this is out of Germany, where an axe attack happened just about an hour ago. We know several people are injured at this train station in Dusseldorf. We are working to get you guys some more information on this story. At least 2 people were wounded and 2 suspects were taken into custody. Photos posted online showed police securing the scene. A motive for this attack is still unknown at this time, but local police there have warned residents to avoid the area as they investigate the scene here.
This is the
Okay, everybody, as soon as we get more live footage, we will take you back to that. It seems like some of that is taped playback. They're just trying to show us some images there at the scene right now as they still investigate this axe attack that happened at a train station in Dusseldorf, Germany. Now, here's some information that I know right now. The attack happened at about an hour ago today. 2 arrests were made, and police have not ruled out the possibility that more attackers are still there. So that's why they're on the scene still searching and investigating this train station. There are no reports of deaths at this time, but we do know several people have been injured. Keeping my eye on the feeds here if we get a live look back at that train station. But we do know that some images that were shared on social media from the scene showed that the station had been roped off by police. They're securing the area and helicopters hovered overhead. Witnesses reported seeing injured people lying on the ground. Again, though, no deaths reported at this time. It says that a reporter for a German newspaper there said at the scene the situation was returning to a more calm state. So it looks like no injuries, but no deaths reported at this time. It's getting back to sort of a calm state, but they're still investigating the train station because they believe there could be more suspects out there. Again, an axe attack at this train station in Dusseldorf, Germany. Emergency vehicles are there at the scene right now. So I'm going to work to get you guys some more information on this story. Let's pull up some of the tweets from the police station there in Germany. and get some of the translations here. They've been giving us updates every few minutes here. Let me get this translation for you guys. You won't really be able to see, most of this is not going to be, you can scroll down a little bit and you can see, special forces are on the scene. They've arrived at Dusseldorf. So I've just been going through and sort of translating some of their tweets here from the station. Let's scroll down, see just a few more here. Looks like there have been a few train diversions because of this. Let's scroll down just a little bit more. All right, everybody. Well, I will keep an eye on this story for you guys. And, of course, if we get a live feed back at that train station, we'll let you know. But, again, an axe attack happened today almost an hour ago at this train station in Dusseldorf, Germany. But we do know no deaths have been reported, so they're just still investigating the scene. So we'll keep you guys updated. Thanks for watching live on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. I'm going to give you guys a live look of the White House for just a second here. Okay, everybody, well, it looks like they do have a live press conference right now out of Alabama where that train crash happened. So let's pull that up and see what they're saying there now. This is a different situation, this one out of Alabama.
Confident that we should be able to get information from that as well. So we think we will have good data from the motor coach itself. So let's talk about the train. We interviewed the train crew today. They began their trip in New Orleans. They reported accomplishing all required safety checks, and they said that they had a good functioning train. They reported to us that it's not uncommon that as you're operating a train to see vehicles crossing the tracks in front of them. They did add that they felt that the first responders in Biloxi were there very quickly. And in the words of our investigator in charge, Pete Katowski, the train crew was very cooperative and very professional. We talked about image recorders from the motor coach. The locomotive involved in Tuesday's event also has a forward-facing video capability, and we have downloaded and observed that video. It's good quality video. It's color, and it shows all the way up to and including the collision and then the seconds following the collision. Today, our investigators, in cooperation with the Federal Railroad Administration and CSX, did a sight distance test. So what this is we position a vehicle on the tracks and then take a locomotive and operate it down the tracks with investigators on board to see at what point is an obstruction on the tracks identifiable. So we did that today. They positioned a white CSX truck on the tracks at the grade crossing, and it was a utility vehicle. We didn't want to use another bus or something that might get bottomed out, so they wanted to use this truck that's designed to operate on rails. We positioned that on there and then operated a locomotive down the tracks from west to east to see at what point an obstruction on the tracks could be identifiable. They reported that there was clear and unobstructed visibility down the tracks. Basically, no surprises. They too, like the train crew noted, they too observed traffic flowing over the tracks ahead of this test train. which again, they reported as not being unusual. In fact, I noticed that yesterday when one of the first trains was coming through after they opened up the tracks, as that train was blaring its horn going down the tracks, I could look down and see vehicles crossing in front of that train. We have an NTSB highway engineer on scene. He is surveying the grade crossing to get the exact measurements, the geometry, those sorts of things. As far as future plans, this weekend our investigators will travel to Dallas to meet with the officials at Echo Transportation. We would also hope to be able to, at some point, hopefully sooner than later, we would like to be able to interview the driver of the motor coach. We will be following up with Diamond Tours to see what their relationship is with how they got involved in the equation. We will continue an in-depth examination of the motor coach. We've done the preliminary examination, but we will continue with a more in-depth examination. We will continue to look for and secure recorder information from the motor coach itself, other sources of data that we may be able to retrieve. We do plan to interview the first responders, and in Pete Katowski's words, the cooperation between the Biloxi Police and Fire Department, Mr. Mayor, has been phenomenal. So thank you, sir. Our investigative team plans to be here through the first part of next week. And this will be our last on-scene press briefing. It does not mean that just because no more press briefings that that's the end of the investigation. I would say, in fact, the investigation is just beginning. But we're here now collecting information. Once our investigative team leaves, they will start to try to assemble all of this information and ultimately come up with a report that has facts, analysis, findings, and recommendations. And as I've said many times before, the whole point of our investigation is to learn from something like this so that we can keep it from happening again. And we hope that our recommendations will be implemented. Future information will be provided through the NTSB's Office of Media Relations in Washington, D.C., and for updates, I would encourage you to follow us on Twitter. That handle is at NTSB_newsroom. So at NTSB_newsroom. I'd be glad to take questions, and before I do, what I'd like for you to do is, as we did yesterday, if you would kindly raise your hand when I call on you. State your name and your affiliation. So we'll start right here.
Debbie Farrow with Fox News and Mobile. Why haven't y'all interviewed the bus driver yet? And are y'all saying that he took a different route than was suggested to the other two buses?
The question from Devin is, why have we not interviewed the bus driver? And did he take a route other than suggested by the tour company? Why have we not interviewed the bus driver? I think you can tell that we've been very busy today. We wanted to take advantage of the train so we could do our site distance test today. We wanted to get other things done that the opportunity was there to do those. We wanted to interview the train crew. They were available. They needed to get back to wherever they needed to be. So it's a matter of trying to get everything done in a limited amount of time. But interviewing the crew, interviewing the driver of the motor coach obviously is a very high priority for us, but in today's case, we had to take advantage of the opportunity that we had to do these other things. As far as taking a different route, we know that the motor coach ended up at the intersection basically of Esther's Boulevard and Main Street. That was not in the directions that he was given. Is there another question? Yes, sir.
John Fitz with the Sun Herald. The other two buses that were traveling with them, they went on Kivette Street?
I do not. The question is, did the other two buses that were traveling sort of in conjunction with this, did they exit on Kivette Street? I do not know the answer to that, but we will go back and check on that.
And And just to clarify,
Yes.
the directions that were given were to come off of I-110, which exits onto Highway 90, then turn north onto Kivett Street.
Yes, the clarification was what were the directions, and I think the way that you described it, to come off of I-110 onto some street that I mentioned.
US Highway
90, and then exit onto Kivett, that was the directions that were texted to all three drivers. Yes, sir, there's a question here.
Hugh Keaton with WLOX TV, and have you reached out to the bus driver? And I have heard that the identity of the bus driver, that someone with NTSB asked Biloxi Police not to release the identity of that driver. Can you confirm that, and if so, why?
Have we reached out to the bus driver? That's the first part of the question, and we're in the process of reaching out to the driver through the company, and we're hoping that he will be able to meet our request. The sub-question was, have we asked someone, the police department or otherwise, not to release their names? No, because the NTSB never releases names. That's not what we do. So any release of names would be up to whomever else might want to do that. So, okay, I think I saw a question right here.
Robin Fitzgerald, the Sun Herald and sunherald.com. Would you, can you confirm if the bus driver was court ordered to take a toxicology test after the crash?
Can I confirm whether the driver of the motor coach was court ordered to take a drug test? I don't know if it's a court order or not, but in accordance with U.S. DOT regulations, any commercial operator, including the train crew, is required by law to take a drug and alcohol test following an accident. So that was done. There's a question in the back.
Hank Davis, News 25. You spoke about forward-facing video capabilities. What's the timeline on being able to check all that out, retrieve it from the bus, and maybe get it out there?
So what is the timeline on retrieving the forward-facing video camera from the bus? And first of all, we never release the videos ourselves. We do not release it. We will characterize what we saw, but we're not going to, we're prohibited by law from releasing the actual recording itself. We will very carefully review that, literally frame by frame, and analyze it, and then ultimately put that analysis document or that factual document into our public docket, which is released and available for the public, but it is not immediately. It's probably 6 or 8 months down the road, but that does become a publicly available document. Okay, let's see. There's a question back here.
Muriel Bailey with Local 15 in Mobile, kind of piggybacking off of what he said. I'm not too familiar with this area, but would those directions that were given have prevented any of the buses from going over the tracks at all?
It's a great question. So the directions that were given, should they have prevented it from ending up at this particular location?
Just over the tracks at all?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it ultimately would have avoided tracks altogether. If you're coming from north to south, I think you have to go over tracks. Is that right? So I don't know the exact details of that, but we do know that he was given directions from the tour operator, the tour arranger, and somehow the bus ended up on a divergent route. So tell you what, I've gotten both of you all anything in the back, so we'll go to Devin.
Has it been determined how long the bus was stuck on the tracks before impact, and how many people were able to get off before impact?
Has it been determined how long the bus was stuck on the track, and has it been determined how many people got off? The answer to that is it will require some analysis. But again, looking at the engine control module from the bus, from the motor coach, should tell us that, because stop-start information is something that is recorded. We also may be able to, because we have the forward-facing video camera on the train as well as the bus, the motor coach, I think we should be able to determine how long it was there. We do not have that information right now. Have we been able to tell how many people exited the bus ahead of time? I did personally see the video from the forward-facing video from the train yesterday, and yes, we could see people getting off. I think we counted at least 4 people But again, the final count on that will be done on a frame by frame by frame basis to make sure that, because there was that grade crossing mast for the arm, grade crossing arm, that could have blended in when we were taking a preliminary look at it yesterday.
Can I just ask a follow-up question?
Follow up.
Some witnesses told us that the people who did die, the fatalities, were actually the people getting off, and they got caught under the train and the impact. Can you confirm or deny that?
Can I confirm the method of death, the manner of death for those who perished? And I do not have access to that information. That type of information, if it is provided, would not come from the NTSB. It would come from the medical examiner's office. Okay, so Hugh, and then we'll go in the back.
What was your goal with this accident reconstruction today, and did you learn anything that surprised you out of that? And also, the train, we learned, I think you said yesterday, was traveling 29 miles per hour at the time it applied the brakes. Is that correct?
The train was doing 26 miles per hour at the time that the brakes were applied.
Okay, and is that normal speed, or was it had it slowed down?
Is that normal speed? The track speed through that area is 45 miles an hour. However, there's drawbridge construction up a couple miles up the road, so they typically, when they come through here, they have slowed down in anticipation for going through that construction on the drawbridge. So that is a normal speed this day and age for a train to come through here. CSX has imposed that restriction in anticipation of being able to transverse the bridge at the proper speed. There was another part of your question that I'm not sure I...
Yeah, the accident reconstruction, what was your goal with that today, and did you learn, or are you surprised with anything you learned?
The accident reconstruction, why did we do that? That would be typical in a rail accident, to see if there are any obstructions to visibility, and no, there were no surprises from that at all. There's a question in the back.
Yeah, Brett Dahlstrom, Local 15. There's been multiple accidents at the same site. Are you familiar with any of the previous investigations done by the NTSB regarding accidents and what steps were taken or recommendations made?
Are we familiar with any of the previous collisions that have occurred at that particular intersection? And the NTSB does not investigate all grade crossing accidents. As I mentioned yesterday, there were over 2,000 last year alone, and we don't have the staff to do that. We've got a railroad division of about, and a highway division combined, very small. We took a particular interest in this one due to the history, the crash history right here at this intersection. Ironically, Mr. Mayor, as you know, this intersection is named, or the street is Esters Boulevard, which I assume was named for Councilman Esters, who was killed in 1983, March of '83. Right here, Esters in Maine. And so this is an intersection that has a history that we're very interested in learning about. And so, yeah, we're aware of those prior collisions. We, however, did not investigate those. The Federal Railroad Administration has the regulatory and jurisdictional oversight over that. I'll take one more question. All right, so we've gone to Devin twice. We'll come to you.
Yeah, you had solicited the community for additional videos, photographs.
Yeah.
Were you able to get anything out of that?
Have we gotten additional information from the community? And the answer is yes, and we would like to continue it. Just on one of the local stations this morning, I saw some video that showed, cell phone video that showed the collision. And so we would encourage witnesses, whether you're an eyewitness or have video you'd like to share, we would very much like that. And I would encourage you to email us through our email address, which is witness@ntsb.gov. So again, witness@ntsb.gov. So I really want to thank you all for being here, and keep us posted, or we'll keep you posted through Twitter. And I just can't overemphasize how important it is that when we do issue safety recommendations, it's important that those recommendations are heeded, they're implemented, and that's how we will keep tragedies like this from occurring. We have something out at our training center. It's a plaque, and it says, "From tragedy we draw knowledge to improve the safety of us all." And that is the sole reason that the NTSB exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you. Thank you.
All right, everybody, well, that was the live update on that bus crash and train crash in Alabama. Taking you guys to the next top story here. WikiLeaks publisher Julian spoke earlier today about WikiLeaks handing over CIA hacking tools to big tech companies now. So let's see what the publisher has to say about this. And how do you guys feel about WikiLeaks handing over CIA hacking tools to big tech companies? Let me know your thoughts in the chat or tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10.
That correspond to computer systems within the United States. Now, one of the large research projects that we have underway is how many of those systems are attack systems that are used to relay and pass attacks from the CIA out into the rest of the world, and how many of those are intermediary victims, that is, say, an internet service provider which is hacked in order to create an attack somewhere else, overseas, and how many are direct victims, how many correspond to, say, a visitor to the United States from a foreign country, how many correspond to joint operations between the CIA and FBI with the CIA providing technical support, etc. So it's a complex question that is not yet resolved, but there are more than 22,000 IP addresses corresponding to CIA activities in the United States. A question, is there proof that the CIA are involved in internal struggle, leaking as opposed to something else? Well, we can't comment directly on sourcing. As someone who's studied the behavior for many years of intelligence agencies in different countries, it is an unusual time in the United States to see an intelligence agency so prominently involved in domestic politics. Now, as a sort of level of principle, that's quite problematic. There are arguments on the other side that obviously if there's an extreme government, then perhaps that does call for illegal behavior by an intelligence agency. We don't have an opinion on whether that is the case yet or not in the United States. WikiLeaks is, I guess, intellectually intrigued to see this conflict occurring because it does tend to generate whistleblowers and sources on both sides of the equation. What are the implications for journalists and their sources? Well, I explained previously, these types of attack technology are used to penetrate the computers and phones that journalists use to communicate with each other and to communicate and protect their sources. I think that's an incredible problem. In response to the Edward Snowden disclosures and some others, much more encryption has been used by individual companies specializing in it, like Whisper Systems and like Telegram, but also included into Apple and Microsoft and other products. So that is fairly effective at hindering bulk interception, which is what the National Security Agency has been doing, passively taking all the information, say, that flows from Latin America to North America or from North America to Europe. But in response, the Central Intelligence Agency, at least, has diversified to specialize on attacking the endpoints prior to encryption occurring or after decryption occurring. And you say, okay, but that at least means that they have to engage in targeted attacks, which is more expensive and might have more of a audit trail. That's true, but we have exposed a particular section of the Central Intelligence Agency called the Automated Implant Branch. So that is not just to develop viruses and other attacks to put into people's computer systems to to facilitate a CIA hacker in doing that, but also to automate how that is done. So you can see that between an individual targeted attack, which is direct and invasive, and massive passive bulk interception, there's an intermediary point, which is the increasing automation of targeted attacks. They're automated enough, they start to approach the level of bulk passive interception. We're not there yet for most countries, but we are shifting significantly away from one CIA officer directing one hacker who attacks one target. Rather, we're seeing systems developed and whole branches of the Central Intelligence Agency to automate attacks and infestations of CIA malware into targets. How do these practices by the CIA impact on members of the general public, Android phones, iPhones, Samsung TVs, etc.? Well, in a number of ways. So you might think as a member of the kind of average person, well, is the CIA interested in you? We have this problem that increasing automation of these attacks means that the interest may not have to be that high. You might know someone who, say, works for the French government, who will be the target of such an attack because they're involved in decision-making about large French exports. And we published a previous document showing how the ODNI, that's the oversight body for all intelligence agencies, instructed the CIA to try and get hold of every single French contract valued at over $200 million. Similarly, in the information we revealed about CIA attacks on the French political parties, there was 2 instructions to try and determine whether French political parties would try and go for a more German-oriented economic policy of increasing exports. Now, presumably what's going on is that the Central Intelligence Agency and the ODNI, through who they tend to be involved in contracting, is close to organizations, say, like Boeing, and then wants to assist Boeing in unfair competition, say, against Airbus, which the French have a stake in. The question about reductions, WikiLeaks has often stated that it only reducts in exceptional cases. Well, there's been a lot of false reportage about what our redaction policy is. Our redaction policy is essentially the same as the Freedom of Information Act, which is we don't redact unless there are important grounds to do so, and then we only do so for a limited period of time until those important grounds have elapsed. In this particular case, we redacted some 78,000 pieces of information for Vault 7 Part 1. That information corresponds, as I said before, to IP addresses of targets and attack machines. Well, why did we redact that? Well, because we're in this we want to investigate which ones are targets, which ones are attack machines, which ones were victims that were attacked to get a placehold to make another attack. And if we publish them all immediately, it'll be harder to create that investigation. What is the time period that these publications relate to? The time period is 2013 to 2016 for the Part 1 publication that we published on Tuesday. Other material in Vault 7 is also recent, and there is some older material. Interestingly, one of the key systems, attack systems, developed by the Central Intelligence Agency, which affects multiple computer types at once, is called Hive. And if you look carefully, you will see that in our publications on Tuesday, there's a reference to Hive being first started more than a decade ago. So the CIA has been involved in this for quite a long period of time, gradually expanding its capacity as it managed to get budgetary and political preeminence over its chief bureaucratic and budgetary rival, the National Security Agency. So that's a very interesting story about the conflict between these two rival agencies over time, with the CIA budget that used to be smaller than the national security budget and is now something like 1.5 times the size of the national security budget. As a result, the CIA has been able to build its own drone air force and massively expand its hacking operation, so it doesn't need to ask the National Security Agency for favors. And of course, if you ask someone for a favor can be asked back, but also a lot of the operations that the CIA conducts are a bit questionable. For example, that operation conducted against the Senate Intelligence Committee. Now, if the CIA had no capacity of its own, it would have had to ask the National Security Agency to provide it with hackers to help it attack and try and take those CIA documents off Dianne Feinstein and her staff. Now, it wasn't able to, it didn't need to disclose that to the National Security Agency because it had the capacities to do it itself. And the National Security Agency, having been so prominent, especially after the Edward Snowden publications in 2013, has far more oversight and accountability for its digital operations than the Central Intelligence Agency does. It's a real question whether in practice there can be meaningful oversight. I don't think there can be. I think it's an illusion that there can be meaningful oversight, although one has to try, because you can't leave a regulatory ground unoccupied, because it will simply, the bureaucratic organization will simply expand into that regulatory ground and occupy it. So why can't the CIA's hacking operations be effectively regulated? Well, they're done in secret. It's arcane, complex technology. And look what has happened with the CIA loss of control over its entire cyber weapons arsenal. So if the CIA, which is certainly is highly motivated to try and keep control of its cyber weapons arsenal, if it can't even control its entire cyber weapons arsenal because information can flow without oversight, then what is the chance that it can control how that arsenal is used? It can't. There's absolutely nothing to stop a random CIA officer or contractor or liaison agent working for the British using that technology against whoever they like, for whatever personal reasons they like. The technology is designed to be unaccountable. It's designed to be untraceable. It's designed to hide itself. It's designed to remove traces of its activity. It's designed to throw off people looking to see where there are fingerprints that might demonstrate who authored that technology. And that is done by collecting viruses and malware from mafia and various groups in other states and assembling them. That's something that we published, that there's a whole section of the CIA working on something called Umbrage, which is designed to do that. And we have quite a lot more material that talks about these attempts to throw off to throw off attribution, to discover who was really behind a particular cyber attack. Already, an antivirus expert has come forward to say that a sophisticated malware that he had attributed to a state, either Iran, China, or Russia, now he believes actually is from a Central Intelligence Agency, because the type of attack system it uses corresponds directly to a description that we published of that attack system, and it's rare enough that it seems unlikely it would be independently discovered. Unless, of course, that China has already gotten hold of these parts of the CIA arsenal and that China is using them to pretend to be the CIA. Is the CIA causing commercial damage to companies through these practices? Yes, potentially billions of dollars of damage. Because if, say, you're in China, which is now the world's largest economy, and you're run a company and you want to equip all your employees with particular phones or particular computers, do you trust that if you go and buy a Dell computer or a computer running Microsoft or an Apple phone, can you trust that it's not vulnerable to these CIA attacks? Well, because Apple and Dell and so on are all based in the United States, when it's understood that the US government is breaching previous promises that it has made, which is to tell US industry about these vulnerabilities, then it starts to look like that the US government and US industry is in cahoots. And then you can't trust any exports from the United States. So one report, just at the time of the Edward Snowden revelations, suggested that that practice by the National Security Agency of imperiling US industry would cost $40 billion in exports. So this sort of behavior by the Central Intelligence Agency, undermining those commitments by the Barack Obama administration to tell US technology companies about vulnerabilities before they were exploited by foreign intelligence agencies or by cyber mafia. That breach of promise decreases trust both in the US government but also in US exports. What is the role of the US consulate in Frankfurt? The US consulate in Frankfurt, our publications reveal, is a CIA hacker base that people go there from the Central Intelligence Agency. They are given instructions about how to get past German customs, and they operate out of that hacker base to attack targets within Europe, within Africa, and within the Middle East. If you look at the consulate, that's quite remarkable. It's an enormous complex. There was something like 2,000 people working there. They're not all computer hackers. They're presumably other elements of the Central Intelligence Agency and some genuine consular work. But the German press is quite concerned about it, and the chief prosecutor of Germany, who corresponds in some ways to the US Attorney General, being an equivalent position. His name is Peter Frank, and he announced yesterday that the German government is conducting a preliminary investigation to see if it will launch a major probe into the activities being conducted out of that consulate, and also more broadly whether people in Germany are being attacked by the Central Intelligence Agency. I suppose that my analysis is, and it's borne out to a degree by our documents, is that, well, that consulate is in Schengen, so it's in the open border area of Europe. Once you're there, you can go out to 25 different countries, Italy, Switzerland, France, etc., and attack targets there. And you go, well, okay, but the Central Intelligence Agency hackers, why do they need to go into Europe at all physically? I mean, can't they just hack from Langley, Virginia? Well, they can hack some types of attacks from Langley, Virginia, maybe even the majority. But there's many other types of attacks that the CIA has developed, which involve getting physically close to someone or to their computer system, or slipping in very quickly a USB into, say, the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs or Export, and having that malware then go into the computer system, steal things, and pull it back onto the USB and then walking off. So those types of proximal attacks require physical proximity. And so once you're in Schengen, once a CIA hacker is in a Schengen country, one of these 25 countries in Europe, they can transport themselves and their attacks to any one of the other 24 countries. And that the Frankfurt and the Wiesbaden area has a history of supporting a number of different US bases, military bases, and bases that are used for intelligence activity. In fact, we published something a while ago that when I gave a talk in 2009 in Berlin, illicitly, a US military intelligence agency had come from one of these Wiesbaden bases and come down into Berlin, and that's the subject of a formal criminal complaint because it violates the basing agreement, the agreement that Germany has with the United States. Okay, you can have some bases here, but they shouldn't be used to attack people in Germany. How do these publications shed light on the ability of the CIA to penetrate high security networks not connected to the internet? Important question. So they're called air-gapped networks. So you're worried about being attacked over the internet, you make your machines internet disconnected. That's what most police networks do, for example, or networks that are inside companies, say like Boeing. They disconnect their networks so that hackers, they think, can't attack them. But the CIA has created a number of viruses, one, for example, called Hamadrill, which are air-gap jumping viruses. So they sit on a computer waiting, this particular one, Hamadrill, sits on a computer, a Windows computer, waiting until someone goes to burn a CD-ROM, puts software on a CD-ROM and jumps onto the CD-ROM, infects the executable, the programs that you put on the CD-ROM. So then when it goes somewhere else, it then infects the computer and it starts a channel. There's a number of at least 30 different types of malware that the CIA has created to try and do that. Some that are designed for CIA hackers and CIA agents to, say, pretend to go somewhere and pretend to give a presentation or use VLC, Video Land, it's a video player, to play a video or to give a presentation. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the video presentation software and its Trojanized version of VLC goes into the computers that it's plugged into, surveys them, infects them, and ransacks the material, brings it back. So you invite someone into your company or government department to give a presentation. They put this into the presentation computer and it's infected.
All right, everybody, we will come back to that in just a few moments, but it looks like we have a live press conference happening right now. I'm going to get some more information on this for you guys, but let's take you there.
To $1,000. To be eligible for it, please call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS. That is 1-800-222-8477. Callers to Crime Stoppers may remain anonymous. As you know, we've worked very closely with members of our Sikh community in Kent. Standing with us today, I have community leaders Seth Winder Kaur and Hira Uller. Next speaking will be FBI Special Agent in Charge J. Tad. I apologize. After he is done speaking, there will be a short statement by Mr. Buhler. Jay.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. As you're all likely aware now, the FBI Seattle field office has opened a full civil rights investigation into this matter along with the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. We've opened this case to help Kent Police Department get to figure out whether or not there was bias, specifically bias related to federal hate crime laws in this matter. The FBI is committed to investigating criminal activity that could potentially be motivated by that bias, because hate crimes are not only an act or an attack that affect a victim, but they also threaten to endanger our community. FBI agents have been involved since Saturday morning, contributing additional manpower and investigative resources to this investigation. We're particularly focused on reviewing facts and evidence, specifically to determine if this shooting had a factor of bias. Given that our investigation is ongoing, it's still too early to make any comments or conclusions, but the Joint Investigative Team is certainly attentive to the victim's report of the assailant's comments. The FBI remains committed to investigating crimes that are potentially hate motivated, and we continue to work with all of our community partners to solve this.
Thank you very much, Chief and FBI. Sorry, I forgot the name, but this is a great help to the community. I think I really appreciate the Kent Police and FBI working on this case, and they are, I think, day and night working tirelessly on this, and communities really appreciate that one. And this kind of incident is really torn us apart as a community, as a whole. Like, nobody like hate. So as a community member, the only thing I request from everybody else is to help police and FBI to find this person and try to spread more love. That's what we need in this community. We don't want any more haters. We want love. So pray for those haters to bring more love. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'd just like to say thank you to our police department and FBI for this investigation. Thank you, Chief, for keeping us in the loop, texting and calling whenever we had any questions. And I would like to request the community to just watch out, be vigilant, pay attention to your surroundings. Please do not engage in any arguments with any individual. If somebody makes hateful comments, call the police. Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, and again, thank you in the media for helping us to spread the word. We need the public's assistance to help us solve this crime. As I mentioned earlier, we are offering a reward up to $6,000 for information that will help lead to the successful conclusion of this investigation. We will now be available to take a few questions.
Chief, you said that the victim was targeted because of his ethnic origins. Previously, it was released that there was some kind of confrontation between the victim and suspect before the shooting. What information do you have that he was targeted because of his ethnic origin, and it wasn't just a comment the suspect made after the shooting to maybe hurt the victim's feelings or him a little?
Yeah, and I think we're still so early on in the investigation, and we're still trying to learn the exact circumstances. But as we have interviewed our victim, and he was wearing a turban, he was, with the dynamics of the situation that occurred, we do believe that he was targeted, and the words that were spoken and how they were spoken at that time.
How far was the suspect when he initially made contact with the victim? It's a long driveway, and you also mentioned previously it was dark and rainy that night.
Yeah, so my understanding, and again, I don't have all of the specific details, is that the suspect walked up behind the victim and possibly actually startled him. so surprised him.
What direction did the suspect take?
I'm not aware of that right now.
Looking at that sketch, it's not too much to go on visually. Can you tell us anything more that might be able to help the public as far as, I don't know, if you picked up on, does he walk in a certain way, any sort of tics or anything, any tattoos? Can you give us anything more than the sketch?
At this time, I've given you all that I can on that. Yes.
At the time that you sent out the press release on Saturday, you said that at that time you didn't feel like this was something that would happen all over the community, or that there wasn't any immediate concern or imminent danger. Do you still have that feeling?
Yes. Prior to this incident, there had not been a lot incidents that I was aware of in our community, and since that incident, there have not been any incidents in our community. So that is what leads me to believe that. Yes, ma'am.
Question for the FBI again. Has the FBI had any contact with the Trump administration regarding this case, and if so, what guidance have you been given?
So we operate under guidance that's issued to us by the Department of Justice in the civil rights matters. So that was the same guidance we had prior to the administration change, and it's the same today.
Any direct
Nope,
contact?
not at all.
To you again, sir. Have you uncovered anything new that would make this more definitively looking like a hate or biased crime, or is it still completely undetermined at this point?
I think we believe the facts and circumstances as the victim has provided them to us. He's been interviewed. As you can imagine, this was a traumatic experience for the victim. It took a few days for him to collect his thoughts, and through multiple interviews, including the composite sketch, the victim has been able to give us more information. I think the facts of that really tell us that this is likely a hate crime.
So likely a hate crime is the theory you're operating on?
Likely a hate crime.
You were reviewing surveillance footage. Were you able to see the incident in the footage that you reviewed?
I am not aware of any video that was directly on where the incident occurred. Okay, well, thank you guys. Oh.
Any evidence at the scene as far as specifically what kind of weapon this was?
Yes, there was, and I'm not going to release that at this time. I'm not going to release any information about that physical evidence at this time.
Are there still no witnesses?
I don't know the answer to that question. We're still working, we're still interviewing, canvassing the neighborhood. I'm not aware of that right now. Yes, sir. My understanding is the victim did not know the suspect. My understanding is no. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Just go to the microphone for all. Thank you.
It's J-Tab, J-A-Y-T-A-B-B, and I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI for the state of Washington.
Thank you, appreciate it. Digital version of the sketch going on?
All right, everybody. Well, that was a live press conference for that shooting that happened in Kent, Washington. Taking you back now to the CIA discussion. The publisher for WikiLeaks is discussing that they will now, they came out with this announcement today actually, that they will be giving away CIA hacking tools to tech companies. So let's see what the publisher has to say about it. Let's take you back to that video.
Scanner. So someone is pretending to be a computer security consultant to remove viruses from an organization, and in fact the virus checking program is the CIA virus that is used to infest the rest of the computer network and retrieve information. Among the list of possible targets, are there any references to extremists or transnational criminals, etc., etc.? Well, in the material that we published on Tuesday, Vault 7 Part 1, no, it's conspicuous. There's no reference to terrorism. There's no reference to extremists. There are references to many other target types. For example, liaison agents, so allied intelligence agencies speak to the Central Intelligence Agency. And the CIA has developed a menu of frequent attacks that include attacking the liaison officers coming presumably from GCHQ or the DGSE, which is a French intelligence agency, who think that they are cooperating with the CIA, but really the CIA is infesting the liaison agent. So they're all there in a menu called fine dining. It's a list which is literally describes itself as a menu of frequent attacks and attack types that is given to CIA case officers. And they say, yeah, I want to attack and infest some agent that I control, liaison, someone working for a foreign government department, etc. But what is not there is any reference to terrorists, any reference to extremists. And that actually shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. No one who studies the intelligence world, that's a surprise to. Because even if you just look at the budgets that came out in 2013 for the US intelligence black budget, you don't see anything like the majority of the budget going towards extremism, even though there are very strong political reasons to try and couch any operation in countering terrorism or countering extremism to get more money. But despite that political pressure, something like a third of the entire US intelligence budget is described as countering various forms of extremism. And the overwhelming majority is not, but particularly for the CIA, the vast majority of expenditure and attack types are geopolitical. They're about, similar to the information we revealed about CIA attacking the French election cycle, understanding who could be pals with the CIA, who could, help out their institution in one way or another. So, for example, you spy on Airbus. That information you then pass to the US Chamber of Commerce, amongst others, which is listed in the material. And the US Chamber of Commerce can then adjust what it is doing in order to assist Boeing. And these companies are closely connected to each other. It's not even about what is the policy that can help US industry the most or boost the US economy the most. It's about which elements of the US economy and or related intelligence organizations in the United States and outside the United States are best able to ask for favors because they have proximity. They have interpersonal proximity or they have institutional proximity. The question about a story that's in the press, the possible hacking monitoring of President Donald Trump and his team. Do these revelations shed any light on what is possible in this regard? Well, there were earlier press reports that the Trump cabinet has been using an encryption system called Confide, where the messages disappear quite quickly. It's sort of like an extra encrypted version of Snapchat. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's on smartphones. This software attacks smartphones. It doesn't matter what encryption you're running on it, whether it's Telegram or Signal or Confide. It can bypass that encryption. It can turn on the microphones. It can monitor movements. It can activate the camera to look at the photos that have been taken. Has the CIA done that? Well, this material doesn't comment on whether it has done that to President Trump. I suppose a question that is of interest, because there was a lot of there are numerous press reports in the New York Times and Washington Post, some in Politico, that people close to President Donald Trump had been monitored in a counterintelligence activity, possibly by some parts of the US government, possibly FBI. FBI had been mentioned, NSA had been mentioned. on the other hand, it seems that many of the leaks to the media are coming from the Central Intelligence Agency based upon how they're described. There are a number of collaborations that are evidenced by the material that we publish between the FBI and CIA, National Security Agency and CIA. So I think there's a real question whether that technology is being used or has been used in these types of investigations. That is a separate question to whether CIA officers have been pressing the button on that technology. What is often done in the commercial industry, the commercial spying industry, is if you're in the commercial industry, you can be prosecuted for hacking someone. So what happens in the commercial industry, and you can look at a big publication we did called Hacking Team, where we published more than 1 million emails from an Italian computer hacking contractor called Hacking Team. It sets up attack sites and it writes the software, and then it helps configure it for a hacking attack, and then it gives the people that they've sold it to in a government department, intelligence agency, police service, the ability to press the button. So they hope that that removes them from being accountable for the attack. They've just created the system to attack, but the actual button was pressed by a different party. So that's obviously a possibility in the United States in relation to a number of different attacks. Publications don't say anything directly about the President and Cabinet, but that is a general phenomenon of people creating attack systems and facilitating an attack in some way, but being careful about the legalities of actually pressing the button. How many parts to the Vault 7 series? Well, we have a lot of material. It's a big journalistic investigation from us, from our partners. We need more partners. So those who have engaged in journalistic excellence on reporting the material that we have published so far, and has been some good reports. We'll look at those people and try and approach some of them to get them in. There's more work than WikiLeaks can do on its own. That's quite typical with some of our big publications. So we assemble international teams to try and get as much understanding in as many different languages as possible, and then also finally make sure a lot of the material is published so the public can also miss any angles that us and the combined journalistic team have missed. In this case, we have an extra problem, which is that we have quite a lot of exploits. That is this key attack code that we want to disarm before we think about publishing it. And to have that discussion, we're going to work with some of these manufacturers that have called for it to try and get those antidotes out there before we publish more information that can give clues to cyber mafia or other intelligence agencies on how to do this. There is a fair criticism, I think, of that methodology, and we'll watch it closely, which is that the CIA was so careless to produce this material, this enormous cyber weapons arsenal, and lose control of it at least once, and then it has spread. So does the various cyber mafia already have it? Do foreign intelligence agencies already have it? Well, I think that's a serious question. They weren't securing it very well. So it's quite possible that numerous people could have it. Also, it has spread, or appears to have spread, within the number of individuals within the US intelligence community. So how much more will it spread? I think it's quite hard to control. Even if WikiLeaks doesn't publish any of these cyber weapons, I think it is quite hard to stop the spread elsewhere, which might have already occurred. So therefore, what you want is the fastest possible antidotes. And for that to occur, the fastest way, of course, is to just publish everything. But at the moment, we're watching to see whether there is a spread, analyze what we have, work with some of the manufacturers to create antidotes to these weapons. Another question: why is WikiLeaks focusing only on problems from the United States? Well, that's not true. It's we've published just in the last few months very significant collections of materials from Germany, from Turkey. In fact, in response to our Turkish publications, the Turkish government put 7 Turkish journalists who had reported on our publications into prison. A very serious situation. One of those Turkish journalists is fortunate enough that he was a foreign correspondent, so he's getting a bit of support from Germany, but the other 6 are in a serious situation, completely outrageous that they're simply reporting on what we published. And the Turkish government, Erdogan's government, has abused concerns about the coup that occurred a few months ago to crack down on reporting about corruption. In this case, the emails that were from Erdogan's son-in-law, who was the Minister for Energy, and that's what we published. You can look them up, Barat's box. On Russia and China, we have published hundreds of thousands of things. Most of them are critical, about 80% are critical, and more than 2.3 million from the Syrian government, including Bashar al-Assad's personal emails. So all cultures tend to just look at themselves and speak to themselves. They speak their own language, and they're aware of themselves and what other people say about them or what's been published about their culture. When it's published about another culture or another country, they don't pay attention. But of course, people raise this for distracting reasons, to try and question the messenger, because the content itself is so powerful. Okay, that's it. Let me just break. I'll just break for about 3 minutes and see if any other questions that are really important have come in, and if so, I might answer them.
All right, everybody. Well, that was WikiLeaks publisher Julian discussing the company giving away CIA hacking tools to tech companies. What do you guys think about that? Let me know in the chat or tweet at me, Mary Kate Fox 10, or our show handle, Fox 10 News Now. All right, you guys, pulling up the next top story for you guys here. It is Thursday, everybody, 4:33 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We are streaming live for you right now. I want to get this up and going for you guys. Let me pull this up. Let me change the lower third as well, so you guys know we are, in fact, streaming live right now. Give me 1 second here while I pull up the next video here. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this story, but the family of one of the 2 Indiana girls found murdered in the woods last month spoke to the press today. Again, this is a family of one of the 2 girls that were murdered in Indiana. So they're speaking to the press today. Let's hear what the family had to say, you guys.
Morning, everybody. Sergeant John Prime of the Indiana State Police. Purpose of this press conference is to allow the family of Liberty German to make a statement. They also are going to read a statement on behalf of the family of Abigail Williams. We'd like to start by request of the family with a word of prayer. from Pastor Todd Ladd of the Delphi United Methodist Church. Pastor?
Thank you for joining us today. And if you would, join me in a word of prayer. Holy God, our loving Father, we thank you for your love and your mercy. And today, I pray for Liberty's family. God, hold them in the comforting arms of your Spirit. Draw them near to you in the protection of your love as they're vulnerable today in sharing their hearts about Libby and about Abby. Lord, they're sharing their hearts about their love for her. God, in your wise ways, guide their words so they may express their deeply held desires of their hearts that reflect their love for Libby and Abby. God, I pray that their response would demonstrate the love of Jesus Christ that has sustained them in the midst of the deepest and darkest valley. God, I thank you for all these individuals who have come today to tell the story that needs to be told so that more tips may process and we can begin to find justice. Lord, we pray for justice here on this earth, but Lord, we also ultimately hold hope for justice on the other side. So that in all of this, we put our trust in you. Bless them, bless their words, and allow us to tell the story in ways that give hope. We ask this in the name of Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Carroll County Sheriff Tobe Lesenby.
Good morning. My main purpose this morning is to thank each one of you for being here. I also want to thank our community, and I want to send out a huge net of thank you to everyone that's even had this on their mind for the last few weeks. Without your help, without your involvement, we feel like that we wouldn't be where we are right now. We continue to move forward, we strive for justice, and we will get that justice. At this time, I want to introduce Mike Patty, Liberty German's grandfather.
Thank you, Tobe. I wrote down some stuff so I wouldn't forget what we'd like to communicate. My family put this together. So obviously my name is Mike Patty. This is my wife, Becky. We'd both like to thank you for showing up here today. I'd like to read a statement. I've got to put my glasses on for this. Show my age a little bit. This is a statement from Abby's family. Abby and Libby loved each other. Throughout this tragedy, we have honored their memory by caring for and respecting each other. We respect Libby's family decision to speak publicly at this time, just as they respected our family's decision not to speak publicly, the family of Abby Williams. I would also ask that the media to respect their choice. Let them reach out to you if they so desire to do it. A little over 3 weeks ago, February 13th, our girls went missing. On February 14th, they were found victims of a double homicide. This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that'll never heal. It's the small things that seem to hurt the most. It's just natural to holler for them to come to dinner or in the mornings to get up and get ready for school. Then expect them to come through the door after school. The silence when we don't hear their voice. Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season. Just the day before all this happened, they had their equipment out playing catch, working on their batting in the backyard, going to the ball field with Anna to hone their skills for the upcoming season. But they'll never get to play a single inning again. There are too many ways to count how our lives will forever be impacted to share here today. I imagine most people listening that have raised or are raising children know how kids can be. A phrase that was jokingly attached to Libby and our family, from asking her to pick up her shoes, her school backpack, her coat, her first reply would almost always be, "I will, in a minute." We joked with her about this all the time. I believe if she were able to speak, she would ask people, please give her the 1 minute she always asked for, to really study the picture and listen to the audio clip. Someone out there knows this person or persons. He's someone's neighbor, coworker, family member, friend, husband, or acquaintance. If and when any new information is released by law enforcement, please take another minute from your day to review all the information and help us collect the pieces of this puzzle. Both of our families are requesting everyone to please help Abby and Libby. Look for someone who's recently changed their appearance, cut their hair, shaved, or started wearing different clothes. Have they changed in some strange manner that just seems a little odd? If you think it could be, but then say, no, he's not like that, go with your initial instinct. Let law enforcement run that information and make that determination. However small it may seem, it is extremely vital to capture every tip we can get. Please, we need your help. At this time, I'd also like to thank law enforcement and officials, along with our employers, pastors, the people and businesses of this great community across the state, nation, and beyond, who have pulled together around us, providing help and support in so many ways. From fundraisers, food for our families and law enforcement, to the hugs, handshakes, kind words, all of these items help. But again, we're asking everyone to take 1 minute and study the picture and audio, then report any information you may have to the tip or email line. We also say thank you for all the generous donations for the reward fund. To the individuals, groups, businesses, all of which are too numerous to name. A couple that stand out are Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay. With their donation, the reward fund is now well over $200,000. The other donations we've received in Libby's name have been utilized to establish a scholarship fund in her name. And the rest of the funds we hope to be used to build a softball field and park in the memory of the girls, so they'll be remembered forever and have something for everyone to enjoy. Now, I would like to thank the news media. I've had several conversations with many of you. Your professionalism and respect for our families has been honorable. We've lost our children, and nothing will bring them back. But through your persevering coverage and help with this investigation, we are confident that together we can bring justice to those responsible for this horrible crime. We appreciate your time and help. Thank you very much.
If anybody has any questions for Mr. Patty, now would be the time to ask.
Well, I'm glad she had the wherewithal to do that, and I certainly hope that that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution to this. Obviously, we're proud. It's too bad it had to happen like that, But, yeah, it was glad she had the wherewithal to do that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, first off, I'd like to address that is both the girls were heroes. They stuck together. I don't know exactly what happened out there that day, but I imagine there was probably an opportunity for one or both to separate and try to make a break different ways. But those girls loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book. Absolutely. In our house, it's always, I love you, every time. That was without standing all of our grandkids, all of our children, everything, that's just it, Before they go to bed, when they get up, drop them off for school, whatever it is, send a text message, it's always, I love you. Well, obviously, yeah, we would like to see somebody, responsible for this, but I'm relying on law enforcement, and the efforts that they're putting forward. They've been kind enough, they walked me through their process of how they're evaluating this. I'm kind of a process-oriented guy, so they walked me through that. I'm very impressed with the steps that they go through whenever they receive tips. And trust me, every tip, every call is checked. There's nothing that's just going into a bucket, even if it seems so silly. There's the cohesive, work between the state police, the county police, the FBI, and the city police, and officers from all over that are coming in is just truly impressive. I truly feel we're going to get to the bottom of this, and that's why I'm asking for help out there. Any tips we can get is monumental, and it could really bring this case to resolution. Thank you. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. The support that we receive from the community, the schools, her friends, law enforcement, just the public, our friends, co-workers. It's overwhelming, and it's the love that's poured upon us, and the support is welcomed. And we could surely use that right now. Thank you for that. Daily, multiple times. Well, I'm hoping through the, if you want to call it the speech, or what I mean, that we developed or that we put together there and read, and I'm just reaching out to them to help put closure. This is a hurdle and a path that we're going down that, the pain will always be there forever. But this is a hurdle that needs to be knocked down, and with the help of law enforcement, I truly believe it will, but we need somebody out there. Somebody knows something. Somebody has to know this person, recognize that voice, and I encourage them to call in and give us that vital piece of information. No matter how small it may seem, it may fit into another piece of the puzzle that'll help put closure to this. Well, that's a lot of what we have right now is optimism, and in the pouring in of the tips and the support of the public, and again, all of our friends and everything that is coming into us. That's where we're gaining our strength right now. That and through our pastor, who's been a rock for us as well. Both of our families, we support each other. Abby's family and ours, we're in contact, so we help each other get through this. Yes, sir.
I will talk about the rumors here shortly. Yes.
Well, obviously, it's troubling for us as well as the whole community, the state, the nation. Somebody's out there that's done this. They need to be brought to justice, and that's why we're holding this conference. We need somebody out there who has that vital piece of information to turn this in. Help this community, help this state, help our nation, help our families to bring this to justice.
Alexis, we're not going to speculate right now on where they're from, and I'll get into that here shortly. So, one more over here.
Yes. I don't know that I have a comment right now. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest with you. So, try to be a Christian man. So, I'll put more thought to that.
Last one here.
Obviously, she's a smart girl. She really was. But we talked a lot about having the presence of mind of your surroundings, and obviously, she's kind of a photo buff anyway. That's why the girls were out there taking pictures. That's why they went out there in the first place, to catch the scenery, do some video with each other, and that's just part of what kids do. And trust me, there's hundreds and if not thousands of pictures at home on all of our computers and stuff where all of them have done it over the years. So that's just part of their natural activity. But obviously, she had presence of mind, sensed something a little strange there. I'm glad she did. Very glad. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The cash reward, thanks to incredible generous donations from the community, from organizations, to bring the person or people responsible for this crime to justice, is now over $224,000. Now, we know historically cash rewards aren't always claimed. We like to believe that somebody with the information would come forward out of the goodness of their heart to do the right thing. But there might be somebody out there that is motivated by this cash reward, and we would ask that person who knows something to come forward. There have been more than 11,000 tips come in to our command center. Of those 11,000, right now, 2,000 of those tips have been cleared with 110% positiveness that they are not related. There are currently 1,500 tips in the queue that need to be assigned to investigators to be looked into. There's a vetting process that these tips go through to ensure that we're not getting duplicates, to ensure that there is some merit behind the tip. But we want to encourage people to continue to submit those tips via email, by calling the tip line, send us social media. However you want to get that tip to us, we will look into it. Not one tip gets overlooked. There are rumors that are going around via social media that would lead people to believe that we know this person is not local, or vice versa, that we know this person is local. I want to reiterate and emphasize that we do not have that information. We don't want people to rationalize away their tip because they believe this person cannot be local. We don't want them to rationalize away their tip because they think this person is not local. So please, if you know anything, if you think you know something, trust your gut and give us a call. If you know somebody who owns a blue coat, if you know somebody who frequents those trails, if you know anything, we're asking for those tips because we will investigate. There are rumors that started to go about this being connected to other crimes throughout the nation. As protocol with any investigation of this nature, we compare to unsolved crimes throughout the nation. Part of that is the double homicide that occurred in Iowa. At this time, I can assure you, we have spoken with the investigators in Iowa, and at this point it does appear to be coincidental that the two cases are similar, but based on the evidence, we are not able to connect the two cases at this time. I'd be happy to take a few questions. However, as much as you know, there is no new information to report. Yeah, Mike? Yeah, spreading unconfirmed information or rumors could be detrimental to our case because it could lead people to believe, people who might have information about this case, to believe that we're closer to solving it or that we have information that we don't. Spreading those unfactual rumors could be detrimental. It could slow the process. We're asking people, if you see something on social media, if you hear something, make sure it comes from a reliable source. That reliable source will likely be the Indiana State Police. If it does not come from us, please hold off on spreading those rumors. Yeah, we've talked to thousands of people in Indiana and throughout the nation, and in talking to those people have led us to other crimes. crimes that aren't related to this case, but people that have arrest warrants, people that have drugs, people that have things they're not supposed to have, and those become their own criminal investigation. However, there has not been an arrest related directly to this case in Delphi. Yeah, so part of any investigation involves a human element, also involves a scientific element. The scientific element of that investigation does include searching for DNA. At this point in the case, I can assure you that we are using every tool necessary, every tool available to us to find the person responsible, which would include looking for those clues. We're looking into everything, and so we are open-minded. We're not discrediting the possibility of anything being possible. And so, absolutely, if it's possible, we're looking into it, I can assure you. It doesn't matter what I think, it's what our investigation is going to lead us to. And our investigators are working around the clock. They're so resilient. I can assure you, every morning I walk into that building, and these investigators are positive. The common phrase of the day is, today's the day. Not today might be the day. Today's the day. They're optimistic. I've never seen a coordinated effort that I'm seeing right now. More than 25 police agencies, hundreds of officers have been involved in this. Incredible teamwork, and we are very optimistic that we are going to find a resolve to this case. You're asking me to speculate, and I'm not willing to speculate in an investigation of this magnitude. The investigation is eliminating people that we know are not involved. We are confident and optimistic that our investigation is going to lead us to the person responsible, and we're going to continue doing that until it does so. We're looking at everything. I'm not telling you yes or no to that question because I'm not aware of a specific investigation leading us to that, but at this point we're open to anything. Yeah, those things take a lot of time, and I can assure you that they're giving every resource they have to this investigation, which would include those, but at this point, we don't have any definitive answers. Anything we have in this case is going to be beneficial, and so if that's a tool that we have in our toolbox available to us to benefit this case and to move it forward, then we're absolutely going to use it. You would have to speak to the FBI about that. I have not been given information either way. Is there any other questions? Yeah, Alexis, this is emotional for all of us. I can tell you that it's not easy, and a lot of people are putting a lot of work into this, and we're hoping that the tip's there, and we're going to find it. Thank you. We'll be available for individual interviews if you need so. The Patty family has asked not to be contacted today for an interview, but they are willing to do that in the future, and that should be coordinated through us. So thank you very much.
All right, everybody, well, that is the end of that press conference after 2 girls were found murdered in the woods in Indiana, and that family just spoke out. Coming up next, Mike Page hosting for the next few hours of the show here. So in the meantime, I'm going to give you guys a live look of the White House.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace, going to be here with you for the next 2 hours. We're going to start the stream off with, wow, disturbing video coming out after a gang member goes on a shooting rampage, and it's all caught on camera here. This gang member, let me give you a little history here. This gang member was wrongfully convicted of a murder. He received $25 million after spending close to 17 years in jail. He got out, used half of the money from the settlement to start up his own gang. And now this video has come out. This has happened in 2014, but the video just came out because he was just convicted today in federal court. We're going to show that disturbing video to you now.
Nicest cars y'all ever seen in y'all life. Gucci man don't even got this car.
Drive itself. It's gonna drive itself when I blast that right now.
Personally. No poop pod. Top down. Chopper on deck.
Out here in the
Don't
hood.
get top down.
In the hood.
Catch up.
Yeah,
Where the MK's at, man? And this is the music we listen to when we pull rolls. Unlike you wanna be rapping.
They need that to boost their blood up. They need Future. Y'all need Future Meek Mills to get your blood going. What you is?
What you is? Huh? You ain't
love.
Alright, this Rose Hood, homie. Ooh, I got thirsty.
Y'all back when we ride up on them, y'all talking that Promise you something. One neutron. Y'all was talking about we beating up our neutrons. We was beating up our neutrons. Big homie was got socked the up. Why should I blast you right now? Why should I blast your ass? Huh?
My brother, man, I ain't got nothing against you, man.
Shut up.
All right there, so very disturbing video there, to say the least. That man was just convicted in federal court there. He's going to be spending about 9 years in jail for shooting that man on video there in the streets of Chicago. Right after that video, there was a police chase, and then ultimately he crashed his car, and that is how he was arrested for that shooting, and then they had the video evidence as well. We'll be back here on the Fox 10 News Now stream with more coverage. Taking a live look now at the White House. All right, now everybody, staying with the Chicago theme here for a moment. We're going to show you now the Chicago Police Superintendent talking to lawmakers today in Springfield, Illinois, talking about stricter gun laws. He wants stricter gun laws on the books to help his fellow police there in Chicago try to combat the gang situations there. Let's take you there.
Extensive witnesses that have filed. We will limit the time and those that are able to testify to 2 proponents and 2 opponents. The two proponents that will testify will be Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson, Mr. Brendan Kelly of the St. Clair County State's Attorney, and for the opponents, you can choose amongst yourself who will testify. There are 10 proponents of the Senate Bill 1722. Those will be read into the record. There's 204 opponents that are in opposition to Senate Bill 1722. Those will be read into the record. There are 2 that have filed no position on this bill, Stephanie Coleman and Ben Abrams. Those will be read into the record. Senator Munoz, I believe we have an amendment on this bill. Do we have a motion to adopt the amendment? I'm sorry? We have a motion for the move to adopt the amendment, and the committee motion is made by... Sorry, go ahead. Senator Munoz on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Senate Bill 1722 creates the Safe Neighborhoods Reform Act, which provides courts with additional guidance for sentencing repeat gun offenders. The act instructs the courts that repeat gun offenders should receive sentences within a suggested range. They have discretion to not impose it. The act also makes various criminal justice reforms, including recommendations from the Governor's Criminal Justice Commission. These reforms are designed to, 1, address disproportionate sentencing, decreases the time that nonviolent offenders spend behind bars, avoid sending nonviolent offenders to prison to prevent those individuals from having felony records, and it also provides incarcerated individuals with increased access to programming and better opportunities after release from prison. I will answer any questions after we have the 2 additional speakers. They've been working on this bill with myself, Senator Kwame Raoul, the Chicago Police, State's Attorney's Office, and our members from the House as well since July. So please bear with us. There's a lot of info in here. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Clerk, will you please add Senator Bennett to the roll? Superintendent Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, if you could please touch the button on the bottom of the microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Eddie Johnson, and I'm the superintendent of the Chicago Police Department. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. In 2016, 767 people were killed in the city of Chicago, 767 individual tragedies, 767 families in grief. 92% of the victims were male, 78% were African American, 75% were between the ages of 15 to 34, and 91% of these victims were killed with a gun. Those numbers represent multiple generations of young black men who never had a chance to make something of their lives because of illegal guns and the criminals willing to pull the triggers. I've been a police officer for 28 years, and I've seen too many lives torn apart and too many parents lose a child. Quite frankly, as an African American leader, I'm disgusted, and as a cop, I'm very angry. We can do better, and we must do better. I'm not here to ask the legislature to solve this issue for Chicago. We as a city take full responsibility for doing the things that are within our power that we can do to address the problems of gun violence. Right now, when we arrest a gun offender, they may serve a few months in custody. If we arrest and convict them again, they might serve a year, if they serve any time at all. These offenders are cycled through a criminal justice system with a severe lack of accountability for their crimes. They are released back to the streets of Chicago so quickly that they see no reason to change their behavior, and then the cycle of violence just continues. I'm here to ask you for your support for Senate Bill 1722, which is both a pivotal and incremental step in holding repeat gun offenders accountable and making our streets safer. I would also like to applaud the work of the sponsors and the committee on this matter. Before I continue, let me be clear. I'm not seeking to mass incarcerate minorities, establish mandatory minimums, or take guns out of the hands of people who hold them legally. This legislation gives judges the guidelines to sentence repeat gun offenders at the higher end of the already existing sentencing range. It also contains predicating violent offenses that would classify an individual as a repeat gun offender to ensure that we are not casting a wide net, but instead using a spear to pinpoint the individuals that are driving the violence in the streets of Chicago. Finally, the bill includes language so that if judges choose to provide lighter sentences than the specified amount in the law, then they must provide sufficient publicly available statements explaining their decision. This bill does not change the existing sentencing range for repeat gun offenders. Gun offenders sentenced under the proposed language in the bill remain fully eligible for sentence credit, including rehabilitative services. However, if an individual shows a repeated willingness to pick up a gun and use it illegally, those individuals need to pay a price, and the sentence should be higher at the higher end of the existing sentencing range. That's what I support, and that's what a portion of this bill seeks to accomplish. Individuals like James Rogers. Rogers' first conviction was for battery in 2009. He was convicted again in February of 2010 for aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. Under the language of this bill, this offense would be considered a predicate offense. Rogers was sentenced to 2 years of probation for this act. His next conviction for aggravated unlawful use of a weapon was in June of 2015. The language in this bill would have required that Rogers be sentenced to the higher end of the existing sentencing range, assuming a judge chose not to deviate from that range. Instead, he was sentenced to 2 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections. Sadly to say, Rogers was arrested a third time for first-degree murder on July 13th of 2016 for killing a 39-year-old male. If this bill was in place in 2015, Rogers would have been forced to serve more time, and this act of violence may have been avoided. I believe that we need to continue to identify legislative solutions that will ensure we are targeting the main drivers of violence in Chicago and throughout the state of Illinois. There are amendments to this bill that make me uneasy, specifically the potential reduced penalties for individuals who possess or distribute 100 grams or more of cocaine, heroin, or fentanyl, among other criminal justice reforms. Even though I understand these changes were recommended by the Illinois State Commission on Criminal Justice and Sentencing Reform, to be clear, the drug trade is what drives the gang violence in Chicago, and lessening the consequences for high-level narcotics dealing and possession makes me very uncomfortable. There are also reforms supportive of diversion and rehabilitation, and I formally support diversion and rehabilitation, but only for less serious nonviolent offenders. In fact, we have a diversion pilot program on the west side of the city that's showing signs of success and that we're proud of at CPD. As leaders in our community and our state, we have an obligation to do whatever is in our power to protect the welfare of the public. On an even more basic level, as humans, we should be able to look at those we serve in the eye and say with sincerity that we are doing everything we can to help them. And that is why I encourage you to pass a bill that holds repeat gun offenders accountable. On behalf of myself, the city of Chicago, and in the name of every person who's been touched by gun violence, I would like to ask you for your support in this legislation, and thank you for allowing me to testify, and I look forward to your questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Mr. Kelly, state your name for the record, please.
Yes, Brendan Kelly, St. Clair County State's Attorney. I'm also here on behalf of the Illinois State's Attorneys Association, and I just want to up front make it clear that through our legislative process that the State's Attorneys Association has, we are, all 102 of us are in support of this legislation. There's not much that I can say to add to what the superintendent has said in terms of the urgency and the need for this legislation as it relates to gun violence. St. Clair County includes the city of East St. Louis, and I'm all too familiar on a daily basis with the horrific rate of gun violence and homicides that we have in our community, and why this legislation is appropriate for that reason. I do want to also point out that as a member of the Sentencing Reform Commission, there are folks here in this room who have served on the Governor's Sentencing Reform Commission, member of the committee, Senator Raul, who was also on the commission, who put a significant amount of man hours and time and effort into coming up with recommendations to reform our criminal justice system, but to do so safely, protecting the public in a way that is just and appropriate. And many of the reform components of this legislation, which is before you today, are an attempt to begin to get at some of those changes which we believe were appropriate as a commission to recommend. There wasn't complete unanimity on those recommendations, but there was a sense that these type of reforms that we are including here today are appropriate, certainly acceptable to the state's attorneys and prosecutors within the state of Illinois. These are reasonable compromises, and they allow us to be able to do our job as well and to be able to protect public safety. I will not go through all of them. I know you all have an analysis, but I think there's not a single one of those changes which will cause us to lose sleep at night. There's some reasonable things that are asked of us as prosecutors in terms of having to prove a nexus in terms of the penalty when someone is selling drugs near a school. Well, was anybody in that school? If they're selling drugs near a church, well, is that really a church which has people in it and is actually being used, or is that an empty building where there's not been a single person that's held a worship service or provided any social services to anybody in years, and it's just an empty shell? And I'm sad to say that we have many of those type of structures in some of the communities that where I deal with this particular type of crime. The other things that are in there that I think have been something we hashed over significantly was the extra credit for someone who is in the Department of Corrections serving a 75% sentence that can go down to 60% if they are completing these evidence-based programs, which we know will prevent recidivism. And again, we think that is appropriate also. We know there has to be some motivation and some leverage there to encourage folks that are in the Department of Corrections to complete these programs that we know have shown to be effective at reducing the chances that they're going to offend and then be offending again. So again, the State's Attorneys Association is urging you to support this legislation along with the superintendent. And I'm sure there will be many more questions, and perhaps I will just leave it at that and see if there's anything else I can add.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Can we have the opponents come up? Any questions? Senator Bennett?
Yes, this question is for actually the superintendent. I'm a former prosecutor, and maybe State's Attorney Kelly can answer the same question, but I do have one question I'd like to have a response on. We talk a lot about one of the purposes of sentencing is for deterrence, for themselves or for others to not engage in that behavior in the future. And one of the things in here is reducing the penalties for drug crimes, because as we learned, it's had very little, if any, deterrent value on those people continuing to sell drugs. So if we could talk about the first side, about the enhancing the penalties on the multiple offenders, is this about just taking those people off the street so they can't be committing crime during that point, or do you believe it will have a deterrent value? Will that be in the mind of a young person who's about to pull the trigger? Because the concern I had when I was prosecuting Champaign, and I won't in any way compare it to Chicago, but we had a small amount of gun violence, and we had the same issues where prosecuting those crimes became so difficult because you couldn't have witnesses were seldom forthcoming in those issues. And I've heard statistics that 85% of shootings, or sometimes even higher in Chicago, don't result in even an arrest because of those same issues. So if a person is not worried about even getting caught, they're not thinking about a penalty. Do you believe that what's in this will have a deterrent value on young people from picking up a gun, or is it just about making sure they're not around, at least for a little more time, to pull the trigger a second time?
No, I think that what we're trying to do is create a mentality, a culture of accountability, so that they'll think twice before they pick up that gun. And Senator, I've been a cop for 28 years, and I still get out on the street and talk to people that pull the triggers, and they will tell me they make the decision to pull the trigger because they don't fear our judicial system. If they fear the judicial system, then it is a deterrent. And they are following this, believe it or not. They are looking at what we do. So the point is, I don't want to arrest more people. As a matter of fact, I hope we don't have to. We're trying to create that mentality that they just won't pick up a gun. And I know that there is a deterrent if they know that we're serious about holding them accountable.
Senator Van Pelt with the question.
I don't think so. Okay, yes. I have a few questions. Thank you so much for coming down today. You know, I live on the west side of Chicago, so I would like to see violence. That's the reason why I ran for office. I was sick of the violence in my neighborhood. I was tired of the approach that we were taking to solve the crime problems. I was tired of dirty cops. I was tired of dirty preachers. I was tired of dirty teachers. I was just tired of people who are not carrying the voice of ordinary people and to work every day. So my number one question is, and has been since I've been here, I like to focus on evidence-based solutions. I actually went to school, got a PhD, and I studied about how to find out what is true. I just want to know what's true. How do you find out what works? And I went to school because of the community, my violence in my community. I wanted to know what works. And one of the things I found was that it's hard to say what will work, but there is some evidence-based models that show evidence that this is something that has deterred, you know, this crime or whatever problem before. So is this an evidence-based model that you all are presenting here in the sentencing proposal? And if so, can you please explain that?
Yeah, I think we have evidence to support what we're saying. You know, people ask me all the time, what is the difference between New York, L.A., and Chicago in terms of the gun violence, even though they have more, the population is higher. In New York, they have, I think, 3 times as many population as we do in Chicago. But what they've been able to do is they have sentencing laws that create a culture of accountability for anybody that picks up a gun. In New York, they have mandatory sentencing for the first time, and we're not trying to do that because we understand there's circumstances where a person might get caught with a gun the first time and may not need to go to prison for that. But in New York, first time you get caught, 3.5 years. In L.A., they have sentencing enhancers. So if you use a gun in the commission of a crime, 10 years automatically. If you pull the trigger, 15 years. So they've created a culture of accountability that sends the message, we won't allow that. And if you do it, this is the consequence. And that's what we're striving for in Chicago, to send that mental message to them. If you pick up a gun, this is what's going to happen to you. So those cities, I think, are evidence that it does work.
But have you been able to take, when they passed those laws, have you been able to measure a drop in crime after the laws were passed? Because I know crime dropped in New York long before they came up with those enhancements. Long before they came up with enhancements, the crime was down in New York. So I'm saying, do you have proof that longer sentences actually reduce crime? Because everything I've seen has said no.
Statistically speaking, I don't have that in front of me, but we can certainly provide you with that information.
I would like that, because everything I've read, and I've studied this issue for a while, because I've been trying to figure out how to stop crimes. Let me tell you what we came up with in our community. We found that the violence that we were experiencing was driven by drugs. It had nothing to do with gangs or anything. It had something to do with drugs. And there was a free flow of drugs in our community. And with the free flow of drugs, there was mass incarceration. And mass incarceration, then there was mass release back into the community. Over 2,000 every single month come back to Chicago to join the hundreds of thousands that roam our streets. And what do we have there? We have more crime because they're not rehabilitated. There's no rehabilitation process here. And my concern is, more arrests is just going to cost us more money. We're already spending over $1 billion. We have a $5 billion hole in the budget the governor presented. So we got to cut 20% of everybody's budget, including IDOT. So I don't know how we can even take in more people. And the main reason why I would say that people don't speak up, and Victoria, this is for you too, why people don't speak up in Chicago It's because we don't know which cops are on the side of the drug dealers. We've had in Auburn Gresham, Grand Crossing, Inglewood, Roseland, and also Austin, police that was running drug rings in our community. So we can't call because we don't know who's on that side. So I think the better thing to deal with is how do we get tons of drugs into our neighborhood and nobody sees them come in? You know, I mean, if I steal a loaf of bread at Jewel's, they're going to catch me. But we got trucks of drugs flowing into the inner city, and nobody's been arrested for it for decades. It's hard for me to believe that you can't figure out that problem, because that's where the gun violence is coming from. It's coming right back from the drug trade.
Well, Senator, let me be clear on something. The goal of this is not to incarcerate more people. In fact, the goal of this is to incarcerate less people. And I would be really pleased if we see the numbers of arrests dropping as they did in New York and LA for gun offenses, because we create that mental culture to not pick up a gun. So the goal is to arrest less people. But as far as the drug trade goes, we know that narcotics fuels the engine that funds the gang's activities. And that's why I'm uneasy with certain portions of it. But I do believe we should treat low-level drug offenders differently, and that's why we have a diversion program in CPD. Those people need services and get help. On the higher end, people that are actively dealing narcotics should be treated as such. So, you know, when we look at the statistics for that, over 90% of the individuals that we're talking about that would be affected by this bill would go into the rehabilitation portion of it, and they wouldn't be arrested at all.
And that's fantastic. But let me ask you one last question, because I don't want to take up all the time. Don't you think that chastising or penalizing or criminalizing gun dealers would be a better way to stop the flow of guns into our community?
Well, I believe that is a part of it also. I think
that's a big part, because if those guns don't come out, I mean, we're just slapping them on the hand for selling guns.
No, I agree with you. Anyone that helps fuel the gun violence in Chicago, I'm for holding them accountable.
Yeah, I may be able to support this if you had something in there about the gun dealers, because I'm always concerned that we pick up the drug dealer on the corner and we leave the big fat cat at home. So I could maybe be able to think about supporting this if you had some type of criminalization of gun dealers if they are selling guns illegally or losing their guns and don't know what happened to them and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, do you have a response?
Just to point out that a part of this legislation recognizes the issue with the drugs that are in the community and the issues of addiction. And one of the ways you can attack the drug problem that does in part fuel the violence is treatment. And this legislation does expand significantly opportunities for that on first offender, second offender. I think there's something called the Offender Initiative Program. Opportunities for those folks who are caught possessing a controlled substance to get that treatment. If they're not an addict, they're not going to be buying those things, and they're not going to be involved in those things. If we can reduce the potential that they are going to be involved in that drug activity because we have treated the addiction issue, then you start to peel apart one layer of that onion. That is a part of the challenge.
Thank you, Senator Van Pelt. Senator Connolly for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent Johnson, thank you for your leadership on this issue. I know you and I served on a panel on the City Club of Chicago on this issue. I don't even remember, 6 months ago or so. And I think I told you I have 2 late uncles who are commanders in CPD, and I have great respect and admiration for you, and everyone who works under you. And State Attorney Kelly, thank you. I know you've been all over the state with the Criminal Justice Reform Commission. Sometimes I live 25 minutes from Chicago and I can't make a meeting, and you're there coming from St. Clair County, and I do appreciate that. And I just want to, and I don't mean any disrespect, but you made a comment about not losing sleep over some of the things in the bill. I do lose sleep. I lose sleep over something that's going on in my district, which is Western DuPage County, which is an absolute epidemic of heroin deaths. And it's gotten to the point where 3 years ago, you would hear about a child dying of an overdose of heroin, and there was complete shock. And now it's almost routine. And that is why I lose sleep over that. So what I'm having a hard time with here, and I'd ask you to comment on reconciling the inconsistency of, on the one hand, and I'm pleased to support enhancing penalties on repeat gun offenders to help Superintendent Johnson and the city of Chicago with, we have a heroin epidemic ourselves out in the suburbs and other parts in the city as well, and we're going to be reducing penalties for those in possession of large quantities of this substance. And I'd like your comment on how to reconcile the inconsistency of that.
I will tell you, in looking at the amounts that are there, as a practical matter, the kind of cases that we have and the amounts that we're dealing with on a regular basis, I don't want to undercut the potential reform aspect of this, but those amounts, those ranges, in terms of the impact that we get in terms of sentencing as well, in terms of possession here, not delivery and not with intent to deliver, but possession. If that's all we can prove is possession, that's different than someone who's dealing or selling, obviously. As a practical matter, how these cases play out on a daily basis, I am not concerned that we are undercutting our ability to continue to attack the heroin problem and the fentanyl problem. And that's my honest answer in looking at what those amounts are that we support in this overall bill, that I'm not concerned that we are undercutting our ability to still be able to go after this. And I support the overall concept, again, because we are not going to be able to prosecute and lock up our way out of the drug issue. That's my opinion. It may not be exactly the opinion of every other state's attorney in the state of Illinois. But you have to focus your resources and your effort and the philosophy, the way you approach this, on treating those people. You have to break the cycle of addiction. There are no customers if people aren't addicts. There's no supply if there's no demand. We have to attack both of those things. I'm not concerned the way this is drafted that will undercut our ability to attack both sides of it. In fact, I think in the end, by expanding the opportunities for treatment, I think that will strengthen our hand in the long run.
I appreciate that, but I support diversion. I support and understand the notion between the addict and the guy who's dealing and who's not using. I just have a hard time with the way this bill's drafted, reconciling that. We're reducing penalties on heroin dealers in this environment. It's just it's unacceptable.
Mr. Kelly, I have a question just in terms of the process and how it works, and correct me if I'm wrong, just to elaborate. If a person's arrested for an aggravated unlawful use of a weapon or an unlawful use of possession of a weapon by a felon, and where the weapon's a firearm, and that person has a qualifying predicate of offense, then it's presumed that that person should be sentenced on the higher end of the current sentencing range. Is that correct?
Yes, and the superintendent may have, was that directed towards the superintendent or to me, sir? Well, I'll answer it either way. Yes, that's correct, but I think what is appealing about this, the way this has been structured, the way Senator Raul has been advocating for this for some time, is that you're setting a standard that there is a severe penalty for this particular offense, but acknowledging that there are circumstances where a judge or even we as a prosecutor can stipulate that there are mitigating circumstances that are not foreseen by this particular severe penalty. There needs to be, as the superintendent says, a culture of accountability for that particular type of conduct. Not all conduct. We're triaging here. We're saying this gun violence and these gun offenses are important. So what is very adroit and smart about this is that you start with that presumption rather than fighting your way upward. As a prosecutor, we're always trying to fight for the higher offense, and I know the police are as well. But this starts out with a severe penalty, and a judge can then look at those circumstances that are outlined in the legislation to be able to depart downward from that. Because it's not always a cookie-cutter approach. It shouldn't be a cookie-cutter approach. It should be that we're looking at the unique circumstances of that individual, acknowledging that conduct is very serious and deserves a severe penalty, but there are circumstances which is appropriate to deviate from that.
Senator Munoz wanted to respond really quick.
Yes, Chairman, a simple example would be the judge can make the decision if someone had a felony 20 years ago and he just got caught carrying a weapon now, that would not be considered a repeat gun offender. He did have a felony, but it was 20 years ago. So that gives the judge the discretion to not give him the higher sentence.
I just like the fact that the judge has more judicial discretion, and also the fact that the prosecutor as well has the opportunity to explain mitigating factors. I think that's a very important part of the bill. My second question to you is that a lot of these reforms come from the bipartisan governor-sanctioned Criminal Justice Reform Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And then the ones that are also added in, they would be considered a little bit more conservative than what the Governor's Commission recommended. Is that correct?
I think we've gone through that process of I think the Governor's Commission set a very high bar, and perhaps knowing that some of these things would go through additional discussion and additional negotiation, and this is what we've gotten to. So I think it's very reasonable what we've come up with, but it is not exactly what the Sentencing Reform Commission came up with, but it's certainly consistent with the spirit and the effort of that commission.
Senator Mulrow for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent the 10th Senate District. It's probably the home to the most police officers that live there compared to any other district. Maybe Senator Cunningham might, he might come close. I have to tell you, so I know a lot of police officers, and I'm proud of the work that they do and you do, Superintendent. I respect everything that's done by the good police officers out there that are risking their lives every time they leave their door to go fight this war on crime and the war on drugs and this gun violence that they're faced with every day. And while there may be some bad apples, and who doesn't have a bad apple in whatever their walk of life is, I respect everything that you do and the police officers that are under your wing. So I want that to be known. And without you, the police officers out there, we would have a total crime-filled city. And just real quick, I mean, there's, everyone says, "Hey, Chicago, all this crime." It's not every part of Chicago. There's pockets of crime, and I remember talking to one of the police officers. I think I could be wrong on this, but there's 22 police districts.
Correct.
And I think 4 or 5 out of the district make up 80% of the crime.
That's correct.
So there are areas, and I don't know what the answer is to solve it, whether it could be boiled down to education, family support, but I do know, and I'm a former assistant state's attorney, and I ended at 26 in California and started, or one of the places I came through was juvenile court. It's starting really young, and they're 13, 14-year-olds, and the older guys are using the younger guys to go deal the drugs and do their work.
That's
their dirty work. So, and that includes the shooting. And I just, and I know, and it's all connected. The drugs, with Senator Van Pelt, leads to gangs, but gangs need guns to protect their turf.
That's
and
correct.
protect, and then it leads to shooting. And I'll never forget one of the cases in juvenile court that I had this. I think the kid was 14. But he was just, every time he got out, he shot up the net. He just liked to shoot and liked to have guns. And on one of his convictions, we encouraged the judge to incarcerate him. put him in the Juvenile Department of Corrections, so not only to protect others that he might shoot, but to protect himself. The judge chose probation. Probably about 4 months later, it was brought to our attention that he was killed. He was once was the offender or the defendant, became the victim of gun violence. So I don't know, and to Senator Bennett's point, whether they definitely, if they're incarcerated and if they're prone to use guns, and for whatever that reason is, if they're incarcerated, they can't use the gun on the street. So it will protect and deter crime for that individual because he won't have the opportunity to shoot anybody. And it's also could be protecting himself and not only the public. So I appreciate everything you do. I'm proud to support the bill that you're advocating for.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mulrose. Senator Barrickman for a question.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chairman. First of all, to the superintendent, and like others on the committee here, I certainly appreciate your traveling to be with us today on a topic that is one that is certainly being discussed throughout the Chicagoland community, but it's being discussed throughout our state. I'm one of those on the committee who might be considered a downstater, but just because of that does not mean that I'm immune to the tremendous violence that we're seeing in the city of Chicago, and am sympathetic to the need that we have to address this problem. I appreciate you coming here, the work that you and your team does to help keep the streets safe, or as safe as you can up there. And I certainly appreciate your message here today, which is, I believe, one that says you need a tool. You need a tool to help you do the job that you're being asked and that your members are being asked. I guess my question and comment maybe is more for the sponsor of the bill, which is, I hear the testimony of the superintendent. I hear the comments of my members here, but as I look at this bill, it seems like the water is really muddied about what we're trying to do. The request here from the superintendent is to give him a tool, and I look at a bill that does a whole lot of things beyond what the superintendent has asked here. Reducing drug delivery penalties on drugs like heroin, eliminating certain sentencing requirements on Class X felonies, especially those with large amounts of controlled substances are at issue, limiting penalties for selling drugs near schools. I mean, these things complicate, muddy the water, and make it incredibly difficult for us to help and address the issue, the superintendent's here. So whether it's a question or it's a comment, I'm not sure why the desire here is to muddy the water and not do a clean bill that does what the superintendent has asked here, which is to give him a tool. And I'd ask that the sponsor and the committee consider doing just that, pulling this out, isolating the problem or the tool that we're trying to address here and give to the superintendent, and not muddy the water with these many other issues which are both complex and problematic to a number of constituencies around the state. So with that, I've got very grave concerns with the big picture of what this bill is trying to do, but I'm very interested in trying to help the superintendent with the request, with the actual request that I've heard from him today. I'm interested in helping on that.
Senator Munoz for a response.
Thank you, Senator, for your comments. I can tell you it does bring in a lot, aside from what we're doing for the repeat gun offenders, but you got to take it in consideration. Some of this came from the recommendation of the Governor's Criminal Justice Commission. The reforms, that's why we called it the Safe Neighborhoods Act reform. So one, we're doing the repeat gun offenders, doing the sentencings for that, the guidelines, and then we're going in and addressing the disproportionate sentencing regarding to the schools, drugs around the schools. It went from 1,000 to 500. The state's attorney commented on, yes, the nexus, he'd have to prove Was there kids in the school? Are there people in the church? We know it's complicated. The bill has a couple pages to it. But if we don't have something in place right now, where obviously what the superintendent says, you have these criminals, repeat gun offenders, gang members, drug dealers, call it what you will. We just did concealed carry, which we passed in our state. The law-abiding citizens that want to carry a weapon, they carry a weapon. They go and pay for the course. They get their guns. In the city of Chicago, they have to get a permit for gun registration, on and on. But we're going after, these are hardened criminals that have no remorse when they pull the gun and shoot the weapon. And we have so many law-abiding citizens, innocent bystanders, from seniors to young kids that are getting killed because of the gun violence. And it's not only in the city of Chicago. Yes, we have a lot of murders, but it's reaching out to the suburban areas and even as far as East St. Louis. So, I mean, I understand your concern. I know you're an attorney, and I appreciate you wanting to help us and just stick specifically to the guns. But a lot of this came from the Governor's Crime Justice Commission, and a lot of people have worked many hours to try to come up with something. It's not going to make everyone happy. You heard the superintendent. I'm sure he'd love to see that. But, hey, we've been trying to work with everyone for one thing. One goal we're trying to do is stop the repeat gun offenders, if that helps you, Senator.
Senator Barrickman.
No, and just to follow up, and I appreciate the comments of the sponsor, and as you know, I have great respect for you and certainly here on this very tough issue, what you're trying to do. I simply think, there's two different issues here. Not that there's not two problems that need solving, but by, I called it muddying the water earlier, I think it makes it very difficult. I think, what we've heard repeatedly is some of the recommendations from the Governor's Commission are here at the table. There's some things added to that. I think that warrants a discussion in and of itself, and I think you'll find that there's a lot of support, I presume, in the chamber to do a lot of the work that comes out of that Governor's Commission. But there's a separate issue here, and that's simply my, what I don't pretend to understand here is why we're trying to combine these two issues together here rather than simply address the concerns brought to us by the superintendent. Let's deal with that. I think you'll find a lot of support for dealing with that. Let's tackle the other issues that relate to drug offenses and otherwise, issues that are very controversial, issues which, I represent 6 counties. Live in Bloomington, Illinois, 6 counties. When I talk to those in law enforcement, when I talk to our prosecutors, when I talk to those who are on the streets dealing with those issues, it's a very different dialogue than it is with, repeat firearm offenders. And so, again, my suggestion is let's deal with these issues separately so that we can have focused conversations on the issue in front of us.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Raul.
I appreciate the comments from the previous speaker. However, I beg to differ. These are very much connected. When I penned a letter along with the governor 2 years ago talking about the overcrowdedness of our prisons, 48,000 people being in Department of Correction designed to hold 32,000 people, why it makes a difference that we include some reforms that in fact have a net impact of decreasing the prison population, because we just don't want to send people to the Department of Corrections to house them. We want to rehabilitate them. And to the extent that we're going to rehabilitate them in order that they don't come out of prison more dangerous than they went in, we've got to have capacity to do so. And so if we just have the one portion without the other, then you're sending people into a Department of Corrections that is incapable of rehabilitating them because it's simply too crowded. And it's something that on a bipartisan basis we discussed in the Criminal Justice Reform Commission meetings over the course of, I don't know, how long, a lot of meetings that were open to the public, open to every member of the General Assembly who cared to partake or to listen. And we've taken on some of the recommendations of that commission in past bills, and we continue to take them on in this bill, and we've modified them to make them a little bit more conservative than what the commission actually recommended. And those recommendations actually came from prosecutors and are endorsed by prosecutors, including yours. It's with regards to the concerns brought about heroin, there's availability for judges to sentence is just as harsh as they sentence today. We do not remove that in this bill. Nothing in this bill removes that. What we're doing, and this confronts another myth about this bill, because this has been characterized as the mandatory minimum bill. This bill does more to remove mandatory minimums than it does to put in place mandatory minimums. So for those who have just been sending around leaflets and communicating to members saying this is a mandatory minimum bill, that's a lie. It's just not true. With regards to research about presumptive minimums, which is what this would put in place, there is research. Michael Torrey from the University of Minnesota has one of the country's leading researchers on criminal justice reforms has said a move towards presumptive minimum is something that moves us closer to employing fairer sentences and more individualized approach to offenders, which is something that the governor's director of public safety, Roger Heaton, and I have agreed to, that we need to move this to more individualized treatment of offender. And that's why it's important to have these things paired together. I opposed a bill that my colleague Senator Munoz and Representative Zaleski put forth a couple of years ago that sought to try to tackle the same problem by just bumping up the minimums on all gun offenders and adding a layer of truth in sentencing, because I don't believe in truth in sentencing, because I think it removes incentive to have people who we do send to the Department of Corrections to have access to rehabilitative programming. Right now, the DOC is not offering those who are truth in sentencing inmates rehabilitative programming because they want to give it to those who can get credit for participating in it. Again, we want people to be rehabilitated. We don't want them to come out worse than they went in. I think in working with Senator Munoz and Representatives Sims and Zaleski in the House, and I've had some conversations with Leader Durkin in the House about this matter, I think there's been good bipartisan conversation, and of course with the governor's office as well, to try to put together a product that's like many products, imperfect, but goes a long way towards helping, not solving, and I don't put this forth as the thing that's going to solve the gun violence in Chicago. If anybody who claims to have the one solution that solves gun violence in Chicago, they're lying, don't believe them. There's not one solution. It needs to be comprehensive. We do need, I had a conversation with Senator Hunter before committee, and we were talking about having to invest in resources in the community. We absolutely need to do that, and I committed to Senator Hunter to be her partner in returning to some of the things that she has done professionally historically. We absolutely need that, and as a Criminal Justice Reform Commission, we talked about that. In fact, I think the governor is going to take action on a bill that does just that on tomorrow, and I applaud him for doing so, and it's something that we worked on a bipartisan basis. Again, I just want to point people out to, people are looking at the reforms on this bill as an add-on. No. I think that's really kind of more of the heart of the bill, that we're taking on some of the criminal justice reform recommendations, and we're doing more to remove mandatory minimums and remove failed criminal justice policies of the past without compromising public safety. We can absolutely deal with heroin at the same severity that we're dealing with it today with the elements of this bill. Dealing drugs within a protected area, we don't take that away. We just say there's got to be a nexus. We just want criminal justice policy that makes sense. The opportunity for judges to deviate, we don't remove judicial discretion. And for those who say this creates mandatory minimum for UUW by a felon, guess what? We did that several years ago. It's already done. That's a lie to say that this creates that. What we're adding to this is actually we're introducing into the criminal code something that allows for more discretion, and perhaps there'll be an opportunity to expand this type of design to other things that employ mandatory minimums to add more discretion and individualized treatment of offenders. And I thank Senator Munoz for bringing this forth. And I thank all the advocates, even those who we've had long conversations, even those who oppose this legislation. As a father of a 19-year-old, we've got to do everything we can to confront this gun problem. And for those who say, well, these are people who are just illegally carrying weapons, they haven't shot anybody yet, I prefer not to wait till they shoot somebody.
Thank you, Senator Raul. Senator Harmon for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a great deal of sympathy for the concerns that some of our colleagues and some of the advocates will testify to, but I want to address what I really think is a misleading criticism here, this notion that the reform aspects of the bill somehow muddy the water. I represent the west side of the city of Chicago, and I also represent DuPage County. I may be the only member of the Senate to do that. The heroin issue in the suburbs is a very real issue, and it's not one to dismiss or minimize. But I want us to look at this through the same prism. When white suburban kids are using illegal drugs, it's not a crime, it's an overdose. It's a health crisis requiring intervention and treatment. When black and brown city kids are selling drugs, it's a criminal enterprise. This is a byproduct of the way we view things down here. It's the systemic disinvestment in certain city neighborhoods and a real disproportionate view of crime. Superintendent, I think almost 900 black and brown young men were killed with guns last year. If there were 900 heroin overdoses in DuPage County, we'd be moving heaven and earth to deal with that. I know we sit on our hands while kids are getting shot. I don't know if this bill is the right answer. I'm sure that there are imperfections. But Franklin Roosevelt said during the Depression, when you're facing a problem like this, do something. If it doesn't work, do something else. But to sit and say that the other aspects of this bill somehow undermine the importance and its intent, I think is a real misleading approach.
Thank you, Senator Harmon. I think by now we've had enough time for the opponents to discuss who's going to testify, so will the opponents please come to the table? There is further matters pending in this committee. I just ask that you make your remarks as comprehensive and as concise as you can. Thank you very much. And state your name for the record, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stephanie Coleman. I'm the Policy Director at the Children and Family Justice Center, Northwestern University Pritzker School of Law. I would like to be very clear. The proponents have nominated me to speak to substance. opponents have nominated me to speak to substance. We're not taking a position on this bill, but we've been involved in this issue since 2012. So I really would be happy to answer any questions that anyone has about the history of how we got to where we are today.
Thank you. Sir, can you state your name for the record?
Eric Wilkins.
Sir, can you press the button at the base of the microphone? It says push.
Eric Wilkins.
Thank you. And what organization are you with, sir?
I'm with the Broken Wings Foundation.
Thank you.
So what I would like to do is to echo Senator Barackman's comments about separating this conversation into two pieces. There's the criminal justice reform piece and the governor's goal of reducing the population in our overcrowded Department of Corrections by 25% we're running out of runway here, 8 years. And the progress that we're making toward that goal, which has not been quantified that I have seen in any analysis of either this bill or the governor's recommendations as of yet. So this is a very important topic, and it needs to be aired fully. We can safely reduce DOC population. We can do that without risking public safety, but it is an important conversation to have. I'm distressed to learn that there is so much negotiating that needs to be done with law enforcement and state's attorneys who were members of this commission, and that those negotiations haven't also been held with people on the advocacy side who certainly didn't get everything that they wanted to put in the governor's recommendations either. Those were negotiations that were pretty vigorous.
I believe we have a question. Senator Raul.
Certainly.
Did I mishear you that maybe that you said there were no negotiations that took place with people on the advocacy side?
I mean between the state and the advocates, sir. I know that you have been more than responsive and more than willing to sit with everybody and hear their concerns.
More than just willing,
You
have sat with.
I have sat with you on several
and
occasions.
have incorporated, recommendations that I got from advocates.
Thank you, Senator Raul. Is there any other questions? There being no other questions.
The second part of this bill, which does concern me a great deal and I would like to speak to very clearly, is the gun provision. Illinois has some of the toughest gun laws in the country. Since 2012, there has been a great deal of misinformation given to the media by the city of Chicago about the state of our gun laws, and I would like to clarify some of that for you today. The superintendent referenced the state of California. He referenced mandatory minimums that are added to use of weapons to commit violent crime. Ours are more significant and more severe, as any of the prosecutors on this panel can tell you, for use of a firearm to commit violence in the state of Illinois. When the term repeat gun offender is used in the media, as it has been by the city, what we are talking about is people who merely possess, do not fire a weapon. That is the charge that we're discussing. Possession of a weapon that is loaded in public without a license. There currently is a mandatory minimum sentence for your first time committing this offense. The question here is what to do with people who then go on to commit this a second time. They already serve an elevated sentence. It is 3 to 14 years in the Department of Corrections if you are a second-time gun possessor in the state of Illinois. Possessor in the state of Illinois. That is a mandatory minimum sentence. In most states, this sentence is probationable. In every state that touches ours, there are alternatives to incarceration that are used for the crime of possessing a weapon without a license. In fact, in Missouri, as of January 1st, this is not a crime. The question that we have in front of us is what to do about possession of weapons illegally in the city of Chicago. And as Senator Van Pelt mentioned, using evidence-based practices are the way to get us there. In 2012, when this conversation was being held on the House side, the Northwestern paired with 30 people, professors from law schools and criminologists around the state that drew on some of the research that Senator Raul referenced earlier from Michael Tonry at the University of Minnesota and others to talk about whether tougher penalties on gun possession will allow for deterrence of gun carrying. The answer is no. That's what 30 law professors, sociologists, criminologists, social science across the state said. Since then, this conversation keeps coming back because of messages that have been put out that Illinois is somehow unusually weak when it comes to gun penalties. As was also pointed out, our gun penalties were, New York's gun penalties were raised after their decline in homicide. So what we need to do is talk about, again, two separate questions. One is, how should we treat people who are carrying a gun in violation of the law? The other question is, how should we reduce violence in the city of Chicago? These are a little bit overlapping, but not completely so, as is often presented. Advocates were asked multiple times, stop telling us what we can't do, tell us what we should do. In November, at the City Club of Chicago, which Senator Connolly referenced just moments ago, a group of civic and community organizations, including the Children and Family Justice Center, put out a report. It's now co-signed by 48 organizations around the city: the League of Women Voters, gun violence prevention people who treat children with gunshot injuries in the city of Chicago, many, many other partners. They have laid out a comprehensive plan, or at least called for, actually, a comprehensive plan by those who are tasked with that responsibility to address gun violence in the city of Chicago. And they lay out key features of this plan. What is in this report includes the fact that this solution is not the answer. What is the way to address repeat gun violence, repeat gun possession in the city of Chicago is interventions at that first touch that cause people to change their mind. There's an idea that the gun war, unlike the drug war, doesn't have anything to do with treatment or intervention. But studies are very clear, including studies that have been put out recently about people in the city of Chicago, that many people are carrying outside of a license because they fear for their lives. They have already been traumatized. They have already been shot at. They have already had the wrong kind of context. They are vulnerable people in the community. They are breaking the law. If the law intervenes with them, it should do so in a way that does not enhance their trauma, that does not make things worse for them, and that addresses the situations in the community. Now, currently, we have mandatory minimum prison sentence, and going to the Department of Corrections does not address your trauma, I can assure you. And while the superintendent said that he didn't believe that the people he comes into contact fear our judicial system, I can assure you that the clients of the Children and Family Justice Center fear the judicial system. If you are charged as an adult because you have fired a gun and wounded someone, and you are 17 years old, our state might put you away for 20 to 40 years for the homicide, and then that gun enhancement that we're talking about kicks in, and it's only newly non-mandatory for juveniles. But if you are under the age of 18, it's optional. However, you could get 25 to life added to your sentence. So you're looking at a minimum sentence of 45 years in the Department of Corrections. Now, we can argue about whether that's something that we want. But the point is that our laws are tough. It's not that our laws are not tough, and it's not that the people who find themselves trapped in the system are not facing great enough threats from the judicial system. The problem is that they are in impossible situations. They have to make decisions about how to protect their safety every day. Some of those decisions are poorly made, and we need to intervene in ways that change people's thinking, change people's behavior.
Senator Morrow for a question.
Okay, I have a few problems with what you said. So we're talking about repeat offenders. So we're talking about someone that's been carrying a gun not once but twice or more times. We're not increasing the penalties or the time in which that person could be sentenced, but we're changing the parameters, encouraging judges to send that person to prison for a longer period of time rather than a shorter period of time. We have your statement, we have some of the toughest gun laws in, did you say the country?
Yes, sir. We have, for the penalty of repeat, your second time possessing a gun, Illinois is, depending on how mandatory you view some of this, either the third or fourth most punitive repeat gun possession state in the country. And the Children and Family Justice Center will be putting out a briefing saying so in the coming weeks.
Okay, guess what? It's not working.
Agreed.
All right. And the superintendent who deals with this on a daily basis and watching all these young children and innocent people dying is asking for help. And he thinks that this may be the help that's needed, a tool that, you know, our communities can rely on to reduce the gun violence. All right?
Communities are asking for help as well, and I think we need to be listening to both of their voices. Unfortunately, the help requested by the City of Chicago is the same help that they requested for 6 times since the year 2000. The City of Chicago has come to Springfield and said, this is the tool that we need, and they have gotten that tool, and we see what happens with 2016.
Okay, and your premise is that a lot of people are carrying guns, maybe without a license or a permit, for their protection or their public safety.
Yeah, that's the research, yes.
Okay, and that, you know, and that's a valid concern, but the people that are committing these crimes to protect their drugs, to protect their gangs, I don't consider that someone who's carrying to protect their own safety. That's to protect their little activities that are going on in the neighborhood that are, as a result or byproduct of that little activity, kills innocent people.
The current penalty range, again, is 3 to 14 years for a second possession. For a third possession, we have a 3 strikes law in Illinois that puts you subject to a 6 to 30-year range, again, just for possession of a handgun. Now, if a judge can't hear from both sides about the aggravating and mitigating factors in this person's case and determine where that penalty within the range falls, then we do have a problem, but there is no proof that such a problem exists.
I don't know if you have this statistic or not, but you know, you're saying it's best if you can intervene at that first touch, and
Yes.
maybe that is a good point, and maybe we're not doing that, and maybe we should be doing that. But that brings me back to my juvenile court days. When do you think
Enough is
someone
enough.
who's got caught a second time, when did they first touch that gun if they're likely to use it again? What age?
People who
12, 13 maybe?
oftentimes people get involved with gang behavior, if that's the route that we're talking about, very early on.
Well, is it more likely true than not that someone who's going to commit one of these crimes with a gun is involved with gang activity?
I think that's a broad net. What we know about gang activity is that the active involvement in a gang is actually a very short period of time. It's about 1 to 2 years. Many people who are involved in or identified by, for instance, a law enforcement database as being gang members are not necessarily committing gang activity. What they are doing is living in communities where there are high rates of violence and where firearm carrying is prevalent, and it leads to poor and impulsive decision making.
Okay, I would just say there's probably more people in those communities maybe there are some that are protecting themselves, and they're probably not committing these the shootings and killings. It's the people that are protecting their drugs and the other gang members and retaliating for other, revenge of shooting some other person. That's where the activities happen.
I hear
right?
that is a factor, and it is a factor, but actually the University of Chicago Crime Lab research does educate us a great deal about how people are having gun violence travel. And in fact, another researcher at Yale University talks about how gun violence actually is it's a public health issue. It's contagious, but it's also treatable, and it's also preventable. And the problem here is that you have networks of people who normalize gun carrying behavior, unlawful gun carrying behavior, and things happen. So you have a gun at the ready, and then you find out that someone, slept with your girlfriend or disrespected you in public, and you're concerned because of your past trauma. You have an overactive fight or flight mechanism, and so you see something that isn't actually a life or death circumstance as actually a threat to your personhood, and you react violently. Now, that's a real problem. It is, but it's not necessarily a gang or business problem. It's a impulse control problem. It's a problem that needs to be dealt with, but it's a problem that the Department of Corrections, again, exacerbates, not remediates.
Yeah, Mayor Manich, one last question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. This gets back to that 12 or 13-year-old. We got plenty of opportunity to intervene with that first touch when they're in juvenile court, and all these other resources that we're trying. Why aren't we using the opportunities at that level before they become adults?
That certainly is ideal. A lot of people, however, are not necessarily people with a juvenile record. Some are. And I believe my office would be the first to tell you that the way that we deal with youth in the juvenile system is also far from ideal in terms of resolving their underlying issues. And I mean, the goal is to make people safe in a community. They're all coming back to a community, and they need to have the coping mechanisms to be able to remain in a community and be safe. The juvenile system could certainly do better at that, but not everyone implicated by this law, of which there are potentially tens of thousands of people, certainly, who have a past conviction for these predicate offenses, who, by virtue of being caught again, and really quickly, I know that you all have more questions and are also probably wanting to move things along. I do want to touch on Senator Raoul's.
Before we go ahead and do that, we'd like the gentleman next to you to testify, please.
Absolutely, sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, Congress, for having me. My name is Eric Wilkins. I'm from I was shot and paralyzed. I'm from Roseland, and I'm a part of an organization called Broken Wings, and what that is, that's a support group of victims of gun violence. And I don't believe that tougher penalties will help my community, being from Roseland, a poverty-stricken community, where it's easier to get a gun. You can get a gun just as fast as you can get Jimmy John's. It's right there. Our kids never leave a 4-block radius. They're faced with trauma every day. A lot of them witnessed their first murder at 2-3 years old. There's no one out there to advocate for them and show them the right and wrong when things happen. So they become a victim of their community. There's broken glass, there's abandoned buildings, there's no hope. And without hope, you lose the sense of life. You go to funerals, we have kids that have more T-shirts with RIP on it than nice T-shirts, and they're 10, 11, 12 years old. And the first thing they could tell you is, man, I remember when my uncle got shot. I remember this. They're traumatized. And now they're grown up victims of the 90s with no one to advocate for them. So they become protected of themselves. It's not that they don't want to change, but how can I change and not put my gun down? A lot of them, I'm an advocate out there. A lot of them say, man, I want to stop, but if I put my gun down, is he gonna shoot me? Can you tell me that he's not gonna shoot me? So we can't tell him to put a gun down. That remind you, these kids never leave a 4-block radius. They never run out of bullets, so it's delivered to them. The same as the drugs. These kids they have lack of education, no social skills, so no one's coming up to them, making deals with them to get the guns. So it's bigger than them. This is the kids are like the last bottom of the totem pole, and they're catching the biggest part of the gun laws. We want to add on to repeat offenders, but would you really want to do that if that's your kid? I have a 5-year-old and a 7-month-old, and I'm a ex-convicted felon. So how do I protect my kids? I live in Roseland, and everybody say, well, move out. What if I'm not financially set to move out? I can't go to the suburbs and just pack up and leave. I can't afford it, and there's a lot of families that's like that. Last week was one of our best weeks. We had like 6 days with no type of murder, and that came because everybody filed their taxes early, and they got their money last week. Everybody was happy. I mean, Roseland, everybody selling and buying and doing good. But now that the money's gone, It's going back to business as usual. You know, making stiffer penalties won't do anything but take them longer away from their families. I believe we have to get behind these grassroots organizations that are at street level, that are intervening with the kids. You know, maybe make an officer friendly. There's no officer friendly in my community. You know, if the police pull me over and they mad at me, hey, I might let you go if you give me a gun. We have so many young guys that have to give police officer guns. So now I get this officer the gun, and just because he can't catch her today with a gun, now she got a gun. She's a repeat offender. So now she's a repeat offender with a gun. She's going to get the higher end of the situation. Who's going to fight for her? Oh, that's not my gun. Okay, it's not your gun. Only reason I believe things are coming out more is because of social media. I mean, this been going on for years. When I was in the drug trade, I know how it is to have something put on you, and you look like, man, where you get that from? But I had to fight it. You know, people can't fight it, so now you're going, okay, the judge can give you lenience, but you had to carry a gun because my father was a cab driver, and he had been shot multiple times. He always told us it's better to get caught with it than without it. Keep your gun on you. When I got shot, I didn't have no gun on me. You know, when you want to change, and you want to get out that life. I wanted to get out that life, but I still lived in the community. Where do you go? There's no actual rehab for a person who's used to carrying a gun or have guns around them. Kids, as being a boy, we were raised with toy guns, so we played the video games, and then it got when the drug trade came in, it got serious for us. We adopted drugs, and we didn't bring the drugs here. The drugs fell upon us, and we didn't read the fine print. So we raised our kids. We raised our kids up in a drug trade, and they have no social skills. They don't know how to. We played the Joneses. They don't know how for somebody to say, "Oh, I don't like you. If you don't like me, I gotta kill you. If you don't like me, I gotta shoot you." That goes back from the trauma that they seen for years. They seen traumas for years on years on years on years on years. No type of therapy. We have to have some type of therapy for our kids.
We have a question from Senator Raul. Senator Raul.
Just more comment than a question. I don't disagree with much of what both of you said. We need everything that you talked about. That's why I sponsored a bill that I expect the governor to sign tomorrow to bring trauma recovery centers to our communities to deal with that trauma that you're talking about. I do agree. Yes, we need interventions for first-time offenders. There's nothing in this bill that prevents us from working on having interventions for first-time offenders. I still maintain that we still have to deal with the people who were shooting people. They're first possessing the guns illegally on the streets. And I'm just making a comment. Please let me finish. You've had plenty of time. There's no disputing that. You got to possess a gun to shoot it. You got to possess it to shoot it. And many people leave that morning thinking, well, I'm just going to carry this just to protect myself. I don't endorse Missouri's law. I don't know if you do. You want the Wild Wild West in Illinois any more than we already have it? I prefer having licenses to carry instead of just saying anybody can carry a gun. I don't embrace, I'm not finished, I don't embrace that policy, and I don't endorse the notion that we should be okay with saying that folks should illegally carry guns to protect themselves, because there are plenty of people from those very same communities who are not carrying guns. Most of them are not carrying these guns, and we shouldn't perpetuate a myth that that somehow most of them are carrying guns. Most of them are law-abiding citizens who are not carrying guns. I refuse to accept the characterization of black males being predominantly carrying guns illegally on the streets, because that is not the truth of the matter, no matter what neighborhood they're coming from.
Thank you, Senator. Can I respond to that? Well, in Chicago, man, it's like, if you say, unlike other states, if you say something out your mouth, you have to do it. So it's like everything around the young people now is based on carrying guns. You hear it in the music all day. You see it on TV all day. You know, this the home of the gangster, Al Capone. You know, so we chose in the 90s to portray this, and these are just our offspring. You say you have a 19-year-old son, but if he stayed in Roseland, wouldn't you want him to protect himself?
My 19-year-old son was home when 18 shots were fired in front of my home. When he was 13, a 13-year-old boy got shot outside of my home. I don't need to stay in Roseland to experience gun violence. The gun violence is everywhere. And my son, 19-year-old, who's in college now, never carried a gun. He could have got shot walking outside of my home. He never carried a gun. And I refuse to put out there that our young black males should be carrying guns. I refuse it. You're not going to convince me of it. You are not going to convince me of it.
I'm not trying to convince
I don't care
you.
I don't care what's in a rap song or in any culture. I reject the notion that we should accept that our boys should and our young men should be carrying guns illegally.
So there being further business pending before this committee, I would just ask that any committee member that asks to speak ask a question. Senator Van Pelt.
Yes. So my question is to the young lady here. I don't know if you all can hear me. So what you were saying is the key is rehabilitation, intervention for these, like the young man is saying, his reality is different from Senator's reality, and different from a lot of people in this room's reality. And so it's hard for anybody in this room to grasp why he said what he said. I understand it, because I lived out there with it. But you're saying the key is intervention and rehabilitation. Do you all have any ideas that you all can suggest that maybe can be part of this bill, maybe, to make it make sense? I mean, besides the fact that I think we should be criminalizing the gun dealers. I don't know how we missed them in this comprehensive bill. I don't know how we missed them with this comprehensive bill. It's comprehensive as I don't know what, but nothing in there for the people who are actually delivering the weapons. And like the young man said, these kids are not going anywhere shopping. They're being delivered to their house. Just as drugs were when we were in Morgan Park in the 1970s. I remember when drugs flooded our community. I was not using drugs then. I remember when they flooded the community. I remember when the guns came right behind it. We didn't go get the guns. They just came into our community and they just overtook the community. It was everywhere. And when stuff like that is everywhere in front of you, you need intervention. So what do you all have?
Ms. Coleman, a brief response, please.
Okay. Well, for one thing, I would say that the gun dealer licensing and other ways to reduce illegal flow are extremely important. They are part of this report. Moving from the supply side to the intervention question, it's extremely important to, first, have a budget that adequately funds all prevention city services, including the West Side Health Authority and others on the west side of Chicago who are dealing with an opioid epidemic. There's also been cuts to violence intervention services, et cetera. But at the same time that we've closed half of the mental health clinics that have been funded by the city of Chicago and replaced them with a question mark, and many schools, and those education cuts still keep coming. It's really important to work on comprehensive solutions. It will cost money to prevent gun violence. It's money that we do spend in the communities that don't have gun violence. And like you noted, it's extremely concentrated. The reality that he described is as stark as it is because of the concentration of a problem. The solutions also have to be concentrated. And one of the specific recommendations here is invest to achieve equity. That means not just, I give you $1,000, I give you $1,000, but this community doesn't have a problem, and this community is trying to dig itself out of decades of disinvestment in the black community in Chicago. So I think what's extremely important is those solutions. Also, as we're talking about repeat gun possession, again, that first touch is extremely important. One last comment is this is being treated and discussed, this brand new presumptive maximum sentencing, which is not anywhere else in our criminal code. And to my mind, really goes against the presumption of, if not innocence, of minimalism in the criminal justice system towards a presumption that you have to argue your way out of a maximum. It's not something that should be replicated across the criminal code. In fact, we need to be very careful to guard against that. But these punishments are not part of a balanced breakfast. This is not Fruit Loops, right? This is more like lead exposure in your water. You keep putting some in, you keep putting some in. Nobody can quite point to the source of the pollution. But as we rely on the Department of Corrections to solve every issue that we have, and gun possession is an issue, illegal gun possession is an issue in the city of Chicago that we have to address. I completely agree. I do not want to spread that around to any other way. But
and you
every
said
time
that Chicago had been down here 6 times since 2000?
Can we have
enhancements and got enhancements?
Yes.
And crime continues to go up
Yes.
and violence continues to go up? We haven't got any reduction.
Thank you, Senator Van Pelt. Ms. Coleman and Mr. Wilkins, thank you for your testimony
Thank
today.
you.
Senator Munoz to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate all the comments from my colleagues on the Judiciary Committee. And to everyone who came here to committee, I want to announce Alderman Rick Munoz, Alderman Tony Folks, Alderman Ray Lopez. Unfortunately, all 3 aldermen have high crime areas, and they deal with it in their ward on a daily basis. So we really appreciate your support. Sorry we didn't able to get you to testify because of time. We wanted to be fair for our opponents. I'm glad that you were able to. We try to let you speak as much as you like. I will tell you in closing, what we're trying to do is, again, give a tool for the police, state's attorney. We've put in a lot of reform into the bill, but at the end of the day, if you don't carry a gun legally and you don't shoot people, you don't have anything to worry about. I worked as a policeman in the Wild Wild West, which was the 11th District, and there are so many good people there that I've met and worked with over the years, the community. Not everybody carries a gun. What Senator Van Pelt does, she's not kidding. They do have so much drugs there. Why? Because people come from all over the city and different states. We had people that we were locking up coming from Wisconsin to buy drugs there. And you know what? The dope dealers there, they let everybody in. They don't care what color you are. They don't care if you're a doctor, teacher, a nurse. And that's what we locked up as well, trying to buy drugs there. They prey on the kids, and I felt so bad for the families. But the hardcore criminals and gangbangers that were committing the drug offenses, them were the ones carrying the guns to protect their property and protect their drugs. I ask you for an aye vote.
Thank you, Senator Munoz. Mr. Clerk, would you please add Senator Tracy to the roll? This being a floor amendment, I need a motion to recommend to adopt floor amendment number 2 to Senate Bill 1722. Motion is made by Senator Kwame Raoul. Second is made by Senator Hunter. Do we have leave? Leave is, I'm sorry, Senator Hunter. I appreciate that. Senator Mulrow with the second. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Tracy. Senator Bivens. Senator Barrickman. Senator Connolly. Senator Munoz.
Aye.
Senator Van Pelt. Senator Mulrow. Senator Harmon. Senator Bennett. Senator Raoul. Senator Hastings.
Yes.
Senator Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the minority spokesperson of the Republican side, I want to make a few comments for the record. I'll be brief. In response to some comments that were made that because we don't represent the west side or south side of Chicago, that we don't care. I'm not your average white Republican. I went to a community high school called St. Joe's in Westchester, and my teammates were from 21st and Christiana and Madison and Pulaski. I've taken the Douglas Park L to the west side to play basketball, and I was left alone. because that's what it was like back in the early 80s. So the notion that we don't care is baloney. And Mr. Superintendent, at the City Club of Chicago, there was a banner behind us of the most beautiful children you've ever seen. And they're all gone. Those kids, to me, are the same guys, the same kids that I grew up with and went to high school with. So the notion that this side of the aisle
Now we're
doesn't
being joined
care
by a bunch
because
of other
we don't
media,
represent that
but we're
region
here, and this is what you sent us to,
preposterous.
and this is what we're
finally,
listening to.
The trauma center bill was referenced. I looked up the roll call. Every single Republican voted yes on that criminal justice reform bill, because this side is not only talking the talk, we're walking the walk. Mr. Superintendent, this side would vote today.
All right, everybody, we are live here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Appears to be a standoff now in L.A. This was a police chase, now a standoff. We are being told anything can happen. All right, everyone, this is Pacific Palisades right now, and suspect in that vehicle not wanting to get out at this moment. We have a current police standoff happening now. You could see the police and first responders there. We are actively watching this right now. You're part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream. So this was a police chase, everyone, that turned now into a police standoff. We are all watching live right now. And thanks to everybody watching right now on Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live as well for this police standoff here in Los Angeles area, Pacific Palisades. Spikes are in place if she tries to go for it. So that is some other details that we are getting for you, that you could see if when the shot widens just a little bit more of spike strips in place ahead of time, just in case she tries to gun it towards the police there. So there we go. You can see the spike strips. They're all set up. They're ready just in case. Right now we do have an active standoff. You're watching live right now for us on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Thanks to everyone watching also on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. All right, let's see what is going to happen here. Is it going to be a three-point turn out of here? Could be a three-point turn, and we could have another police pursuit coming. Stay right with us, folks. You're watching live. Let us know where you guys are watching live from, too, in the chat room or on Facebook, wherever you're watching live from. All right. Once again, suspect now on the move again. You can see they are in this neighborhood right here. Police there. We're continuing to follow live for you all over the country right now. Thanks to all our viewers on Fox10Phoenix.com and Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. When breaking news does occur, you know we have you covered. All right, everyone, we are watching this pursuit once again live. Thanks to everyone joining us here. You can see the suspect right there. This is in a neighborhood and seems to be cornered at this moment. We did for a while see it just in the park situation. Now I'm joined by Mary Kate to give a little play-by-play as well. Mary Kate, what do you think of this situation?
Well, I just jumped up here. Break this down for me a little bit, because I know you just started this stream. I know you probably know very little at this time, but how did this all start? What do we know for now?
All right, so when it first started, all we did see was this suspect, and it was in a just idling, and police had the spike strips in place. And now it looks like they are getting a little bit closer now to the suspect in question. We don't know exactly why the suspect was on the run in the first place, but we are going to continue to monitor this here for you. Very dicey situation always for police.
Yeah. Yeah, we always have to warn you guys, because we stream police chases. How many times a month do you think, Mike?
Every time, well, I would say at least conservatively 6.
Yeah. And they end differently every time.
Every time's a different one. You know, sometimes we have, you know, it could be a motorcycle. I've seen a semi-truck. I've seen a U-Haul truck. I mean...
Yeah, there's been so many different situations. Sometimes they end peacefully. Other times they don't. That's why I always warn you guys, if you got kids at home watching right now, just make sure, you know, warn them that this might not end as well as you think. These things always turn out differently.
Yeah. All right, so we are continuing to watch live here. You can see that the gate is preventing that suspect from continuing on in the neighborhood here.
It looks like a very nice part of the neighborhood here.
Yeah,
chopper panned
Pacific
out for a
Palisades area. Yeah, so I'm wondering, do you think the suspect is, look, we have people in that home right there. They're running now. They were in their little patio area. Now they're, okay, we got more people running out. They're trying to get the dog in. They're trying to get the dog in because they're scared. They're trying to get the dog in.
Yeah, you know, it's just one of those things. They don't know what's going on exactly. This person in the car could be armed.
Oh,
Their mom
yeah.
probably
Okay, they're
said,
pulling
"Get
the
inside."
blinds down, too. They just pulled the blind.
Wow.
They, you know what could have happened? They could have, the police could have been screaming at them, saying, "Get inside, get inside." That'll make you get inside, right?
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to see. Are they going to try to ram the gates here? Let's see. You got to go a lot faster than that.
And is this the car in question, or is this... So this is the one that they're chasing,
this
correct?
is,
Obviously.
Yes.
And they're just hoping the gate opens?
I don't know if they think they, you know, have... I don't know if they're a resident or... No, they're... Yeah, this is really bizarre. This is not like the movies where they come out and they go 80.
Yeah, police chases aren't always what you think they are, you guys. This one, obviously, a little awkward. Police know they have him cornered. It's up to this guy. Is he going to stay in there and wait for this gate to magically open or surrender?
Yeah, so we'll continue to watch here live for this police pursuit that is really now a standoff situation. Thanks, everyone, joining on Fox10Phoenix.com and Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Like Mary Kate was saying, just so many of these. And we always got to put up that viewer discretion in his minds because we don't know if the person's going to come out with a gun and start shooting, and then the police have to respond. You know, it's always dicey.
Yeah, these situations always end differently, you guys. This one, though, kind of strange. Okay, he's at the gate. What's going to happen next? I mean, these police officers are just sort of waiting.
And now we have more spike strips set up just ahead of the police, just in case if this suspect tries to go hard in reverse here. But very bizarre. It's like, you know, and people ask me. I was getting my hair cut the other day, and they know that the barbershop knows that I do this live stream. And they say, sometimes we always see you doing these police chases. They say, why do you think the suspect is always, they know they're going to get busted. Why do they keep continuing on?
That's a good question, and I would think maybe some of them truly don't think they will get busted, Mike.
Yeah, that's true.
And maybe they don't, maybe they think they're special and they're going to get away. But every chase we've covered, have you ever seen one get away?
No, I never have, and I don't think we ever will, unless they go in a parking structure area, like a mall area, airport.
And I always mention this one. This one they were chasing, he pulls around the corner, so he's out of the police sight for a second, gets out quickly, and starts changing his outfit as he's running down the street.
Now that's something out of the movies.
That's something out of the movies. He was, trying to disguise himself,
Yeah.
change into a different outfit. Still got caught.
Yeah.
But these guys will do anything. So.
Oh, sure. And we're going to just hope that everyone stays safe here. All the police, the neighborhood people as well. You could see those people in the patio area. They moved fast. They tried to get that dog too.
Absolutely, and you can tell this is a private, gated, very nice community here in California.
And we're hoping that the police stay safe, the community members. We just don't want anything to get out of hand.
I think everyone has that typical feeling if they see a police officer behind them trying to pull them over, your immediate reaction would be, oh, I better get off, I better get over. And then these people are completely thinking the opposite.
Yeah.
I've got to speed up, I've got to get away from these guys. And they always end badly, these chases.
Boy, so you see the police there. They are out of their cars right now, and they're on that side of the home. And they're just waiting to see, okay, what's the next move here? This is almost like a chess match right now where what is the suspect going to do,
But what's interesting is usually when they have the suspect cornered like this, they have guns drawn, they're in defense mode. This just seems like they're just waiting around. I mean, what do you think, Mike? Usually when they have the suspect cornered, don't they usually approach the car?
Well, maybe they think the suspect's armed. They don't want to just...
Right.
The last thing you want to do is spook a suspect into doing something really erratic. Right now, we haven't seen any erratic movements. I mean, we moments ago, everyone, I think this is the first time I've seen this in a pursuit. We saw a 3-point turn happen in a subdivision in Pacific Palisades area of L.A. Okay, we saw a 3-point turn. Usually, there are like these erratic moves, UEs, crazy situations.
You can tell what kind of mood they are in, right, by the way they're driving.
We saw a 3-point turn. Maybe my first 3-point turn I've ever saw in a police pursuit. Now, granted, this is not really a pursuit right now. It's a standoff, but they are in a gated area. Now, do you think the people that just ran inside of that home that we see there on the right corner, do you think they are watching now?
I don't know. I mean, if you're right there, you're probably just looking out your window, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, maybe
Look at
you're
this neighborhood.
Googling,
Wow.
you're thinking, is this on the news yet? Look at that home.
Yeah. That is something.
Wow, so you can tell this is definitely a very expensive neighborhood and something they probably don't see often in this neighborhood because it's supposed to be a safe community here.
Yes.
And look at this right outside. And I want to mention, too, when the chopper pans out a little bit and shows the car again, there are 3, maybe 1 or 2 covered motor vehicles next to the car that are probably pretty expensive, too. So I'm sure the person inside is thinking, this person came into the neighborhood, they're being pursued by police, and there's my Harley right next to them, and or whatever kind of motorcycle it is. And I mean, those people in that house were really worried. They ran right inside.
Oh, they did, and they moved fast to get that dog too, because that dog did not want to go back in. But here's the thing: it's just going to be a matter of time before they get more police on the other side of that gate.
Oh, that's a good point, Mike.
Yeah, because eventually, I mean, they can't do this all evening and have this little standoff, especially in this area.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you think about it, okay, it's going on 7 here. Okay, it's almost 6 o'clock there. So you figure people are wanting to probably come home, and they have this whole subdivision locked down, obviously.
But I'm just surprised. It looks like police right now are sort of just in sort of a casual mode. It doesn't even seem like some of them are keeping an eye on that car. I'm wondering if they're thinking, he'll come out eventually, or if they know something we don't know right now. We get a wide shot here.
Very wide shot here as we take a big pan out and watch that subdivision there. It's hard to believe it even got this far into the subdivision.
Yeah, how did he get in there? I mean, maybe he knows someone in the neighborhood. Maybe he... I don't know, Mike, but that's a good question. Here we are zooming in again.
And thanks to all our viewers watching really all around the world right now. They always want to tune in. You know, you always tune in to see a police chase. You always tune in.
Because it's just one of those things where no one knows how it's going to end. Even us as the hosts, we don't know how it's going to end.
That's the thing. And do us all a favor, for those of you watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, hit that share button. Alert your friends and family of the situation going on.
Okay, looks like 2 police officers coming out of a driveway here.
All right, so we have more units here. We are continuing to watch live. Very tense moments building up now.
I'm just wondering what this guy's plan is. You know, is he calling somebody asking for the gate code? Is he just sort of on the phone with friends knowing he's going to get caught soon? You know, because a lot of the times when we stream these chases, Mike, don't we see them on the phone? They're calling friends and family,
Yes.
you know.
Now, do you think it's one of these subdivisions where the people that live in these homes, they can enter the code from their home to open it for like a guest?
I bet. Oh, yeah. That's a good point, I'm sure. That they can probably open it from in there.
Oh,
So you
boy,
think he's on the phone like, I'm here, come on, man. You know, let the gate open.
That would be bad because that would be aiding and abetting.
And then look at the officers sort of seem, they don't seem like they're in defense mode right now.
No.
Oh, what are they doing here?
It could be getting some more heavy artillery out. So we are watching live here for you all around the world right now. Police pursuit here in LA. It's turned into a standoff. We don't know how it's going to end. That's why we continue to watch here. Look, okay, it looks like the car is back in motion here. We just saw the brake lights back on. You can see police now moving a little bit more now that they saw those brake lights back on.
And I miss it. Did they take anything out of that trunk?
I didn't see what the police took out. Did not see, but let's see here.
Okay, so brake lights are back on, you said.
Yep, but no movement yet on the vehicle.
Sometimes, though, you know, in these chases, police officers like to back up a little bit, give this guy time until they decide to move forward.
Sure,
Remember the one that we streamed here in Arizona where, you know, they stayed behind for a really long time until they got him at a red light
Yes.
as the driver was getting out of the car.
Okay, here's some more units here on the other side of that massive home.
That's interesting. So I'm wondering...
Okay, wow.
Here we
Come
go.
on, Chopper. So they got out of the car there. Boy, what a time for that camera to pan, though. All right, so this does look like it's going to be ending safely. That's good. Suspect must have got out of the car. Let's see. Hopefully they'll zoom in for us. Come on. There we go.
There we go.
Can we get one zoom? Hard to see from this angle here. But yeah, what a time. Sorry about that, folks. You know, we don't have control of what the chopper does, but wow, we missed that takedown.
But it's interesting because they were not close to the car.
They had
quickly.
to sprint up. They had to sprint up.
Yeah. And look how many officers are on the scene for this, you guys. That's why these police chases are always so dangerous that they call in so many police officers.
Like we have one viewer here, Joe, saying, "Good, finally over. Time for a shower." See, that's what I mean. People cannot
sweat this out.
They sweat it out.
They're just as anxious as we are, you
Yeah.
guys, because we don't know what's going to happen in these chases either. So we like watching this together with you guys.
And especially you. Okay, here we're getting a little.
Oh, this person looks a little inebriated. I could be wrong, but it looked like
Could be Mary Kate.
Let's see if we can get a closer look here.
Yeah, they're going to have to bring the person all the way. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, so that, yeah, you're right, Mary Kay. That seems like total.
Wow, they just fell to the ground there. Gotta give it up to police officers for dealing with different situations every day.
Well, here's what look at now. The back of that vehicle, did they come out from the back? Because why is that back of the vehicle open? Maybe the officers opened it just to check. I don't know.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Yeah, they opened it a little bit just to
Yeah.
check.
So I'm like, why are they coming from the back now?
Right.
Yeah, this person can't even walk.
So that's probably why they were sitting in there so long.
And so slow.
Right.
And took forever to do a 3-point turn.
That's what you were mentioning. So you said that they were making a turn and it was just very slow, very...
Oh, yeah. It was like something you wouldn't... that wouldn't make the movie.
Yeah.
That would not make the movies.
Because usually they're erratic, they're driving fast, they're going through red lights. Not this one.
No. Wow, everyone. So we just watched that takedown live right here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Part of fox10phoenix.com.
Mike, it always seems like these police chases happen on your shift.
They really
you're kind
do.
of the police chase guy here.
Yeah, I'm almost like the police pursuit whisperer.
Oh, no. Now we're getting... Police Pursuit Whisperer. You guys, you got to follow...
Could that be official title?
Follow Mike on Twitter. What's your Twitter handle?
Mike Pache, Pache, Fox 10.
Because you usually tweet out when chases happen, because these usually happen on Mike's
They really do.
shifts.
They really do. You know, I've just had this weird vibe with them. I step up to the desk here, and it just seems like within minutes I get to the desk, they say, Mike, you know what? There's a pursuit happening. It's under your watch.
And it always happens to be in Los Angeles as well.
Yeah. We could, so...
And you're from Chicago. We've never had a chase in Chicago, have we?
We haven't had one, no. So I'm waiting for that day.
There's too much traffic there, right? In the city?
Well, yeah, but more in L.A.
Yeah, you're right. What am I saying? LA's got a lot more traffic.
Yeah. Well, wow.
Looks like they are trying to figure out how to get the suspect up on their feet.
Yeah, they might just have to bring a stretcher.
What do you think's worse for them, having to deal with someone who's fighting the handcuffs, angry, erratic, or someone they can't even get off the ground?
Yeah,
you know?
I think they much rather have this situation. At least they know they're not going to...
Get hurt.
Yeah. I mean, this person can't even... Wow.
Never a typical day on the job when you're part of the police force. Luckily, this all happened before the sunset. You can see it's starting to get pretty dark there.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to need a stretcher here, everyone. And everyone, what I'm going to do on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page, I am going to clip that moment of the 3-point turn situation, just because we never saw that before.
And I'd like to see that because I didn't get a chance to
Sure.
see that either. So
That's what I'm going to do before I leave here.
So you guys, if you do want to catch that turn that Mike is talking about, just go on YouTube, search for Fox 10 Phoenix, click the video section, and you'll be able to find that clip there in just a few moments as Mike puts it together.
Probably, like 10 minutes here?
Yeah. It's been taking a while. I'm wondering, I wish we could get a closer look, and it's starting to get a little dark, but they have really been trying to get this suspect up.
Yeah, you're right, very bizarre.
Question is, did this person live in this neighborhood? Because what would make them want to come up to this gate if they knew they didn't have a code? Maybe they didn't know there'd be a gate.
That's true. I don't know how they first got in, though.
Wow, quite a scene. Looks like they have gotten the suspect to at least sit up at this point. Okay, they're getting the suspect to stand, it seems. Let's watch this all together now. They're trying here to lift the suspect by the arms, trying to persuade this person to stand up on their 2 feet. Now, we're streaming live out of Phoenix, Arizona, but this situation happening in Los Angeles, California. Let us know in the comment section where you guys are watching from. Myself, I'm from Ohio, and Mike is from Chicago. So let us know where you guys are watching from live right now on the Fox News Now stream.
Yeah, let us know. Wow, everyone. So I'm not sure what's going to take longer, the standoff or trying to get this suspect up now.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like the suspect is not feeling well. One of the officers leaning down looks like he's trying to speak with the suspect. They were sitting in their car for quite some time. If you guys are just now coming into the show and you're wondering what's going on here, this was a police pursuit that ended in this pretty wealthy neighborhood here in Los Angeles, California. Suspect finally got out of the car, and now they're having a hard time getting the suspect to stand up. Looks like one of the officers is searching that vehicle right now as well.
All right, everybody. So here's what's going to happen. Mary Kate is going to stick with you. She'll be here for the next 2 hours here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We'll still have this Facebook Live up for the remainder of, for as long as you have the shot. And I'll be back tomorrow morning. I got the early one, Mary Kate.
Oh, you got the early show.
I got the early one, so I got to be here less than 12 hours now.
Well, you better get a good night's
I
rest.
will.
You guys, 9 a.m. Tune in tomorrow for Mike Page.
Hey, here we go. Here we go. We'll have much more coverage. And you know what I like about News Now is you never, when you walk in to start your day, you never know how it's going to start and end for yourself, right?
Absolutely. Situations like this are never on the schedule.
No, they never are. We never know. But since I'm up here, I've been getting these chases, so.
So we'll see. Maybe
Yeah, we'll
tomorrow
see.
morning you'll get one too. We'll
You
have
never
to
know.
see. You guys tune in tomorrow, 9 a.m. Mike will be back on the show.
All right, everybody. You guys are in great hands. Have a great evening.
All right, everybody. Well, hello and welcome. If you're just joining the stream or Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, I am your host, Mary Kate Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. This is still happening live on your screens right now. A police chase in Los Angeles, California that ended in a standoff. This person drove up to a gated community, couldn't get through the gate. The person got out of the car, and then police apprehended the suspect, but now they're working on getting that suspect on their feet, trying to get a closer look here from the news chopper. Sun is setting right now in Los Angeles, but we're going to stay on this event for as long as we can. Thanks for watching with us. Tweet at us, too, if you like the show, Fox 10 News Now, or my Twitter account, Mary Kate Fox 10. Igor in the live chat on our YouTube page saying, why do these chases always happen in LA? Hey, good question. Not sure, but you're right. About 90% of the chases that we stream live here on the show happen to be in Los Angeles. Thanks for your comment and your question. Feel free to tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10 if you have any opinions, comments, questions during the show. I'd love to pull your tweets up here live in the upper right-hand corner of your screen while we watch this together. Look at this neighborhood, though, in Los Angeles. You can tell it's a very nice gated community here this evening. Police still there on the scene. We apologize, it is getting a little dark there, but we're going to stay on this as long as we can. They were trying to get that suspect up on their feet for quite some time, and now it looks like they're investigating inside the vehicle there. Thanks for watching with us live. Looks like another emergency vehicle coming to the scene here, you guys. Margaret in the chat section on our YouTube stream saying, good job by the cops. Yeah, Margaret, you're right. These guys have to go out there every day with no idea of what to expect during these situations. They always end differently. I want to pull up for you guys what my co-host Mike Pace promised. He did clip that moment where they made a small turn, and it was done very slowly. And Mike was wondering earlier, you know, usually these guys in these chases, they're driving so erratically, they're trying to go fast. This driver, no, they were making a turn, and it seemed like it lasted forever as they made this turn. Now we know possibly the suspect could be inebriated because they got out of the car and then they kind of fell on the ground. Police have been trying for a while to get this suspect up on their feet. So I'm going to pull up the video of this short turn that the car made when it was a little bit lighter out, just to give you guys an idea of how this person was driving a little bit earlier. So let me show you guys this really quickly. So there's the vehicle in question, trying to make this three-point turn, trying to evade police, and it almost gets there. Quite a slow maneuver here. Not something we're used to when we stream these chases. They're usually a lot more erratic, driving pretty fast. But this is sort of a look at how the driver was acting a little bit earlier in the day. Taking you back to the live scene here. If you guys want to catch that video again, just head to the video section on our YouTube page, search for Fox 10 Phoenix. Now you can see those people in that house have come out on their porch. They're watching this scene here. Earlier, though, they were very scared. They pulled their blinds down. They ran inside. Now it looks like people are kind of peeking out their windows. They feel a little bit safer now, but it looks like there is a fire truck on the scene as well, possibly because the suspect needs some help. We did see earlier that we couldn't get that suspect off their feet. That could be why another emergency vehicle is on the scene. We're able to get a very wide look shot, kind of a wide shot, I should say, of Los Angeles right now. Looks like Chopper is leaving the scene, everybody. Thank you for joining us here during this breaking news event on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and if you want to continue the show, just head from Facebook to YouTube and search for Fox 10 Phoenix. So we'll be streaming on here a lot more breaking news events until 9 o'clock tonight. Beautiful Los Angeles, everybody. We are streaming live here on Fox News Now. How is everybody enjoying their Thursday? Thanks for joining me tonight on the show. It's the evening show. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. You guys, it's about 7:21 here in Phoenix, Arizona, but I know a lot of you are watching from all over the U.S. Thanks for joining me. Give me one moment here while I pull up the next event to take you guys to. All right, everybody. Well, thanks for joining me on that chase. I'm trying to get my chair up a little bit here so I can face the camera. Okay, you guys, Throwback Thursday, because it is Thursday, everybody. It's Friday Eve. Welcome to the show. I'm going to pull up this lower third here, call it TBT, because it is, in fact, Throwback Thursday, and I want to showcase all of the baddest, biggest, most shocking, craziest videos that we've streamed here on Fox News Now. We've been on the air for almost 2 years now, and I pulled up at least 3 or 4 of my favorites from over the years. Some of them shocking, some of them funny. Let's start with the first one here. Let me pull this up for you really quickly here. And if you've got a great throwback photo, throwback video, go ahead and tweet it to me, Mary Kate Fox 10. I love to feature your videos on here as well. This one, though, is from our newscast in 2014. So I'm going to break this down for you a little bit. The title of the video is "Reality Hits You Hard, Bro." This guy witnessing an accident. Now, I know what you're thinking. What is this all about? The owner of an SUV was trapped when a power line fell. And the most incredible part of the story might be one of the witnesses telling his story to the news broadcasters here. Now, this is, again, a throwback. You're going to see our anchors, Carrie Lake and John Hook, in this video. They're going to set up the story. They're going to explain it a little bit. And then in just a few minutes in the video, you hear from this witness. And apparently, the way this witness talks to the camera guy is just out of this world hilarious. So let's see what he has to say. Let's see what happens during this news video. Again, this is Throwback Thursday. We are featuring the biggest, baddest, most shocking videos from over the years here at Fox News Now. So here we go.
Is still out to some people in the neighborhood of 19th Avenue and Northern. What a day it's been out there. Following a big wreck that sent cars flying into power poles, bringing those poles down into the road and on cars. SRP crews are working right now to restore power, but power is not expected to be up for everyone until about midnight. More than 300 homes still in the dark at this hour. So how did this happen?
Well, cars crash at the intersection. One of the cars slams into a power pole. The beam then crashes to the ground and his car flips onto its side. And that leaves the vehicle, as you see, entangled in the live wires. An extremely dangerous situation. Now, this is near 19th Avenue and Northern. SRP workers come out to deactivate the power lines.
Take a look at the scene on the ground. It was a pretty bad accident. The victim trapped, drumming his fingers, waiting for the rescue. One false move and those live lines could mean serious trouble for that man. He finally emerges from the car, manages to stand up, and he starts walking. Rescue crews got him a stretcher. They took him to the hospital to be checked out. And all the while, he's wearing his sunglasses and baseball cap.
You guys do great work, huh? Yeah, they do. They do really good work.
Now, that driver expected to make a full recovery.
Well, so you heard John and I describe what happened during the accident, but maybe we haven't given this story justice.
Not compared to what you're about to hear. To better understand what happened, let's listen in to George Lindell. He was driving one of the cars involved in the collision that brought down those power poles.
He tells the story in a way that no one else can.
I was just minding my own business. Bam! Hit me hard right from the back. I was glued to my seat. I was like, whoa! I could see the car in front of me. I was about to hit him, so I kind of veered off this way. As I veered off this way, the guy who hit me veered off that other way, and he hit the curb, flipped over, rolled over, run into the electrical pole, and I didn't know he hit the pole. All of a sudden, I kind of stopped, and I was like, whoa! And the wires come down, boom, and then arc, bam, that fire was coming everywhere. It was arcing, sparking, blowing up. I saw one arc go from the corner of my van up to the car behind me. It was like a big rainbow, boom, and it was coming up, boom, boom, and I was like, shoo! So I opened up my door, I didn't touch no metal, and as I come up, I started to touch the top, and a little spark jumped off. I said, whoa! I stepped out the rest of the way. Lucky I didn't get burned more. So, crazy? Oh, it was crazy, dude. I was just sitting there, and I was like, boom! Reality hits you hard, bro.
That is poetic. Reality hits you hard, bro.
I felt like Chris Farley had come back to life. That was amazing. That was like a bit off of Saturday Night Live.
I want to hear him describe just an average day, because I have a feeling that everything's exciting.
Do you have an hour? I mean, that was amazing.
I think I want to have a beer with George Lindell.
I would love that. George, you're invited here anytime. We'll share a beer right on the set. All right. While George was describing this, take a look at the people in the background reacting to all this. They're buying into it. They're loving the description.
Oh, man. You know what's funny about this? He was telling a great story, obviously. He explained in vivid detail what happened. We weren't able to put all of it because it goes on longer. But the entire interview with George Lindell is on our website. You got to go there and check it out. MyFoxPhoenix.com. My kids saw it tonight and they wanted to see it again.
Yeah, they were imitating it.
They were.
Already.
Well,
yes.
he's a creative guy, and he's got a lot of passion. I love
think
that.
he's an internet sensation waiting to happen.
Get MyFoxPhoenix.com.
You're welcome, everybody. You guys, we're doing Throwback Thursday, and that was the first video of this segment here. I thought you guys would like him. How amazing would it be to get that guy on the show? That would be amazing. I'll look into it. But I thought that was pretty funny, so I figured I would pull that up for you. We're doing Throwback Thursday, and we're showing you the funniest, craziest, most shocking videos from Fox News now. Pulling up the next one for you guys here. This is when our weather map went a little crazy. Corey, he's one of our best live reporters here, and he also hosts the weather in the studio. And something happens with the weather board. Again, this is a throwback video, so let's take you there and let's see what happens.
We'll bring you on into the temps, and we're all doing okay. Wow, 750 degrees in Gila Bend right now. And 1,270 in Ahwatukee. Now, I'm not authorized to evacuate Ahwatukee, but this temperature seems pretty high.
Cade Creek is really...
Yeah, Cade Creek, Fountain Hills, they don't look good either. And frankly, Wickenburg is a total loss. You might as well just get out of anywhere along this 60 here. It's very warm. Surprise is starting to heat up as well at 1,300 degrees. So, again, the safe spots seem to be Chandler and Mesa. Scottsdale is doing okay so far. But, you know, you're sort of surrounded by some pretty intense heat. So, you know, again, I'm not your dad, but I would get out while you still can. I think steel boils at about this temperature, so Cade Creek, there's probably nothing left up there right now. So don't even bother looting up there. It's not going to be worth it.
That was Corey. He's one of our best and funniest here at Fox 10. I love how he says, I think steel boils at that temperature. So funny. All right, taking you guys to the next video here. We're doing Throwback Thursday featuring the funniest, best videos here, craziest videos from Fox News Now, because that's what we stream here, you guys. Things that are very unpredictable, shocking videos. I want to pull up this next one for you here. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but we did stream it a little bit earlier in the year. Llamas on the Loose, but this time we decided to make it into a musical because why not? So let's take you there. Yep, you got that right. We actually streamed this live on Fox News Now in February of 2015. We decided to add a little bit of music to it because, hey, it's a llama chase. They're just trying to get these guys back to where they belong. Gotta love it. That's what we're all about here on the show. Streaming events that you might not see anywhere else. really, there's only so much you can do because they're not really causing violence. They're not really doing anything dangerous. They're just sort of running around. These poor guys are trying to catch these fellas and put them back to where they belong, but it's taking a little bit longer than expected. American Rebel in the live chat on our YouTube stream saying, these llamas got moves. Yeah, you can say that again. And they caught one. Finally. Makes you tired just looking at it, right? All that running around. We're doing Throwback Thursday, everybody, featuring all the videos here on Fox News Now. I've got one more for you. I'll show you some. I'll show some more next week. This is something I want to do every Thursday here. Feature some throwbacks here from the show. Pulling up this next one though. Does anyone have a fear of clowns? I don't really think I had one until people started saying you should fear them. Do you know what I mean? I think when we're little kids at the carnival, it's cool. And then you start to hear that there's this huge fear of clowns, and you start to second guess whether or not they're really safe. Okay, breaking this down for you, this is inside a famous clown motel. It's been called one of the scariest motels in the West. It's a hotel dedicated to clowns. And if you have a phobia of clowns, the fear of clowns might get a little bit more when you go to this motel. So let's take you there and let's see what this is all about.
Clown Motel sits halfway between Reno and Las Vegas, and Fox 10's Andrew Hasbin and photojournalist Joe Tillman, they took the trip to Tonopah, Nevada, and they found out it's not just clowns that frighten the motel guests there.
It's a dark night.
You are the proprietor, right?
Yes. The sign grabs you. You've never seen a place like this. Welcome to the Clown Motel.
There's about 600 clowns.
And that theme doesn't stop at the front office. In the rooms, clowns over the bed.
I've had people that come in here and they say, oh my God, I didn't realize you had all these clowns.
Some guests seek out this motel.
Walking into the lobby, I was not prepared for the onslaught of clowns.
But others leave in fear.
I go and take the pictures off the walls in the rooms or cover them up with a dishcloth. And they'll stay, but they just couldn't have clowns around.
Owner Bob Perchetti says a few guests have claimed to see clown-shaped figures passing by their windows at night.
One guest said that he woke up and there was a large life-size clown, like the one in the corner, standing in front of his bed. And he said he would kind of wipe the sleep out of his eyes and wash away, and he was still there. And then all of a sudden he just disappeared, completely disappeared.
If all the clowns weren't enough to creep you out, there's something else that scares guests away. The motel was built next to a cemetery that's more than 100 years old. This was the county's cemetery, created around the turn of the century. Its occupants? Exactly what you might expect from an Old West town: a murdered sheriff, prostitutes, barkeepers, even 14 miners killed in a fire.
All of them died from smoke inhalation.
Alan Metzger helped restore the cemetery after it closed in 1911. Decades of storms and vandalism left the graveyard in ruins. He helped re-identify the buried, including William Murray, who died saving trapped miners.
They found his remains at the sump of the shaft down 1,400 feet, decapitated and mutilated.
Now, the cemetery has become legend.
These towns have that air about them because there's so much hardship that happened here around the turn of the century.
Tonopah is no exception. The town is full of ghost stories. like the woman murdered on the 5th floor of the Mitzvah Hotel, who some say still haunts her room. People have seen strange things at this graveyard, too.
Like my daughters saw like a spirit of a young girl there. Some people say they see, minors and things like that out there.
We spoke to his daughter and her friend, amateur ghost hunters, who aren't afraid to wander into the graveyard at night, and they took us inside.
We recorded it using a night vision camera, but when we went back to look at the video wasn't there. Something happened and we could only hear the girls' voices. Also, during the interview, the light on our night vision camera unexpectedly turned off.
Why'd that light turn off?
Sometimes when I go ghost hunting out here, my battery goes out. Like when on my camera, like it goes off, and then my phone dies, and then my camera dies.
Did you turn that off? No. Don't give me that crap. I didn't.
He didn't.
Did you believe him? I don't believe him.
He didn't touch it.
I didn't touch it. All right, maybe we should go.
Toward the end of the interview, the light suddenly turned back on, and we checked out of the Clown Motel first thing the next morning. I'm Andrew Hasman, Fox 10 News.
I think I would have slept in the car that night, just curled up in the front seat.
That was cool. The original builders of the Clown Motel, they choose the spot next to the graveyard. They chose it because their father is buried there.
Who's ready to go to the Clown Motel? No. Let's skip it, you guys. I don't think that any of us need to visit that place. All right, you guys, that is the end of that segment, Throwback Thursday, just featuring 3 or 4 of the top videos here from Fox News Now. We've been streaming over 2 years now, so I'm just trying to pick out a few every week to show you guys. Okay, let's take you to some breaking news now. I see something coming up on the feeds here. I'm going to work to get you guys some more information, but it looks like a fire right now coming from the news chopper. Breaking news, this is streaming live right now on Fox News Now stream. Looks like they are working to put out this fire right now. Got to give it up to these emergency crews that have to deal with dangerous situations like this every day. All right, everybody, looks like Chopper is showing us a different view right now. We'll take you back to that as soon as I get some more information. I want to pull up the next segment here. Give me 1 second. Videos of the day. Now, I know I just showed you some videos. That was Throwback Thursday. These are videos of the day. Today, some of the most shocking videos that came out. Some sad, some scary, some happy, some funny. You're going to feel all sorts of emotions during this segment, you guys. Videos of the day from our sister stations here at Fox News. So pulling up the first one for you guys. This one is about 47 seconds, but I got to show it to you. So let me get this up and ready for you guys. Pretty adorable. This is a cute video. And maybe you guys have seen this. It's gone viral on social media today. In this video, a woman learns that she's going to be a grandmother, and she can't stop screaming. So let's see how she reacts when she finds out she's going to be a grandmother.
I'll do what Angela did. I rip the paper, you open the box.
No, Mom, you'll want to... It's more for Mom.
I'll open the top.
Oh, gosh.
You eat the gummy bear.
Oh my. Don't. Heart attack, peeing. What's happening?
Wait, Angel's gonna pee the chair again.
Honestly, I hope that a director finds this video and hires her to be a professional scary movie screamer, because that scream is exactly the kind of scream that you hear in those scary movies. I can't even do it. I can't make my voice that high pitched. Great video that's been trending online today, a woman finding out that she's going to be a grandmother and she's so excited that she screams. We are featuring some of the top videos of the day for you guys here in the news from our sister stations here at Fox. Pulling up the next one for you guys. This one's about 30 seconds, but I've got to pull it up for you. This is a little too close for comfort, you guys. A South Florida couple is seen waving their arms and panicking, trying to get the attention of somebody on the cruise ship after they say it came way too close to their house. So let's take you to this video.
No! Stop! Shift! Too close! Too close! Get out! My Bill, get out! Come on, Bill! This thing's coming for the house.
Yeah, that's probably a little too close for comfort, right? I mean, you want to see the ship, but you don't want to see it that close. You know what I'm saying? That going viral, that's coming out of the Fox News New York station, taking you guys to the next video here in the show. This is kind of interesting now. This is a new app, and I kind of want to start doing a segment as well about some new apps that are free that maybe we can discuss once a week, you guys. But this one coming out of Los Angeles, they had a segment on this new app. It's called Manterruptions. Yeah, you heard me right. It's half man, half interruptions mixed together. It's Manterruptions. It's an app that tracks how often women are interrupted by men in their daily lives. You guys, I'm just the messenger here. Let's hear what this app's all about.
That's right, a manterruption. It's an unnecessary interruption of a woman by a man. And experts say it happens so frequently, both women and men might not even be aware of it. Well, now, there's an app for that.
As women around the world made their voices heard,
We will resist!
a new app called Women Interrupted made its debut. The smartphone tool tracks how many times men interrupt women in conversations. We asked Women's Day demonstrators if manterruptions are an issue.
A lot of times it's unintentional. You know, it's that like the manterruption is I've got a great idea, and he's like, okay, hold on. I think I know what you mean. Let me explain. I understand. I don't need a translator. I need listeners.
Do you feel like men have a tendency to interrupt?
I think people in general have a tendency to interrupt because they're not listening to what the other person's saying. They're already planning what their next comment's going to be.
I interrupt everybody equally. I'm an equal interrupter.
But studies show men interrupt at twice the rate women do, and they're 3 times more likely to interrupt women as they are to interrupt another man.
It has been proven that men interrupt women a lot more, and women allow it.
I'm gonna let you finish. Perhaps the most memorable manterruption was Kanye West's. The app even uses it in their ad that shows just how common manterrupting is.
Hey, Kelly. Hey.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I can't believe I'm about to
You're
cut
gonna cut
off.
me off. Goodbye, and I'll see you next time round, yeah?
That the United States alone could not do.
Right, but you
so
said
now wait,
you
let me
think you're going to cheat.
A good sentence for every woman to learn is, excuse me, I'm not finished. I don't think women have been trained up until now to really speak up for themselves.
Makers of the app say it's designed to highlight the issue for men as well as women. But Dr. Myers says counting manterruptions in your personal relationship may lead to a man departure.
I believe this app is a disaster for personal relationships. I would not recommend it at all because it will get you in a power struggle. It will get you to be right. See, I told you you interrupt me more than I interrupt you. See, 10 times to my 2. But my question to you is, would you rather be right or would you rather be loved?
Good question. So this app is free. You can download it for iOS or Android. And the company that makes it says all of the statistics that they gather from this app will be made available online, which should be interesting to everyone.
Are they selling a lot on this app? I mean, are they a lot of people downloading it, do you know?
It just came out today.
Okay.
So it's hard to say. But once again, it might be great to use in general, to be surprised about how many times men interrupt.
No one likes to be shushed.
No one likes to be shushed.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right.
It's very rude.
Excuse me, I'm not finished. All right, got it, Lauren. Thank you much.
Thank you.
In my personal opinion, I think I've been interrupted more by my girlfriends, probably. I mean, I think that women interrupt just as much as men do. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Again, that was an app called Manterruptions. The app tracks how often women are interrupted by men in their daily lives. Not really sure. I mean, I think it's equal. don't you? And I don't think it's really a male or a female thing. I think it's just knowing good social skills of when not to talk over somebody. And sometimes that's just a nervous thing. You know, we think of something that we want to say and it just comes out before the person's finished talking. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I know you guys had a lot of opinions about this in the chat. I think one of you said, I need to go interrupt someone now. But I think it's equal. What do you guys think? I've definitely been interrupted by my girlfriends. I've been interrupted by, you know, from guys too. I don't really think it has anything to do with being male or female. I just think it's just knowing good social skills. I've interrupted people many times. So, and that's something I'm trying to learn a little bit better to deal with, you know, sit back, let them finish, listen, pay attention, don't just speak over somebody. So I think that's something that we can all work on. Matthew in the chat saying, yeah, women are over talkers. Women like to talk. We're verbal, we like to talk. I don't know why it's like that, but yeah, I think it's pretty even. I'm trying to think if there's any specific times I've been interrupted by a man. I can't think of any, but I can definitely think of some where I've been interrupted by some of my girlfriends. So I don't know. Interesting app though. You guys are so hilarious in the chat. Thank you for all your comments. While we stream this together here on Fox News Now. It's about 7:49 here in Phoenix, but I know a lot of you are watching from all over the U.S., so thanks for joining me tonight. I am your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, tweet me at MaryKateFox10. I'd love to take your tweets and broadcast them here on the show. Just no curse words, so we do have to keep it PG, everybody. Taking you to the next top story, though, we are featuring videos of the day, and these are videos from all over the U.S., from our sister stations here at Fox News. So let me pull up this next one. This one's about 57 seconds, but I really wanted to take you guys to this one. Let me break this down for you a little bit. Let me make sure I can get this up and ready. It's a daring helicopter rescue caught on video. The city of Mesa Police Department here in Arizona, we're calling it one of the most daring helicopter rescues that have ever been attempted. So let's take you to this video. Give me 1 second to make sure this is up and ready. Make sure the volume is good to go. All right, let's take you there.
The man's name is Jeremy, and even though he may look like a trapeze artist in this video from Mesa, Arizona, he is not. Jeremy is a homeless man who was living along the river bottom. He got trapped by the rushing floodwaters of the Salt River.
How often have we seen this?
Too many times.
Yeah, he was hanging on to some branches for dear life. Two Mesa Police Department helicopter pilots could see how desperate the situation was, so they risked their own lives to save this guy.
It was a tight fit. We got down close and tight to him. We actually brushed the tips of the rotor blades, brushed the top of one tree.
I could see him visibly shaking and shivering. He appeared to be extremely cold.
Someone who was passing by called 911 after he heard Jeremy screaming for help. Well, Jeremy survived, but all of his belongings were swept away.
Wow, pretty incredible video, and that one coming locally here from Arizona. Taking you guys to the next video here. This one was posted by our sister station Fox in Los Angeles. This man caught on video trying to lure a child. Police in Riverside are searching for this 60 to 70-year-old man who allegedly tried to sort of persuade a child to come towards him as he stood near the men's restroom with a, quote, treat. Kind of thing our parents warn us about when we're kids. So let's take you this video and see what happens.
It happened last month at the Food for Less on Chicago Avenue. Here he is. Riverside police say this man attempted to lure a 6-year-old girl into the men's room by telling her that he would give her a treat. Fortunately, the girl refused and went to find her family. Again, take a very close look at the suspect. He's a white man between 60 and 70 years old. He's about 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighs about 200 pounds. If you recognize this guy, you should give Riverside Police a call.
I think just saying treat and trying to wave someone towards you is enough to probably scare that kid away. And obviously his parents taught him well to stay away from that person. Again, they're still searching for that suspect, a 60 to 70-year-old male who tried to persuade a kid to come towards him and say that he had a treat, and he was kind of near the men's bathroom there. So Taking you guys to the next story here. This one is more of a heartwarming story. You guys have been hearing about the baby hippo Fiona. She was born prematurely 6 weeks ago, and she just got her own ramp to use at the pool. So let's take you this. It's a little short, but I just wanted to show you guys how cute this video is. Here's Fiona. That's adorable, you guys. I had to show you that video again. That's the little baby hippo Fiona who was born prematurely. We're getting videos on Fiona almost every week, so I want to keep pulling those up for you guys here on the show. Taking you to this next one, and again, these are videos of the day from all over the U.S., from our sister stations at Fox News. Some of them happy, some of them sad, some of them shocking, including this one where a fire broke out at a children's shelter near Guatemala City early this morning. Or yesterday, I should say, and officials said at least 19 people were killed. This is a very tragic incident, and we're showing you the reaction of one woman after this happened.
In Guatemala, a despondent mother shouts, "We want to see our children." This is the entrance of a home for abused children. A fire broke out there this morning, and at least 19 people were killed. Officials say about 60 kids escaped the flames, but they're not releasing any other information or letting anybody inside. In Guatemala, a despondent mother shouts, "We want to see our children." This is the entrance of a home for abused children. A fire broke out there this morning, and at least 19 people were killed. Officials say about 60 kids escaped the flames, but they're not releasing any other information or letting anybody inside.
It's a pretty shocking video there. Taking you to another pretty shocking story. Let me break this down for you just a little bit. It's been nearly a month since 3 children were shot and killed in a bloody weekend in Chicago, and one of those cases involves a 12-year-old kid who was hit by a stray bullet as she played basketball on her elementary school playground. And tonight her grandmother speaks out. So let's hear what she has to say.
I just can't imagine how someone can just go about shooting randomly at children, not at children, but in areas where children are, kill children and nobody says anything. Somebody knows who this person is. Somebody is sharing a house with them, a bed with them, whatever. They know who did this and they're not speaking up. So my emotions right now are, I'm very angry. I'm hurt. I'm sad. I miss my grandbaby. I've had her for the last 12 years. I miss her, seeing her go out to school every morning. Love you, Grandma. Love you, Canary. Be good. Have a good day now, but you be good. And that was just taken away just because somebody wanted to settle a score with somebody else. I mean, this was my baby. This was my baby. So I miss her dearly. Miss her very dearly. My dog won't go in her room now. He's used to going in there and sleeping on her bed at nighttime with her, and he doesn't go in the room anymore. I mean, the house is really quiet. Really, really quiet now. Miss my baby. They never seem to be able to hit what they're aiming at. It's all our children. Babies are the ones, innocent bystanders are the ones that are paying the price for their ignorance. They have no conscience, no sympathy, no empathy, no morals, and no respect for life. They just don't care. I mean, everybody seems to be scared of these children, but they're not scared of anybody. They're just doing what they want to, and nothing seems to be getting done about it. I mean, when do we start taking our neighborhoods back? When? Her life was just taken away from her. And it seems like it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Somebody knows, and if you're holding it in, I hope it eats you up inside alive. Somebody needs to come forward and right this wrong.
All right, you guys, well, that was a pretty moving story as well. Taking you to the next video here. If you're just joining me, we're featuring videos from the day here from all of our sister stations across the U.S. Pulling up this next one here, Heroes in Action. Police dashcam video shows what happened when an 89-year-old woman with 2 canes tried to cross the railroad tracks in front of a New Jersey transit train. So let's take you to this. It's a pretty crazy video. Wow, that is something out of the movies, you guys. Luckily, she's okay. Let's take you to that next video now. All right, this one, pretty crazy. Let me pull this up for you guys. No audio on this, so I want to just take you through it here. So let me pull this up. Imagine being the driver when pipes on a flatbed truck smash through your windshield on a highway. Take a look at this incredible video. This coming from Fox 29. It happened this morning, and amazingly, the driver's prognosis is good. But take a look at this, you guys. Pipes on this flatbed truck smashed through a windshield here. Luckily, that driver is okay. It's one of those things that you see and you think about that movie Final Destination, where all those terrible things start to happen on the highway in that first scene of the movie. Can you imagine that, driving behind that truck and that happening? Sort of thing that we all are a little afraid of when we're on the highway. Or maybe that's just me. Again, that's some pretty incredible video that I just wanted to take you guys to. Pulling up the next top story for you guys here. Let me get this up and ready for you. The kindness of strangers, everybody. That's what this story is about. Showed you some shocking videos, some sad videos, taking you back up now to a little bit more of a kinder story. This one is a 13-year-old boy named Thomas is undergoing chemotherapy for a brain tumor. But the family was making their weekly 80-mile each-way trip to Children's Hospital in Philadelphia when their van broke down. Word spread and complete strangers stepped in to save the day. So it's a pretty heartwarming story. Let's take you to this.
April McLeish's husband Josh has got their 2009 Dodge Caravan up and running again. But Tuesday morning, well, that was another story.
My van shuts off on me.
Just dies.
Just completely shuts off.
McLeish was making her weekly 80 miles each way trip from Dover, Delaware to Children's Hospital in Philly with 13-year-old Thomas. He's undergoing chemotherapy for an inoperable brain tumor.
I was in tears, I was crying, I didn't know what I was going to do. My husband had the flu, so he was down yesterday. There was no way he can come up to the Children's Hospital.
What's going through your mind when that happened?
I'm like, what's going on? And I'm scared.
Your van's broken down on the highway, and now it's kind of stranded.
Yeah.
They limped the van to CHOP and then explained their dilemma to their doctor. He contacted their social workers. She reached out to an organization called Kisses for Kyle, a Montgomery County-based charitable organization that helps families dealing with children's cancer. The organization paid to have McLeish's van towed back to Dover, then reached out to one of their volunteers, a veteran Philly cop named Timothy McNicholas. He had just finished off a 9-hour bomb disposal shift and was ready to do some more good. McNicholas drove April and Thomas to Dover, then turned around and went to his home, a nearly 4-hour favor for a stranger.
It was so generous. I offered to give him money for the gas. I offered, you know, to pay for the tolls, to get him something to eat. He wouldn't accept nothing from me.
More than a year ago, Thomas was given just 6 months to live. That splotch in the middle of his brain, that's the tumor. He's not out of the woods just yet, but with the kindness of strangers, he keeps battling.
I just kept fighting, doing my job.
Your job is to fight.
Yep.
To know that there is still people out there that do that in this cruel world that we have now is amazing.
All right, everybody, that story coming out of Philadelphia. Taking you to the next top story here. This video, pretty crazy. Let me actually check the sound on this really quickly before I take you to there. Okay, sound is good. So let me break this down for you before I take you to this video. Security video shows 2 wanted burglars break into a Montgomery County gun store, smash glass cases using crowbars, and steal guns from display cases and shelves. You guys, I gotta take you to this, and let me know what you think in the chat. At one point, it doesn't even look like they're rushing anymore. It seems like they're just taking their sweet time here. You know, when you imagine that, and in the movies, like, you know, we've seen these robbing movies. What's the one with Ben Affleck? That one was really good. The Ben Affleck one. You know, when they rob banks. What was that called? Let me know in the chat if you think of it. I can't remember it right now, but anyway, when you see it in the movies, it's like, okay, we've got 5 seconds, we've got 5 seconds. And in this video here, I mean, you can clearly see it almost seems like they're just taking their sweet time. I mean, look at this. You know, they come in and it looks like they're running it running a little fast at first, but then towards the end here, it's just, oh, you know, okay. It just seems like they're just sort of going about their business here. I mean, wouldn't you think if you were doing that and you hear that alarm going off that loudly, you might be doing it a little bit faster? I don't know. You guys, that's security video coming out of Montgomery County. Just wanted to show you that video. Pulling up the next one. No, Samuel, it's not Batman versus Superman, and it's not Pearl Harbor. You know, it's that one. It's with Ben Affleck. They rob banks in Boston. The Town, American Rebel. Everyone clap for American Rebel here in the chat. Yeah, it's The Town. You guys remember that movie? Where they rob banks in it. Anyway, it just made me think of it because in that movie they're like, you know, they're counting down the seconds. It's very fast paced. In that, towards the end, it almost seemed like they were just taking their sweet time, even with the alarm going off really loudly. All right, taking you to the next video here. This one is another interesting sort of robbery situation. Does anyone have a little door for their pet to get in and out of their house? You know, like a little doggy door. Well, they're saying now maybe those should come with locks on them because they are pretty big depending on what size dog you have, and people can climb in and out of them pretty easily. This video coming from cameras that were inside someone's house show this man coming in, and he comes through the doggy door. So let's take a look. So there he goes. And look, that is a full-grown man, you guys, and he came right through that doggy door. Coming through the house, taking a look around, no big deal. Just literally crawled inside through the doggy door there. So if you got one at home, maybe consider putting a lock on it. That's the suspect in question who entered this person's house through their doggy door. All right, you guys, taking you to the next video here. Let me pull this up for you. Give me 1 second here. This one, a little bit of a political story, and some of you might have heard about this already. This video coming from our sister station in D.C., where Veronica Cleary asked the White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer a question about a day without a woman. That was yesterday for International Women's Day. She asked him what effect it has on our schools being closed on Wednesday. Again, so many schools were closed because there wasn't enough staff. A lot of women took off work that day. So here's what Sean Spicer had to say back to this reporter. So let's take you to this.
Yeah. Thank you. Veronica Cleary with Fox 5. I have a follow-up question, actually. He's asking about the thousands of women who have chosen to strike today, and you saying that it is a free country. But at Channel 5, we've reported quite a bit on the schools and the districts that are closing because so many women chose to strike today. So, you know, it is a free country, but what would be the president's sort of reaction to, if you will, what is more important, the students being at school today, or that the woman's right to strike and kind of make a statement, if you will, on this day?
Yeah, thanks, Veronica. I think it's an important question. I mean, I know locally this affects a lot of individuals throughout Northern Virginia and Maryland and in the district. So, I think I haven't talked to the president specifically about this. Obviously, as I mentioned, people have a right to express themselves under our First Amendment, as the president's doing today by making sure that we appropriately salute the contributions that women make to this country. But there's clearly an impact in the case of schools, localities throughout the country, here in the greater Washington, D.C. area. But I think that concern is best utilized by parents through their local school boards and through their city councils and mayors, whether or not they found it appropriate for that to occur. I have not spoken to the president about this, but I think there's a balance, and I think that I would hope that that we should use this opportunity to recognize the role of women in the workplace, in the family, and throughout society for the contributions that they continue to make and have made in the past in making the country as great as it has.
All right, you guys, so that was a little bit of a political video that I wanted to pull up for you, taking you to the last video of this segment, Videos of the Day. Let's pull this up for you guys here. There was a little bit of fun happening at the Texas Capitol today, where a representative weighs in on where Tony Romo should go after the Cowboys. Let's see what he had to say.
May I state my inquiry?
Mr. Raymond, will you state your inquiry?
I'd like to know what necessary rules we need to suspend to pass a bill today so that the Houston Texans have to take Tony Romo. I want to know. I want to pass it today. If he's not going to be in Dallas, he needs to be in Houston. Move passage. May I state my inquiry?
You could tell he loved that. Right after he said it, he started laughing. So that was the last video of this segment, Videos of the Day, which I want to start doing at least once a week here on the show. Just trying to feature all of the shocking, craziest, funniest, saddest videos of the day here on the show. Pulling up the next top story for you guys. We do have a situation that I'm hearing about, a breaking news in Los Angeles. A vehicle being tracked right now, expected to be on the 101 freeway. So it could be another police chase in Los Angeles again, you guys. So I'm going to keep an eye on that feed. We could have News Chopper up and ready soon for that police chase, you guys. I'll keep an eye on it. In the meantime, I want to pull up this story for everybody. Let me get this ready for you. So a little bit earlier today, hold on one second, everybody. We had Representative Tom Price speaking about tax